I bet I can terrify you with a single sentence. Tiger Woods driving a car. Ooh, even just saying that frightened me a little bit, like a scary story around a campfire. Golly. Yeah, Tiger Woods has just been involved in another rollover crash, and it's far from an isolated incident. He has quite a lot of these under his belt, and a lot of them, well, they were really his fault. And in a couple of cases, like in the one we're about to talk about that just happened a couple hours ago, under the influence of some substances. He has been charged with DUI in this one. He has an extensive history of these kind of accidents dating all the way back to 2009 when he crashed into a fire hydrant in his neighbor's yard, and his wife at the time had to pull him from the vehicle. He went to a hospital and was later released. No charges were pressed there. However, a bit of a different story in his second go-around here in 2017 when he passed out behind the wheel of his vehicle and crashed. He was arrested and found to have prescription drugs and marijuana in his system. He pled guilty to reckless driving, but avoided jail time thanks to a plea deal. They then later dropped the charges of DUI and then spent a year on probation. And then in 2021, he had a major accident. It was a rollover crash where his SUV ended up rolling down a steep embankment. The police said that the crash was caused by excessive speed. He was traveling at 87 miles per hour in a 45 zone. And inability to navigate the curve. He needed surgery. He sustained serious injuries, but they didn't seek a warrant for blood tests because they said there was no evidence of impairment or intoxication, so there was no charges filed. It was ruled an accident. I feel like if this was any ordinary Joe Schmo, there probably would have been some charges for going fucking 87 miles per hour in a 45 zone. Was this guy trying to travel back in time like it's the DeLorean? Like, this is absurd. It's a miracle he didn't kill himself or someone else on the road. And really, it's miraculous he hasn't killed someone else from all of his accidents, including the one today, which was another rollover crash that he was involved in. It seems like Tiger Woods is more accustomed to his vehicles being on their side than on their four wheels. Now, this time it is a little different because they are pressing charges for DUI because they did see signs of impairment, not from alcohol, but from substances. Like, Tiger Woods and automobiles just do not mix at all. It's like fucking SpongeBob with the boatmobiles. I now truly understand how Mrs. Puff must have felt every time SpongeBob got behind the wheel of a boat.
Famed golfer Tiger Woods was involved in a rollover car crash, according to the local sheriff.
Our affiliate WPTV posted this photo from the scene. We're told the crash is in Martin County, Florida. That's about 27 miles north of Palm Beach. Local police say the Martin County Sheriff's Office is handling the crash investigation.
The 50-year-old golfer played in a match Tuesday in Palm Beach Gardens, Florida.
Tiger Woods has unimaginable wealth. You would think that he would have a driver or at the very least pay for an Uber when he is under the influence. Yet, multiple times throughout his life, he insists on driving impaired. Again, it is miraculous that he hasn't killed someone else or killed himself in one of these accidents. Genuinely, he should not have his license any longer. For the safety of all the innocent people that have to share the road with him, he cannot be trusted behind the wheel of a vehicle. He is a worse driver than the drooling zombies in Grand Theft Auto Online who are like intentionally crashing into people and things. This guy is fucking dangerous behind the wheel of an automobile, and he cannot stop himself from driving impaired. It's such a crazy and sad fall from grace for Tiger Woods because he is undoubtedly one of the best to ever do it in his respective sport. One of the best golfers of all time, just so dominant. But over the years, he has sabotaged his legacy, wiped his ass with his reputation. Like, I remember in 2010, when all of his affairs were coming to light about how he was having sex with, like, every woman on the planet with a pulse, you had to be, like, checking under your bed just to make sure Tiger Woods wasn't waiting there to fuck your mother. And now, like, all of these accidents, it's so sad. It really is.
So just before 2 p.m. today, the Jupiter Island Police Department, which is where we currently are, received a call of a rollover crash about 2.5 miles from where we are. The Jupiter Island Police Department responded out there and found a pickup truck pulling a pressure cleaner trailer and a Land Rover which was rolled over on the driver's door, and we're going to provide you photos of that. The investigation started, and initially right off the top it did appear that the driver of the Land Rover might be impaired.
Here's one of the photos from the crash that's been circulating. You can see that his vehicle is rolled over and it's in front of a fire hydrant. This is 2 out of 4 of his crashes right around fire hydrants. One of them, it had him blasting the fire hydrant, so I guess this is a marginal improvement there because he didn't just destroy it. This time he crashed in front of it. Don't exactly know what that means, but maybe there's just something about fire hydrants that makes Tiger Woods want to crash into them or crash around them. Anyway, though, when the authorities showed up to the scene, they noted signs of impairment. They believed that he could have been under the influence. So immediately, it's something that they started to pursue and investigate.
Our investigation revealed as follows. Shortly again before 2, the pressure cleaner truck pulling a trailer, a small trailer, was northbound on South Beach Road and was pulling kind of to turn into a driveway. It was slowing down, starting to turn into a driveway, and the driver of that vehicle looked in his mirror and saw a Land Rover, a dark-colored Land Rover, overtaking him at high speeds, and I don't know those speeds.
If history's taught us anything, it was probably 87 miles per hour through there. That would be my guess. If I had to give a little ballpark figure there, I would estimate probably 87 miles per hour on the dot is what I would say. He seems to love to just fucking zoom through in excess of 80 miles per hour in these zones that are not conducive to those kinds of speeds.
The Land Rover kept overtaking him. He saw it coming, so he tried to edge off to the side of the road, but this is a small 2-lane road, and there was no shoulder for this pressure cleaner gentleman to get off the side of the road. As he was trying to move to the side of the road, the Land Rover overtook him at the last minute, swerved to avoid a collision, but clipped the back end of the trailer of the pressure cleaner apparatus, listed to the side, and then rolled on the driver's door north past the truck that had just avoided the crash with.
That's how the rollover crash happened. Tiger Woods was looking to overtake this pressure washing vehicle, doing so at a very high rate of speed. The pressure washing vehicle tried to get off the road there, probably out of fear for their own safety, seeing this fucking loose cannon barreling down here, just zipping through. So he's trying to get off the road to avoid a collision, avoid like a catastrophic accident. Tiger Woods, however, does not do a great job here at avoiding it, and instead clips the back, and it causes him to roll over. I will just never be able to understand this mentality demonstrated by Tiger Woods here. I don't get it. I don't see why he wouldn't just pay for an Uber, why he wouldn't have a driver, or why he insists on just driving recklessly in the first place, trying to like bully every other vehicle off the road for him. Like everyone needs to clear out of the way. We're all just NPCs in Tiger Woods' world here. So, like, even outside of him driving impaired, he also just drives extremely recklessly, extremely fast. He is a dangerous driver.
The individual driving that Land Rover was able to crawl out the passenger door of the car and was identified to be Mr. Tiger Woods. Our DUI investigators came to the scene here, and Mr. Woods did exemplify signs of impairment. They did several tests on him. Of course, he did explain the injuries and the surgeries that he had. We did take that into account. But they did do some in-depth roadside tests, and when it was determined, he was placed under arrest and taken to the Martin County Jail.
He must have been tweaking for them to immediately show up and recognize, like, this guy's on some shit, and just start instantly conducting these tests on the scene. Tiger Woods must have been really, like, off the walls or something. So they did some roadside tests. They determined that DUI was likely, so they placed him under arrest, brought him to the jail for further investigation to confirm. They also state explicitly that they didn't believe it was alcohol that he was under the influence of.
At the Martin County Jail, and even on scene, we really weren't suspicious of alcohol being involved in this case, and that proved to be true at the jail. So Mr. Woods did a breathalyzer test, blew 000s, but when it came time for us to ask for a urinalysis test, he refused, and so he's been charged with DUI, with property damage, and refusal to submit to a lawful test. In the crash, no one was injured. Mr. Woods did not seem to be injured at all, and the other gentlemen were not injured. But this happened a few hours ago, so I've given you the information that I have.
Again, it's extremely lucky that no one was injured in a Tiger Woods impaired driving accident. something that he has become known for. Now, as the officer explained, he wasn't under the influence of alcohol, according to the breathalyzer, and according to those on scene, they didn't believe it was alcohol related. They believed it was other substances. So he refused to do the urinalysis to confirm what substances they could have been, which led to them slapping the charges of DUI and the refusal to submit to that test. So yeah, overall, not good here from Tiger Woods. Really not good. As I've said thousands of times now, I have no respect for drunk drivers or anyone driving impaired, risking their lives and the lives of all the innocent people on the road around them that have to share this road with them, who are making the incredibly dangerous and stupid fucking decision to drive impaired. It is just inexcusable, especially for someone like Tiger Woods, who has endless resources to not have to do something like that and make a decision like that. Uber, a friend, his own fucking personal driver, like endless options that aren't Tiger Woods behind the wheel of a vehicle while under the influence of substances. It's just so fucking degenerate, man. It's so scummy. Anyway, just wanted to yap about it. That's really about it. See ya. Man, I haven't had a giggle quite like the Afro Man trial has delivered. I have been getting tickled all day watching this trial and catching up with what I had missed previously on Dragon Ball Z from yesterday in the trial. It's just concluded, spoiler alert, Afro Man completely won. And I mean, it was a complete victory here. He got him with the Mortal Kombat fatality in the courthouse here. The fucking police officers that were suing him are licking the toilet bowl clean after he shit all over them. I'll show you the clip of the ruling in a moment here. For those that don't know, Afro Man's house was raided a few years back under suspicion of kidnapping and narcotics. They found nothing. It was a complete sham. It was a load of barnacles. And Afro Man had security cameras set up on his property, so he caught all of this on film, and so he started to use some of that footage to make music, insulting them, ridiculing them, making fun of them, turning this misery into some boner jams for his art. And the officers that he has made songs about and made fun of got really upset. They got super sore about it, so they filed a defamation lawsuit against him. And the lawsuit has made it all the way to court, and now it's settled, but we got to witness what has to be one of the most entertaining court cases ever broadcast.
In my opinion, I fucked his wife doggy style. He said it like they were facts.
I don't know how the jury just didn't erupt into laughter numerous times throughout this case. There are so many moments just like that. So he has made a lot of songs and a lot of clips all about this raid and making fun of these officers. And I can't believe at no point throughout this process did the officers think, this is a bad idea. More people are going to find out about this. And that's exactly what happened. Huge Streisand effect here. So many people are learning about Afro Man and the new songs he made about these officers through this defamation trial that's gone to court. So now the songs are blowing up all over again. So will you repair my doors? Over 9 million views. Lemon Pound Cake is probably going to start charting on fucking Billboard at this point. This one's going nuclear right now. And it's in part a large thanks to these officers being such fucking bumbling, drooling imbeciles that they actually tried to sue Afro Man for defamation because he hurt their feelings through making fun of them in these songs. I gotta tell you, sports fans, if the officers were upset before, they're inconsolable now. Unless they have a humiliation fetish, they're probably not feeling too great about how this one's gone down, because everybody is making fun of them even more so now. And honestly, this whole case is fucking ridiculous. Anyone should look at this and obviously not be on the side of the officers here, because this is so absurd. Really, Afro Man said it best while in court.
Fact, they never should have came to my house in the first place. Fact, if they hadn't have came to my house, they wouldn't have put themselves on the video camera and in my music career. All of this is their fact. All of this is their fault. And they have the audacity to sue me. These people and you are the predators and the victim at the same time.
So what they did, searching your house, gave you the right to do everything you
Under the circumstance that I got freedom of speech, After they run around my house with guns and kick down my door, I got the right to kick a can in my backyard, use my freedom of speech, turn my bad times into a good time. Yes, I do. And I think I'm a sport for doing so, because I don't go to their house, kick down their doors, flip them off on their surveillance cameras, then try to play the victim and sue them.
Amen. I think that about sums it up. He has the freedom of speech to make fun of these officers. They are public officials. They went onto his property, breaking his shit, apparently even disconnected some of the security cameras, which I feel like that should be completely illegal to disable, lawfully put up security cameras around one's own home. I think, and it seems court agrees, he was well within his rights to be making fun of these officers and using the footage of that raid in the subject of his songs, making fun of them, joking around, whatever he was doing with that music, using them. There should have never been a defamation case that went this far in the first place, but the fact that it did was a fucking slam dunk for comedy. So, let's dive into some of the highlight moments here from the court case.
So, you're claiming that is the defamation with your wife?
Mr. Walter.
You're solely being painted in a false light due to Mr. Walters saying he had sex with your wife.
Mr. Walters does have sex with his wife. Mr. Foreman doesn't.
Good catch on that.
Yeah.
So you're claiming that is the defamation statement, is that he said he had sex with your wife?
Yes.
Okay. And that's painted you in a false light?
It's caused tremendous pain in my life.
I'll get to that. We have to go through false light first. So does it paint you in a false light?
Yes, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman.
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
Fucking plot twist of the century. Game of Thrones writers could never. The subversion of my expectations during this segment cannot be overstated. My jaw was on the floor. So, I was already kind of giggly, kind of kicking my feet in my little chair when he was like, listen here, bub, Mr. Walters does have sex with his wife. Mr. Foreman doesn't. Mr. Walters, me, does have sex with his wife. Raw, if you needed to know. What you think of that, tough guy? Yeah. And then, when he's like, so, yeah, sorry about that, misspoke. So, the defamation is, Mr. Foreman doesn't have sex with your wife, and we all know that's untrue. And he's like, I don't know. The lawyer was stunned. Like, the lawyer just went radio silent, I think actually blue screened when Randy Walters, this is Randy Walters, by the way, I forgot to mention his name, star of Afro Man's hit song, Randy Walters is a son of a bitch. So he's now on the stand, and he had a crazy mic drop moment when the lawyer's like, and we all know the claim is untrue about him having sex with your wife, and Randy's like, I don't know. So it seems like he actually thinks Afro Man might have fucked his wife or something. So now he's on stand, and it only gets worse from here. It looks like he starts to get angry at his wife about the claim.
Wait, you don't know if your wife's cheating on you or not?
You want to go there?
No, I just want to ask that question because you said we don't know. I just
been with that woman since middle school.
I know.
I would hope she wouldn't. But you know what? Once somebody puts it out there for their fun and entertainment, it's out there. And it's a problem.
So it's something we cannot verify the truth of? Is it a thing that can be verified, true or false?
Ask your client.
He thought he was playing chess, but he was actually just playing with his own butthole. I don't know what strategy Randy Walters was cooking up there in the noodle, but this is stunning stuff right now. He was giving him like a layup. He's like, all right, so the claim is untrue, right? And he's like, I don't know. I would hope my wife isn't cheating on me. We've been together for fucking years, but now that he's made a song about having sex with my wife, well, maybe he is. And maybe she's cheating on me, and maybe I hate her for it. We'd have to ask Afro Man about that. Because now it's put out there, and now it's giving me a lot to think about. Like it looks like he starts to stew, like steam there about it. I really don't know what happened there, but oh my goodness gracious, when I tell you I was laughing, I was belly laughing when this guy started saying that. And you could hear the lawyer kind of switch on to like okay, this is weird, but I'll play along mode, where he's like, okay, so you're saying we can't verify whether or not this is like a true or false claim? It's not verifiable info? Because if he's gonna try and say that this is defamatory and then turn around and say that he doesn't know if it's true or not, how the fuck can you say it's defamatory? Like, it's an outrageous tactic? I don't know what else to call it from Randy Walters here. It was mind-boggling.
She raided my house. She took and left in my camera. Then she went down on my spouse. I just don't know what I'm gonna do. Y'all keep on laughing. She gonna eat your wife's pussy. Man, come on. Lisa, look at my Lisa. Pussy like Lisa.
As you can probably gather from the song here, this is an officer involved in the raid. Her name is Lisa. According to Afroman, she even disconnected one of his surveillance cameras. I bet she's really regretting not bringing a fucking EMP device there to blow them all out, so that way, the songs never got made. But here she is taking the stand in court, and boy howdy. So they're playing the Lick 'em Low Lisa song, which is one of Afroman's tracks dedicated to her. He made songs for like every single officer in the raid. So they're playing her song, her ballad, and she starts crying during it. And they play the whole song as she is like, tearing up. I don't think they're legitimate tears. I think these are crocodile tears designed to try and garner sympathy from the jury, like, oh, look at the toll this has taken on her. So I think that's a little bit of acting there. And trust me, I know acting when I see it. I don't like to usually bring this up all that often, but I actually starred in the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1 as District 8 hospital helper. Not a big deal. I don't really think about it that much anymore. Point is, I know when someone is playing a character. And right now she's playing the sobbing, traumatized officer who is being unjustly made fun of in a song. A very silly track. Like, it's ridiculous. They play the whole song, too. They sit her right there like it's a fucking Fine Bros React segment, and they make her listen and watch the entire thing. I don't understand why, to be honest with you. I feel like he probably could have just played like the first minute, maybe minute and a half, and I think the message gets across. It's a song making fun of her. Talking about like how Lisa eats a lot of pussy and, not taking her job all that seriously. I feel like you probably don't need to play out the whole song, but the fact that they did is comedic gold. So the cameraman even pulls off it there for a little bit just to show like the whole scene in the courtroom. And I'm very curious what the jury was doing. Like maybe they were stomping their feet and snapping their fingers to the track because it kind of makes you want to groove a little bit. It's got just like a real like classic feel to it. And then it pans to Afroman. Somebody give this cameraman a raise. That is incredible camera work right there. As you can still hear Lisa sniffling and trying to get more tears out, it pans to Afroman as the song is still playing, by the way, and he is just sitting there staring a hole through her. He is just unflinching, just staring at her. I erupted into laughter with that camera pan to Afroman. And now, it doesn't stop there. As she's still on the stand, they didn't just play the track or anything. They also just started playing some clips that he made making fun of her. Almost as like a non sequitur. They just kind of pull it out of nowhere. Like, can you pull up another insult here real quick? This the jury's gonna love this one.
Go to the next one. Which number is this?
Number 21, and it's a video.
Lieutenant, look at Lisa. Stop looking at pussy back there. That's the problem. You always look at pussy and you don't even know how many pussies you licked. You don't even know how many video cameras you've disconnected.
What number? That was 21?
Yes.
Did you see that video when it was posted?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the next one.
Yes, next one, please. They got a whole folder here to go through. They got her posted up there like it's a Comedy Central roast. They don't even like go in there and really talk about it all that much. It's just, yeah. Did you see this one when it was posted? Yes, Your Honor. Did you make sure to leave it a like and a thumbs up? Did you leave a comment as well for engagement? Okay, just checking. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I get why it's there, trying to show, like, you know, he's insulting her a lot or like defaming her by making fun of her a lot. But like, these are just short clips of him taking the piss. He has a right to do that. Like, all you're doing now is just showing a bunch of insults directly to the person being insulted and maybe making some people on the jury laugh. Like, truly incredible strategy, I've got to say. Again, like, all of this hoopla with the defamation lawsuit from the officers have done nothing but further humiliate the officers and put a bigger spotlight on it.
Sean, you were called Officer Pound Cake by Mr. Foreman?
Multiple times.
You were
received hundreds of pound cakes at work from different people.
Okay. And the context of that name comes from a music video that Mr. Foreman created, correct?
I don't know where he got it at, but you'd have to ask him that question.
Okay. Well, I'm going to play what's marked.
Okay. Okay.
Stop it there. So you've seen Exhibit D, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You would admit that you with the glasses walking by a lemon pound cake on the counter?
Yes.
To be honest, this is probably the best promo any artist could ever hope for. They played like all of his greatest hits here from this whole saga directly to the people he was making fun of, and left in all of like the links and the promo and like the calls to action pushing to Afro Man's socials. Like, you could not pay for this kind of marketing. It's too effective. Like, oh my god. So they play the entire Lemon Pound Cake song to Officer Pound Cake, and then they're like, yeah, so that's you, right? That's why they call you Pound Cake, brother. And he's like, oh. Like, this whole trial was, it was amazing. And thankfully, it has a happy ending as well. The cherry on top of the Lemon Pound Cake. Afro Man won. The First Amendment won.
In all circumstances, the jury finds in favor of the defendant. No plaintiff verdict prevailed. So the matter will be concluded with defense verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Klingler. Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Thank you to the court staff and the Sheriff's Department for security in the building. And we'll go ahead and stand in adjournment.
You love to see that right there. So they were looking for a lot of money from this case from what I can see online. Doesn't seem like they'll be getting a single penny. Nothing at all here except for further humiliation. What an incredible defamation case. Fucking goof troop here really came after him. Didn't work out. Those officers were really upset about the songs, and now they got a lot more to be upset about, I think. I had to talk about this. This shit had me laughing hard today. So, anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. I'm pretty sure I never made a review on Peacemaker Season 1, so I'm going to do that now briefly. I liked it. So with that out of the way, let's talk about Season 2 because the finale just aired. And I'm going to tell you something, sports fans. Brains were made for thinking, and boy howdy do I have thoughts. There's good and bad. The finale, bad. I'm just going to rip the Band-Aid off right now. There's going to be spoilers here. I'm going to be talking about spoilers. This is your fair warning. Alright, let's begin. Season 2 is very different than Season 1. At least, I feel like it is. Season 1 was all about getting you to care about Peacemaker. This is a character most people had never heard of until the Suicide Squad rolls around, and then James Gunn gave you this character that most people wouldn't wipe their fucking ass with, and then all of a sudden tried to get you to care for him. Which is a tall order considering you had seen Peacemaker kill a beloved character in the Suicide Squad movie. Yet he takes a risk, makes Peacemaker the front man, and John Cena, who is a talented actor but never really showcased like deep chops for an emotionally complex character until this. In season 1 of Peacemaker, I really bought into him. He had so much going on. A guy who had grown up under the guidance of some evil people and had done some heinous things, all in the name of what he believed was justice, peace. He said it best. If every grain of sand on a beach was a dick, he would suck each and every one of them if it meant peace would, fall upon the world or whatever. Like, he truly believed that what he was doing was for the better of the world. But everyone can see, the viewers, he's a bad guy. And throughout season 1, you see him start to change subtly, slowly, but he changes in a big, big, big way. He gets friends, and these friends are just as complex and just as fucked up as he is, and together they end up saving the world. It's a really good season, I felt. I thought it was exciting, and it did a great job getting you invested in these characters that you've never heard of. Season 2 now dives deeper outside of Peacemaker, and now you're seeing significantly more of Amelia Harcourt. She, I would actually say, is kind of the main character of the season. We get a lot of fleshing out of everything that's kind of fucked up in her life, and she can't get the job that she's basically done her whole life, and it's their whole reason for living is being, the secret agent that goes on missions for the fate of the country, fighting for her country, and she can't do that anymore after the events of season 1. So now she's just fucking cruising bars, getting into fights. And we see a lot of what happens in season 2 through Amelia Harcourt's eyes. It's not like POV, I'm not talking like fucking Cloverfield or anything here, but like, we are following it through Amelia Harcourt going through it. But that's not to say that Peacemaker fully takes a back seat or anything, like he is still very present. He's going through a lot. So season 2, he is now really exploring the dimension access that he has. There is a quantum unfolding space, which you're introduced to in season 1, and in this season, he's now exploring, and he happens to stumble upon a dimension that's extremely similar to our world, except his brother's alive. And his dad actually cares about him. And everybody loves Peacemaker. They view him as like the superhero. That guy is the shit. And he's never had anything like that, love, adoration, and it's something he's always wanted. Season 2 drives home just how badly he wants to be accepted, how badly he wants to be a hero. And then he finds this dimension, and immediately he kills his doppelganger. He kills the Peacemaker of that dimension. It's actually amazing. It's a really good sequence. And now he's flip-flopping back and forth between these worlds. And I think that's super cool. Eagly as well. Eagly has a lot going on. Eagly has his own fucking story arc where he battles against a man who believes eagle are beaked vermin that must be exterminated from the country to save us from a curse. It's fucking, like, I actually really liked that a lot. It's goofy, but it was, like, exciting, actually. Eagly versus that hunter. That was fun. I do like them exploring these characters deeper, and season 2 is, start to finish, basically just about these characters becoming even more inseparable and even tighter. Chris, Peacemaker, is under surveillance because they don't trust him. They get a blip when he's using that quantum unfolding space in the different dimensions, so now they're investigating him and they're about to swoop in and try and take control of it. That's like the main big bad motivator here. Rick Flag Sr. has taken over and obviously holds a grudge against Peacemaker and wants an excuse to kill him. So the 11th Street kids work together to try and, keep Peacemaker safe and help him deal with everything that he is experiencing, with everything that's happening in the other dimension, all that kind of stuff. And most of it's played off comedically. I actually think the comedy in season 2 is better than in season 1. Especially a new character they introduced, Flurry. He had me giggling hard. So that was a nice treat. And most of what I'm saying here are things I liked about it. Like, I think these are positive aspects. I do think they did a good job with these characters. But I have very similar feelings on season 2 of Peacemaker to House of the Dragon season 2, where it felt like the whole season is just building, building, and then the finale hits, and I really think this is a very disappointing finale. I was streaming tonight, and a lot of people were saying the same thing about like how let down they were by the finale, because the finale is basically just setting up for the events that are going to follow either in a later season or in another DCU movie. It is purely a season that gets the framework set up for the next thing. You don't really feel like a sense of closure or a sense of like a big accomplishment. Like season 1 feels like a complete package. Like it clearly sets up for more, but at the end of season 1, a lot was accomplished. Here, it's mainly just these characters get closer and Peacemaker and Amelia start to recognize their love for one another. Like things happen, but there's no real sense of like anything, huge or any kind of like big resolution. It ends with Chris getting trapped on another world. And that's it. And the finale is mainly just a music video. You spend more time listening to bands in the finale than you do watching a show, really. So like it is disappointing. And it feels like the journey here didn't really have a conclusion. And that the journey was really the friends we made along the way. Like, full stop. Like, that is unironically kind of the experience of season 2. So it's just underwhelming that it builds to things that don't even get concluded in the show. Like, it just sets up the pieces on the board and nothing else. Like, and I understand, like, getting ready for the next phase and moving down the line with more DC projects and needing to make this fit in and getting it rolling. But, like I said, with season 1, it still felt like it accomplished that while giving you a complete experience in the season, where it felt like things were happening. Season 2 also, like, it doesn't have a whole lot of action, which is fine because it does good character work. I think the writing is solid around the characters for the most part. But, like, there isn't a whole lot of Peacemaker doing things. Actually, I'm pretty sure Peacemaker only has 2 scenes in the entire season of him actually, like, fighting. One of them is he fights his doppelganger. It's a very brief encounter, but it's fun. And the other is when he's saving the day in another dimension, in that alternate world where he's the hero. I can't think of any other instance of him even battling or doing anything. Actually, that's not true. He fought Judo Master, again, very briefly in the forest when he was running away. It's like he just didn't get a whole lot to do, and that's kind of the same song and dance for every other character, outside of, like, developing them further as, like, friends and, all the fucked up baggage that they're carrying and learning to come to terms with it and move forward and be stronger from it. Outside of, like, those character struggles, there's not a whole lot of things the characters get to do, like, actively do. So overall, it's just a little disappointing, especially considering the note that season 2 leaves off on with the finale. The finale is, like, shockingly weak. So, I didn't dislike season 2, like I still did enjoy it. It's not bad, but it is, I don't know, it feels a little undercooked. Like there was definitely a better meal that could have been served with all of the things that they had, like all of the ingredients. I think they were too focused on like setting things up for the next, either season of Peacemaker or the next like Superman movie or something like that. I think it was a little too thinking about the future that it kind of neglected what would make a season successful, like Peacemaker season 1. So I think it was a bit of a step back overall, but I didn't hate it. Anyway, though, that's just kind of how I feel about Peacemaker season 2. That's about it. See ya. Have you ever seen a senator burglarizing her stepmother in the middle of the night, getting caught in the act, then arrested, then losing her position while facing felony burglary charges? Well, you're about to.
On April 22, 2024, Becker County Police Department in Minnesota received a 911 call reporting an active break-in. Little did they know, they would soon find out the suspect is an elected senator for the state of Minnesota.
When I read the title from Midwest Safety, I immediately pictured Senator Armstrong from Metal Gear Rising. Half expected to click into this video and get the monologue, "Nanomachine's son. Played college ball, Could have gone pro if I didn't burglarize my stepmother." But it turns out that's not the case.
Becker County 911.
Somebody just broke into my house.
Oh,
They just ran down into my basement.
Did you get a look at him at all?
No, it was completely dark. I tripped over him. He was on the floor next to my bed. He ran downstairs into my basement.
Okay.
Spoiler alert, the burglar is a senator named Nicole Mitchell. Well, now former Senator Nicole Mitchell. And she, I think, holds the title of the most incompetent burglar in human history. This is some shit out of Home Alone. This is the not-so-wet bandit here. I don't know what the thought process was. So apparently she was, like, hiding under or near her stepmother's bed, and her stepmother tripped over her, which is how she was alerted to her presence. And then she just, like, fucking pitter-patters her way to the basement to try and flee. So then the stepmother's like, what the fuck? What in tarnation? Calls the police, and she's like more confused than anything. Like, yeah, there's a burglar here. tripped over him. He was like under my bed. I don't know if it was like a panty raid or what, but like they were under my bed, so I tripped over him. Would really love if you came and arrested them. They ran into my basement, I think.
I have a little steak knife in my hand right now.
Steak knife? Okay. All right.
I don't know where they could have. I don't see any.
She's clearly very frightened, like anyone would be in this situation. She's grabbed the steak knife to protect herself if things go south. I imagine she'd bust out some fucking Leon S. Kennedy level moves if, the situation called for it, but luckily the police got there in a pretty timely fashion, it seems, because when they arrive, the burglar is still there.
Police department, make yourself known. 37 Becker got a little motion underneath the stairs in the house. Sounds like he's trying to get outside of the back to the north of the house.
Get on the ground.
Okay.
Get on the ground.
Carol? Yeah? It's Nicole. It's Nicole? Yeah. I was just trying to get a couple of my dad's things because he wouldn't talk to me anymore.
So they got her, and then the big reveal, the huge plot twist. She calls her stepmother by name, and the stepmother is shocked that it's her stepdaughter, Nicole. And she tries to explain that she was just there to get a few of her dad's things. Now that story is going to change a lot over the course of this adventure, but make a note of this. She's there because she just wants to get some of her father's belongings, which explains why she's in a cartoonish cat burglar outfit. It actually looks like she's going to a Halloween costume party, but couldn't think of any ideas, so stopped by Spirit Halloween and grabbed the cheapest burglar costume she could find for it. It is unbelievable how, cliche this outfit is. I am stunned to see a real burglary from someone dressed like this. I'm also shocked that she didn't just, bolt for the front door and run away. Instead, she trapped herself in the basement and just squatted there, literally just standing in the middle of the bathroom. I don't know if she tried to do a Blair Witch staring at the wall or something, if I can't see them, they can't see me. I have no idea, but it was not the cleanest getaway. And speaking of clean, you need to clean yourself up using Cheeky Soap. And great news, we just introduced a new scent into the family here, Bahami Mami. It's a tropical scent. It is fantastic. You're going to love it, and you need to upgrade your hygiene. It's time, and this is the best way of doing it. Highly moisturizing body soap, best soap in the universe. Go to usecheeky.com and get some.
She also stole documents out of the house. She's my stepdaughter. I didn't steal any documents. How did I steal documents?
Nicole, what's your last name?
Mitchell.
Stand up.
No one stole anything, Carol. I don't have anything on me.
If you want to talk. You got anything on you?
No.
Yeah, what a nonsensical thought process, Carol. Obviously no one stole anything. What an outlandish thought to even cross your head. Why would you even get the idea that there could have been a burglary taking place here just because I'm in your house unannounced in the middle of the night, hiding under your bed, dressed like I'm about to go rob a bank? What? Does that mean all of a sudden I'm here stealing something? No.
Why was she squatting down next to my bed?
Who is this to you?
Pardon?
Who's this to you?
She's my stepdaughter.
Stepdaughter.
She's also a Minnesota senator.
A great question, Carol. Why was she squatting down next to your bed? The world may never know. The Lord has no idea.
She lives in the Twin Cities.
Unknown to the officer at the time, the suspect previously was a meteorologist for the Weather Channel and a local news anchor before being elected a senator.
She's a senator?
Yeah. Yeah, was.
Was or is currently?
She is. I meant after this.
Oh.
Her stepdaughter may have been a meteorologist predicting the weather, but Carol predicted the future here with this one, and she was right on the money. It is past tense. Nicole was a senator, but after this burglary, she is no longer and is facing some super serious charges.
My husband passed away, just her father. And the day after he died, her aunt came here, and they walked out with all these, it was Tuesday.
Okay.
They were walking out the door with all these forms, and I ran out the door. I said, "What are you guys doing?" Nancy said, "We're just trying to help you, just trying to figure out where you are financially."
No, it's a...
So here's where breadcrumbs start to connect a little bit. Carol mentions that Nicole is very close to one of her aunts, And after her husband passed away, they came and took some documents from this house while saying that they're just making sure she's doing everything, correct when it comes to finances. Which, that smells a little fishy. There's something stinky afoot there. And now all of a sudden Nicole is back unannounced in the middle of the night, dressed like a fucking thief class in an MMO.
My dad died last year. She's paranoid. Well, now she's really paranoid. But,
Has she done this before?
Not that, but she's insisted that my son should get nothing. She should get everything, all that stuff.
Where'd she come in at?
Get into my bed.
You know?
I don't have a clue.
when everyone tried to help her right after the funeral.
She's not trying to help me. She's trying to get money.
She kept... I can show you my bank account.
Well, let's go upstairs.
So this is Nicole Mitchell's strategy. This is her go-to play here to try and weasel her way out of the trouble she's in. The crux of her argument for why she's there is that her stepmother is paranoid, and she's been mentally declining, and she's senile, doesn't understand things, so she's, talking all crazy, all that paranoia. But Carol, I think, seems pretty sharp here in recognizing that Nicole is probably there for financial reasons again, because it seems like that's something that's happened in the past, granted not to this level. And Nicole just keeps harping on no, she's just paranoid. As Nicole is literally dressed like a fucking burglar out of a Saturday morning cartoon in her house in the middle of the night looking to steal shit. I don't think that's paranoia. Paranoia indicates that there's some level of delusion or disconnect from reality. Carol is very grounded in reality. Nicole Mitchell is off in fucking goober space.
Yep, there it is.
That window?
Over there, yep.
Okay. This is her bag?
Must be. I don't know.
Yeah, stuck in the window.
I'm just hoping this mistake won't completely. I know I did something bad. After the funeral, my aunts tried to help her. She thinks they stole from her when they were just trying to get her affairs in order.
Okay.
She has progressively cut off the family.
They find a backpack half pushed through the window. They eventually find 2 laptops in that bag, which coincidentally turns out Carol is missing 2 laptops. But we'll get to Nicole's excuse for that in a moment. She denies that the 2 laptops are Carol's. And now while talking to Nicole, she once again tries to harp on she's just unreasonable and she's just real out of it. She's gone loopy. She thinks everyone's out to get her, and so she's progressively cut off the family. To be honest with you, Nicole, I can see why she would progressively cut off the family here, considering one of the family members is breaking into her house in the middle of the fucking night, lying next to her bed doing a tabletop challenge or something. It makes sense. I don't think it's paranoia. I think she made the completely correct call in cutting off this part of the family here. And she mentions the aunts, something Carol also mentioned without the two of them even communicating, so it's pretty clear that there is something going on with the aunts and Nicole and the finances here that Carol has after the passing of her husband.
Okay.
But she's got Alzheimer's and she's gotten... I know this doesn't help. This is just going to prove the point. But she's gotten paranoid and thinks we're all out to get her and won't let anyone in the house. I just wanted to get a couple of my dad's mementos. And that's all.
Okay. So what kind of mementos?
A couple pictures and maybe one of his shirts.
So she's saying that Carol has Alzheimer's and thinks everyone's out to get her, and thus she broke into her house to get some of her father's mementos. Nicole, it does seem like you're out to get her, and I'm inclined to believe other members of the family are too, considering you've conspired with them to take some documents from her house. It does seem like she's 100% in the right to think that there are some members of the family out to get her.
Hi.
What's your name?
Nicole.
Are those laptops in your backpack yours?
Yes?
Okay. She's saying she's missing 2 laptops.
I mean, I can show you one. It's got my kid's Minecraft game on it.
Okay. What's the other one for?
I have one for work.
Okay.
She has Alzheimer's. She's been misplacing things. I can show you texts going back months saying, things are missing, this and that.
Okay. I'm just asking, so it's not a reason to break anybody's house.
No, that wasn't my intention.
Already.
She decided to bring 2 laptops with her in the backpack to a burglary? It's an interesting plan. Her strategy, it escapes me, but I'm not a galaxy brain, mega mind level intellect like Nicole Mitchell, clearly. But they then talk more to Carol, and they're asking about, what did she take previously, and she mentions that what her and her aunts took last time were a bunch of bank papers. The officers are asking, well, why would she be taking these things? How does this help her? And then she mentions that her husband didn't have an actual will. So the bank papers and all that she believes is for, inheritance stuff, financial kind of gain. Which makes a lot of sense. Significantly more sense than Nicole's story.
Okay, how come it has Carol's name on it?
It was one that she had given me way back when to use for the kids.
Well, she's missing 2 laptops. That's what she said. So I'm taking this laptop. How about this one? Okay, that one's got your name on it. Okay. That one will stay with your property, but I am taking this one.
That's fine.
Did you try shoving that backpack out and it didn't go out?
I want to answer your questions.
So one of them had Carol's name on it, and the other does seem to be actually hers. The state of Minnesota laptop right there. So she did, I guess, bring a laptop to this. My guess being she wanted to take Carol's laptop and upload things from it to hers, perhaps? I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. But it is very clear that she had some bad intentions. I don't think it was just to get some of her father's mementos. And in fact, she completely drops that narrative, by the way. After this arrest, this is the only time she tries making that claim. She then must have consulted with a lawyer or something, fucking called Saul, but Saul was too busy on Fent or something, because then she completely changes this story and goes with the narrative that she was actually only there to check on her stepmother's well-being because she cared so much. She just loves her so much and wanted to make sure she was okay.
Which is a felony, as well as possession of burglary tools. Mitchell was a Minnesota state senator at the time of her arrest and refused to resign after the incident. She accused her mother-in-law of suffering from paranoia about break-ins and senility. She also refused the release of the body cam footage. After her arrest, she posted on social media changing her story that she claimed in the body cam footage. Instead of saying she was there to take possession of her father's mementos, her social media post claims she was there to simply check on her stepmother due to her health issues, and she startled her, essentially putting the blame on the stepmother's medical problems.
Now, I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on wellness checks here, but this seems like a really bad approach to checking on someone whom you believe to have declining mental health. To dress up like a burglar and then hide under their bed in the middle of the night unannounced, and then scaring the bejeebus out of them, then scurrying down to the basement while desperately trying to get through the window. I don't know, call me crazy, but it just doesn't really seem like the priority and the goal here with breaking into the house was just to make sure that your beloved stepmother was doing okay. I feel like if someone was wanting to check on me, they probably wouldn't bust into my fucking house in the middle of the night and hide under my bed, causing me to trip over them, still say nothing, by the way, and then just run away. I don't know. I wouldn't have that moment and be like, oh, thank God they checked on me. That wasn't a burglar. That was my best friend, no doubt, making sure that I'm doing okay. Ah, that's so sweet of them to stop by in their burglar costume in the middle of the night. What a crazy story to try and spin. There is no human being on the planet that would believe that. Like, her previous attempt with, getting her father's mementos, that makes sense if she had any of her father's mementos in her bag, which she didn't, apparently. So maybe that's why they tried this, because she couldn't, procure any of that. It clearly wasn't why she was there. So maybe the lawyer was like, if you try that, they're going to grill you on, well, why didn't you have the mementos? Whereas here, they can't tell you what you were actually there to do, I suppose. But you can definitely poke a hole in the logic of this. It makes no sense at all. She didn't check on Carol's health or anything. And if she was there to do that, why is she dressed like a burglar? There are just so many obvious flaws with it. Though now I'm really playing with this thought experiment here, how you'd possibly argue this. I guess maybe something you could squeak out is be like, oh, well, I thought Carol liked burglars. You know how some people really like clowns, clap at clowns, makes them laugh, makes them feel better. I thought Carol would feel better if I dressed like a burglar. I always thought she was a big fan of that get-up. I misunderstood, I'm sorry, but I really was there to check on her health. Like, I don't know, like, maybe you could try that?
This, however, doesn't line up with the fact that she was wearing the most cliché burglar outfit she possibly could have. She then put out a statement saying she has no intention of resigning from her seat in the Senate. However, in mid-July 2025, things took an unexpected turn for her.
New today, a Minnesota state senator found guilty of burglarizing her stepmother's home has officially resigned. She testified during her trial she was checking on her stepmom, not stealing from her. A jury disagreed, finding her guilty.
According to Midwest Safety, her sentencing is on the 10th, but she was found guilty of the burglary. I think we can say with confidence, probably one of the most unskilled burglars the video camera footage has ever captured. Like, this is Three Stooges level. So, yeah, that's really about it. So, yeah. I am filthy pig stink greasy right now, and I was just about to hop in the shower, get all clean and bathed with my cheeky soap, but as I was getting the towel, I had a memory hit my hippocampus like a Jimmy Neutron brain blast. Earlier today when I was streaming during a tournament, I saw a ton of people ask me for hours what I thought of Watch Mojo making fools of themselves. Like the Watch Mojo crash out is what they were saying. And when I saw it initially, I had to do like a triple take, because I hadn't seen the name Watch Mojo in who knows how long. I'm telling you, 2026 is dusting off some fucking old school villain cameos here, like James Charles and now Watch Mojo. So I decided to pump the brakes on the whole hygiene thing so I could take a look at this before I lost the memory again forever, just have it fall into the void. And it is kind of wacky, so I do kind of want to yap about it because it's really goofy. And Watch Mojo is, again, a name that I think probably most of you haven't thought of in a long time. They were one of, like, the earliest corpo slop YouTube channels that capitalized off of, here's the 5 most terrifying Disney deaths. Here's the 8 most important lessons we learned from The Poop That Took a Pee, the musical. That kind of thing. It was just algorithm bait in the early-ish YouTube era that caught fire, blew up, and they became like a conglomerate. Nowadays, you never hear that name brought up, not even as an insult. It's just a forgotten relic of the first wave of corporatization of YouTube content. But they didn't close their doors and sail off into the sunset. They still are out there with a sad whimper, just petering through and still desperately clinging to their formula that doesn't really work anymore, but they're still just tooting out the slime goop that they always did. 13 times toothpicks appeared in Quentin Tarantino films, or top 10 moments AI made the internet mad, that kind of shit. And recently, they made a comment that everyone has been dunking on, and that's why Watch Mojo is being talked about right now, because people are making fun of them for their crash out.
Well, a YouTuber known as Voyan released a video called Watch Mojo's Downfall Should Be Celebrated. The video talks about how Watch Mojo was some of the first slop content on YouTube and has slowly decreased in views over the years. Not that their content was ever high quality, but it's definitely gotten a little bit worse.
A little bit worse? What are you smoking? Get off the crack pipe, Buster. Who doesn't want to look at the top 10 AI-generated songs? That's some heat right there. They're cooking. I think they're about to enter their golden age again. I got a hunch. Anyway, a YouTuber named Voyan made a video covering kind of just like the whole history of Watch Mojo, the time period in which it existed, where it was prominent, and also where it is today and how everything's kind of unraveled for them. Anyway, it is a video that is pretty harsh on Watch Mojo. And, well, they weren't about to take that on their bellies. They weren't just gonna bend over for them. So, they decided to fight back. And what battlefield did they choose for this pugilistic combat with a mean YouTube video about them? You guessed it, the YouTube comment section. They left a little piece of their mind down there, and it's pretty embarrassing. They opened strong by saying, "The day no one talks you is the day you are irrelevant, so thank you." They couldn't even get their first sentence coherent. The day no one talks you, huh? That seems like some shit that someone would rapidly type in a League of Legends solo queue game as they are melting down from ending. How do you even fuck that up? They are a company. This isn't just a guy. This is a company that's posting this, by the way. Okay. Never heard of your channel, and I admit I didn't see the video, but a few points. Yeah, these are going to be really strong points. When you haven't even watched the fucking video you're responding to, what in tarnation? In 2006, when we first started, we were obviously a bit ahead of the curve. In 2012, when every channel was some vlogger sitting on the couch, we mastered our signature style, and many cried as it looked more like VH1, MTV, ESPN, and not what the vocal minority viewed as YouTube content, aka corporate brand shit. That was the complaint, that it felt soulless, that you were just delivering off of like, here's 5 games, okay, and there they are. That was the complaint. It didn't look like VH1, MTV, or ESPN. It looked like just fucking montage of 5 things that you found on Reddit that you put into your top 5 games that have punching mechanics. That was what people were talking about there. The challenge in media is staying relevant, keeping your audience guessing, etc. There's what guesswork is there with a Watch Mojo list? What the fuck? Companies like BuzzFeed, Vice, Vox, and channels that inspired themselves by us, by their own admission, all came and went. We managed to both keep our OG fans happy and innovate. Is there such thing as a Watch Mojo fan? I feel like that's not real. That's just a fairy tale. That's like being a lobotomy enthusiast. I feel like Watch Mojo doesn't have fans. It has bots or has people that just had the YouTube running in the background and Watch Mojo came on through autoplay. Or 12 years ago, they saw the title 8 times that sci-fi movies used a whoopee cushion. Some shit like that. And then they stumbled across a Watch Mojo video. But I don't think there's people that are like actively salivating over the next Watch Mojo release. Like, I can't wait to see what AI generated song is popping this time around. Can't wait for Watch Mojo to deliver. If by downfall you mean being a survivor, having 100 plus FTEs who earn their living with us, then I will take it. How does Watch Mojo have 100 plus full-time employees? I'm assuming that's what FTE stands for. There's no way. That has to be a lie, or that is the most bloated company for the simplest dog shit ever. That has to be the easiest job on the planet. They're patting themselves on the back for still drooling out the lists, but it's not like they're doing well. That's kind of like one of the big points of the video they're responding to that they admit they haven't even watched. Like, they're hanging on in the same way that Blockbuster is. Like, yeah, there's still one left, but you wouldn't really call it, like, super healthy, but at least Blockbuster has its own charm to it. Watch Mojo has nothing. But they're over here like, any publicity is good publicity, you're talking about us, so how the fuck is that irrelevant? Checkmate. Also, this may be inside baseball, but you are aware that a VOD is YouTube 1.0, and the platform has evolved, right? I could break it down for you, but why bother? Hint, viewers are spending nearly an hour per watch session watching our content. We are, in the ways that matter, more pertinent than ever. Holy delusion. Yikes. As per Sound Mojo, again, think of 2012 when the vocal minority whined and then we got the last laugh. Then they sign off with a mic drop. Haters, envious, jealous people are fuel to our fire. The reply right under it had a big giggle out of me. It says, this is like the Ouija board speaking back. I thought that was a banger. Pretty stupid to respond to something they didn't even watch in the first place, and they just come across as like a bitter, delusional douchebag organization. What a dumb response. And again, they didn't watch the video, so they have like nothing to even like refute or even really dive in about. They just instead suck their own cock about like how long they've been around and how they were ahead of the curve. And actually, based on the data that matters, are more pertinent now than ever, which is just provably false. They are not. unless they're going by like watch time metrics where they themselves are juicing it by auto-playing to bots or something, they are not as pertinent as ever. Anyone can look that up and see that that's just a full-blown lie. Maybe they're trying to like convince investors or something. I don't know, but it's not going to work on like sane people. It's just a really baffling decision because they didn't need to like respond to it or anything. And it's not like they're known for clapping back against people that make fun of them. It just feels so out of nowhere. So it is wacky, and I did want to yap about it because why? why do that? Maybe it is just like one person who has the password to the account that felt personally attacked by it. Maybe it's the owner. I don't know. But yeah, pretty silly. That's really about it. So yeah. All right, today at the round table, it's going to be a science discussion as well as an experiment potentially. Can you freeze a fart? What are your thoughts going into this?
Why?
Because someone's got to do the groundbreaking research.
Depends on the pressure of the chamber that you're releasing into.
Yeah. So when I was initially brainstorming, so it was an evolution. It started with a fart delivery where I'd go to Matt's house and fart into the Ring doorbell.
Great.
But I usually can't do that audibly, so I probably would have ended up shitting my pants and it'd be like a ding dong shitch. So I was like, there's got to be an extension of this idea.
Well, when you say freeze a fart, do you mean like you now have a fart snowball? Or
Yeah,
do you mean like you want to be able to open a jar and the sound of the same fart is coming out?
What I was envisioning is I would fart and while it's still like the fumes, it'd be frozen.
My theory is smarter people than us can do it.
Yeah.
And more so than more brain cells, it's more technology at their disposal.
We could get Jamie Heineman on it, I think.
Here's the thing. We're going to fart into a container.
Right.
Container.
Amaranth proved the theory. You can do that.
Right.
Yeah, you can
Although
shit
I will
farts.
say once again, we did not smell the fart. Our jar was empty.
Yeah. That was just an empty jar.
We got scammed.
Oh.
Here's the method. You fart into a jar.
Yeah.
The jar goes into the bag that you vacuum seal. Because you can't just vacuum seal the fart. The fart comes out.
Yeah.
You need the fart contained in the vacuum sealed bag.
Of course.
That gets dipped into the liquid nitrogen, which from looking online will freeze some of the fart gases, but not all of them.
Will it freeze the gases or just the particles? Like
gases.
the solid part. It will freeze the gases.
It seems like the
solid
two
particles, brother. It's a fart. Am I right?
They were saying there will be poop particles.
That's what smells.
yeah,
I mean, that is what.
There's going to be like flakes of poop. That's the fart shit. So that's.
It's really, if you think of it, it's like the base of a soup.
It's the broth.
What the fuck do you mean by that?
It's like
It's like the miso paste that you put in there. Yeah.
It's the miso paste in your soup.
Because it's a gas.
Yeah.
You can
naturally.
You can put it in you can make it condensate.
That's
into
what I'm
a
saying.
liquid.
It is an issue of density because like water becomes a gas and it becomes a cloud, and if you scoop up a cloud and freeze it, it turns into snow. That's what snow is. It's frozen cloud. So the idea is that you need to get enough fart together to make a literal fart cloud that you freeze into shit snow.
Well, no, because you're already in that you're talking about a gaseous state. We are producing it in a gaseous state.
All right, I'll
It's
translate
coming
what Drew
to
says.
you.
We need to fart in Matt's pool, is what he's saying.
So Ryan has had this idea, and I think this is stronger
This has to be the
than
case.
whatever we're trying to do here is going into a body of water
That's
and
really
just
smart.
catching the bubbles.
The problem
Matt's
is you
pool.
can't
Matt's
only
hot tub.
catch the bubble.
Yeah,
you're getting water.
There's
Yeah,
got to
but
be a
you
way
can-
to
no, you
create a
can
vacuum
just
in the
catch
jar
them. You can do that.
to catch the air.
You
There's
hold
got to
the
be
jar
a way to
upside
do it.
down, and then we just try to catch Charlie's farts like the bubbles, like a little mini game. Yeah.
It's like a Wario.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. With enough jars, we could do it. You can fill the jar with water and then fart into it because the fart will push into the jar and push the water out.
Okay. If we were going to UT and we had a like science department behind us,
Which we will be.
Yeah.
They have
we
a pool.
We have solid ceramic, or not ceramic, but like glass box with a little pump on the end of it.
That you connect to your butt.
You will do that, but first you get a vacuum that sucks it out, sucks out all the air.
Yeah.
It is a perfect vacuum in there, as close as we can get humanly.
It's got it.
Then we attach a hose to our ass to put it blue, and we fart. And this is going to take a couple weeks probably to fill this whole little thing up with
That's
fart.
the thing, is the quantity issue, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we take a little bit of time. We let them get real stinky in there. Then liquid nitrogen all around it.
And even
Let's get
then-
Nile red.
So liquid nitrogen is only cold enough to it was freeze like 2 of the gases.
So we're
that
filter
comprise-
freezing farts.
Right.
Okay.
You're taking out some of the fart components.
Is there something to farting into like a vacuum cleaner? So suck it up and contain it. Is there something there? I don't know. It just popped into my brain.
Are you asking would it be funny? Because yeah.
If you stopped at vacuum, I was like, yes. And then you had a cleaner, and I was
Well,
like,
no,
no.
just like basically like you just like
Whoa, wait.
take like
Okay.
the shop vac, put it up to Aaron's ass, let him fart. It just goes into the vacuum,
If we
right?
move
Now we've
forward
got
with this idea,
now we've got fart.
imagine we have a vacuum. We hold it up to an ass. We fart into it. We do this 500 times. You pull out the filter. What's there? Poop? Or is there like fart essence attached to the filter? Because then you don't even need to freeze it.
The soul, yeah.
It's like it's fart
essence,
extract.
yeah. Is if we do that, if Charlie then goes to Matt's house, puts it in the microwave, or throws it at his door or whatever, then you're just throwing poop, and that is fucked up.
Yeah.
If you can keep
It's
it at
no
fart,
longer a joke
it
at
becomes
that point.
solid,
It's-
and that's gross.
It's
I wouldn't do that anymore because Chase had a really good point. Like, we could unfreeze the fart in 3,000 years.
That's true. Running off of my theory of farting into a vacuum cleaner, you could then reverse it and like blow up balloons with it and then freeze those.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, there
you
you
put
go.
the filter on the other end, you blow through the filter. You've now created a non-human fart. You've extracted the human element.
That's true.
Literally
We could
the
just-
soul of the
We
fart.
could just fart on like a screen or poop on a screen, smear it around, and then put it in front of a fan
And blow air.
And now we have a manufactured fart.
This is the most evil thing the warehouse has ever done.
I don't think I like where this video is.
The manufacturing of farts a pretty good idea because you could do that you just need a fan.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
I think we're losing. Oh, sorry. Go
If we
ahead.
could fart into a chamber and then apply pressure to it,
Yes.
like an immense amount of pressure, it will condensate into a liquid
From a
that can
fart
Yes, that
black
is
hole.
true. That is true.
that can then be frozen.
I think that's actually a harder experiment.
I agree.
This is not,
100%, but it is more pure.
this is not the experiment we're doing, but I think it would be really cool if we farted, had scientists.
End of sentence.
If we fart, if we poop. Farts have. Everyone always, as a kid, they were always like cow farts have methane and stuff.
Yeah,
Do
right.
Human farts have.
I'm nearly 100%
Yeah.
certain.
We
that
do
they
make-
Has anyone ever tried slamming fart particles together in like an
like the
accelerator?
LHC?
Large Hadron Collider? Yeah, that would be good.
I know you guys are working
Well,
on
no.
black holes.
The brown hole.
Because then that opens the portal to the poop dimension.
There has to be.
It literally
I think
has
it
to be
is
the
pool.
It
It is
literally
pool.
has to be the pool.
Yeah.
Once again, though, you're not doing that without getting water, and that destroys the experiment.
It's also.
You can displace water, but here's the thing: if there's enough fart concentrated in one direction, we will get some.
What's wrong?
once
What's
again-
wrong with the little water in the jar?
Yeah,
when you
It's
freeze
not
it?
going to be a little water.
Well, here's the thing.
Well, if you fart enough, it'll fill up the jar.
We're either
We
doing
just have to fill the
some
whole
water
jar
or
with farts.
some air.
I think if we're doing this, we need to do bathtub because chlorinated water is going to fuck up the fart. The chlorine is
That's
going
true,
to kill
that's
the
true,
fart.
that's true, that's
Like,
true, that's
And we don't want to mix chlorine gas with our gas. You don't know.
Definitely.
That's
don't
mustard
do
gas.
that.
Yeah,
You're in the Monsanto territory.
Yeah,
I don't want to.
we don't want to deal
Wait,
with
do
that.
you guys want me to go ahead and order Taco Bell for everybody?
Hey, do we have ice cream? I'll beat you to it.
The engine.
If you just feed Ryan lactose,
Yeah, it's bad.
Here's the thing. We also have a 3D printer. Can we print the shape of someone's ass perfectly to make a perfect seal where
Like
they
a
can just
mold?
sit on like a mold and then fart and then it has nowhere to go except into
And then put
the
a rubber
apparatus?
seal, like a gasket.
Yeah,
around the
yeah.
edge.
Side. The issue here is it better to have less ass or more ass?
All right, wait.
That's an easy-
I'm
Because, like-
figuring this out. I'm going back to my whiteboard.
Oh no, God, the whiteboard. Oh no.
If we're,
Yeah.
if we're gonna start using a whiteboard in these, can we get one that isn't see-through that you
want me
can't
to do
actually?
it on the wall
yes,
with the whiteboard thing?
100%. Because you just can't see that on camera.
Just right on the wall.
Here, it's got whiteboard.
Wait, behind Charlie, by Shrek.
No, this has
It's got
whiteboard
whiteboard
paint.
paint on it.
Okay.
Oh, is that why
Sort
there's
of.
writing that's not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
It doesn't erase.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
So it's just
Well, the problem's the texture. Let's switch gears. How do we get this off the wall? Have you ever played the latest Bloons Tower Defense? You know, there's the spike thrower like that.
Yeah.
We do this. Center container,
We're all farting into the same container.
multiple tubes.
It's like a hookah, but in
Yes.
reverse.
It's hookah for your ass. It's reverse ass hookah. It's the communal fart into vacuum sealed thing. Once we have enough, you clip the hoses. You've got that into the vat of liquid.
That's, the Geneva Convention was invented for this exact reason. We
stay down.
It'll stay down.
The best part is I think the only way it works is if you are farting with your ass in the air, because if you're just sitting on something and fart into a tube, it will never go up. Like the tube has to be going straight like upwards. So you're gonna have to fart like this to make sure. No.
Well, imagine there's also a cue here where like if everybody farts 300 times, if we spend hours, it's gotta push. Like the gas has to move.
No, it will move up.
No.
It will move up if it has, because it's lighter than air. It will go up into the device. So as long as the tubes are vertical, it will go up into.
So we essentially, I am picturing this. We
should make like a device, a toilet, basically a fart toilet. That you strap in and then it rotates you upside down, so you're like strapped in.
Going into the warehouse, Charlie's fucking suspended, and there's just a container up here with a hose to his ass.
It's like a century.
I was gonna say we're thinking about this the wrong way. We're thinking we have to go up or down. You got to flip the axis. You start spinning around in a centrifuge and it sucks all the fart like to the middle.
Yeah, exactly. It's like something Immortan Joe would have in like his lair.
He's got his concubine of like women, and he's like, "You can't birth me, my perfect son. Get in the fart centrifuge."
If we're gonna create this fart milking apparatus, I think we should revisit the vacuum idea, because then we don't have to worry about the orientation or like the axis.
Yeah,
it's
that's
just
true.
it's
The problem is if you vacuum seal into your ass, you will just pull your organs out of your body.
The other thing is, a vacuum, even though it's in the name, a vacuum is not a vacuum.
It's also not airtight.
Yeah.
Right.
What are you even talking about? It's a vacuum.
It's not about creating a vacuum. It's just like,
It's about the sucking.
It's about the suction.
I see.
No,
but
yeah,
it's gonna
it's gonna suck your organs out of your
Yeah,
body.
Fart's gonna go bye-bye.
If we have to prolapse our anuses for science.
No, what if we make
it's probably gonna
a
melt.
dry ice freezer?
Yeah, we need a
with glass,
We need
so we
a
can see it.
vacuum chamber.
Yeah, so we can.
All of our problems are solved with a vacuum chamber.
If you've got a vacuum, reach out to us.
And a vacuum chamber also solves the thing that Chase has been saying the whole time. Pressure is a massive factor that we can abuse to make it easier or harder to solidify the fart.
Forcibly condensate it.
Yes.
So that it's in liquid form. So then we can just.
At that point, could we just keep pressing it tighter until it's a solid?
Yes.
Yeah.
Theoretically, I don't think we could do it.
Yeah.
I feel like at some point, I feel like at some point the boiling point of the fart becomes an issue, right?
Damn.
Because at a high pressure, the boiling point changes.
Right.
Or is it that at low pressure?
So is it going to explode?
But
If
like
we
you
press
can
a fart too hard, will it explode? That's the next question.
It's like a twice-baked fart. It farts itself.
Put it under hydraulic press.
I was looking it up to see the freezing point of like the gases in fart, like the sulfur gas, the methane and stuff, and all of them freeze too low. Because I was gonna say if we did get it to like -200 somehow, the air could stay gaseous and the fart could all solidify around, and we'd have a beautiful fart snow falling.
Is it poetic or disgusting that when Matt was drawing his theoretical device that now it looks like a butthole?
I think that's
Yeah, I thought that's what he was going
happy coincidence.
Yeah, I think that's a
very happy coincidence. I just got a lot more info. If you have a lab and you want to help us with this,
a lab would be helpful.
Yeah,
A lab would be nice.
It's definitely possible.
It is small lab somewhere, like the Department of Fartology. They just like burst open the doors, papers are flying. They're like, "Gentlemen,
we're back.
We've been summoned."
Needles, we just jab our intestines and pull and we're done.
We need the Scream extractor from Monsters Inc.
Yeah. But for buttholes.
That's what I was thinking, and then I was like, my blood isn't gonna get out of the way for that. Sadly, I'm gonna be putting the needle in. I'm gonna be like, can I get to the fart? And my capillaries are gonna be like, no, I'm sorry, I can't move today.
Halt! I can't allow you.
Osmosis Jones is gonna be like, get the go, move the fart, get it to the.
They just hear for one thing.
Burn the farts. They're coming for the farts. Flush the farts.
Like the SpongeBob meme he's throwing
All right, we'll see you from Matt's pool.
See it at NASA.
Either my pool or NASA.
One or the other.
We definitely are going to keep talking about this after the camera.
Yeah, I missed it again. Call me your mother, because I just got fucked raw again. So, I'm sure a lot of you know what I'm going to be talking about. Yesterday, Dogecoin exploded, going up to like 47 cents. Some of you watching are probably already millionaires because you cashed out on your Dogecoin. I am not one of those people. For the last few months, I've had this overwhelming fear of missing out on anything. Ever since the whole GME GameStop stock explosion, I scratch at my neck like a goddamn meth addict waiting for my fix on things to make sure I'm in early on. And yet still, somehow, I fucking miss Dogecoin. And that's an understatement. I didn't miss Dogecoin. I made the conscious decision to not invest in Dogecoin. Last month, like early April, I put money into every fucking crypto altcoin possible except Dogecoin. I put money into a goddamn crypto that only one person in my Twitch chat mentioned one time. It's probably something he made in his goddamn basement just for like a little pump and dump scheme. Something that I'm the only one who has any fucking coins in. And I put money into that and not Dogecoin, an established meme coin for like a decade now. I don't know how dumb a human being can be. I'm that stupid asshole that showed up to the party of crypto and decided not to have any fun, not gonna drink any alcohol, or just have a good time at all. I came in there to be miserable, and that's exactly what I'm fucking doing. I was convinced in my stupid idiot brain that Dogecoin was gonna go back down to like 2 cents and I'd wait till then to put money in. And I wasn't in any rush, it's a marathon, not a sprint. There's no reason to blow my whole load here and go in at 5 cents. I'll get a better deal during the fire sale. Maybe I'll wait till Thanksgiving's Black Friday deal for fucking Dogecoin. And then of course Elon Musk takes one puff of weed and makes a tweet about Dogecoin again, and that shit soars to record heights, and I'm just sitting here with my fucking soft cock in my hand, all sad and lonely. Of course this massive boom here isn't entirely thanks to Elon Musk or anything, but he's kind of like the face of Dogecoin at this point. He is to Dogecoin what Jesus Christ is to the Bible. He's just such an instrumental part of the whole Dogecoin story at this point. And to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if at some point Dogecoin overthrows the US dollar as the preferred currency. It's just getting to such wacky and wild new heights, and I'm still just over here playing with my little action figures in the bathtub of awful altcoins that aren't moving. So when that day does come, I hope you Dogecoin enjoyers, the Dogecoin overlords, will accept my humble schmoobles. I'm extremely happy for everyone who did make huge fat stacks from the Dogecoin boom. A lot of people from Twitch chat last night were talking and flexing their earnings from it, and I really am happy for those people. It's great to see people winning like this, especially today, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel a little shitty sitting on the bench while the Dogecoin team celebrates the national championship victory here. And this is really just like the whole story with me in crypto. Some of you know this, but like in 2015, early 2016, I first got into crypto. Andrew and I actually both got into it at the same time, and we put money into like the big ones. At the time, Litecoin was like $10, Bitcoin was just a little over 1,000, Ethereum was like 100, and we put money into those and we sat on them for a while. I got kind of into it, like I was experiencing that early frat douchebag crypto mania, so I was buying like some Ripple, some Monero, Tether, a couple others, and I just sat on it for a long time and completely lost interest. And as time progressed and these things started blowing up, last year I realized I no longer had access to all of those coins. And by last year I mean like 5 months ago. So like 5 months ago I realized I didn't have access to my Bitcoin. I had like 2 Bitcoin. I didn't have access to my Sia coin, my cherished Sia coin, which when I bought it was worth 1/8 of a penny. And all of this shit, my Ripple, I had a fucking ton of that. I couldn't get it anymore. It was on this wallet that I didn't have the password nor the 12-digit security code for. So it's locked away in this like Egyptian tomb here, and I can't get to the sarcophagus to unearth my Bitcoin and shit, which would be worth a lot right now. And it's all just sitting there in this old decrepit wallet, just rotting away, scared, wondering when its parents are gonna come by and pick them up from school. And I just can't fucking get into them. So ever since realizing I would never be able to get into Atlantis and get my old cryptos back, I tried to get back into crypto so I wouldn't have to go through this traumatic experience again. And yet here we are again, repeating history where I've missed out on the main crypto that's blown the fuck up. And it's one that I actively turned away. It came to my house to trick or treat, and I spit in its face and told Dogecoin, get the fuck out of here. And it makes me sick. It's incredible how I can constantly make the worst possible decisions when it comes to cryptos. It's almost more impressive to actively fuck up this many times than it would be to even accidentally get it right once. It's pretty wild. and still pretty upsetting. I know, of course, just like with GME, there's a lot of people that will hold for the rest of their lives. They will be taking their Dogecoin holdings to the fucking grave 80 years from now. But there's no shame in the people who did sell. I was reading a post from a guy on Reddit who sold a lot of his shit to put all of that money into Dogecoin, which is extremely reckless, and I would never recommend that to even my worst enemy. But he did that, and when Dogecoin exploded, he sold and was able to make over like $1 million, which is more money than he'd ever seen in his life, which was really able to help him out in a really tough time. It was a really touching story to read. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Reddit didn't either. It's not like they were doing standard Reddit shit where if you post a picture of an animal, they tell you why the animal's actually miserable and dying. They didn't do that here. They weren't like insulting the guy for selling. They were just cheering him on, happy to see someone succeed like that. But there is, of course, a lot of people that think if you sell, you're weak, paper hands, diamond hands for life, and it's all a fun meme and everything, but just know if you sell, you're not like a weaker person for it. Or maybe you are. Maybe you're just a cowardly bitch who just couldn't hold on because you didn't have the strength to. I don't know. I don't have any Dogecoin. I'm just sitting here on the fucking sideline speculating at all the fun everyone else is having. Anyway, just wanted to talk about this because I thought it was a really interesting story. I remember when Dogecoin was created, it was like 2013, and it really caught fire almost immediately on Reddit. And I always just kind of laughed at it because I thought it was super goofy. And then even recently, just laughed at it because I thought it was super fucking goofy and would never be like a legitimate thing for anyone. I thought it was just a pump and dump scheme for a lot of YouTubers to exploit their fans with, which for a little while it was. But now, since a lot of other non-YouTubers who aren't just trying to fuck their fans in the ass have hopped on and started promoting it and started using it, it started to actually blow up. So I'm wrong. I'm eating shit on it. I thought Dogecoin would never get to the level it is right now. And I'm happy to see that I was wrong. I really am. It is great to see so many people doing so well because of having Dogecoin. And I just wanted to talk about this because it's a fun story. It's a feel-good story. That's about it. So yeah.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're looking at YouTube superstar internet sensation Will Smith's new movie, Gemini Man. Gemini Man is about Will Smith versus Will Smith. And honestly, I don't know why people are shitting on it as hard as they are. The movie's fine. I mean, there's a lot wrong with it, obviously, but if you're coming in here looking for a silly action movie, god damn it, you're getting the silliest fucking action movie you can find these days. It's unapologetically silly action, and I fucking love it. Apparently the script for this movie is over 20 years old, and you feel every goddamn year on that number. Because this feels like something 20 years ago, and that's a good thing to me. I'm totally fine with a movie like this existing. I'll get the negatives out of the way. The CG de-aging they used on Will Smith is fucking uncanny valley sometimes, especially at the end of the movie. It's not bad by any means, but it looks kind of amateurishly deep-faked at points, and other times just downright weird. Like, almost, like, scary. It just, I don't know, sometimes I feel like the render might have gone wrong or something. The technology was kind of fucking up, mixing up ones and zeros, and all of a sudden you got Will Smith's face looking like fucking Will Arnett sometimes. I don't know, shit just got wacky at certain shots and certain angles they took. And that's just kind of the same vibe throughout the whole movie. There's something really weird with the physics in this movie. When there's an action scene, it feels like two feathers fighting or two action figures. There's no impact. You never feel like a sense of, damn, that must have hurt. That was a big punch. It's always like two balloons hitting each other. And there's nothing wrong with that because the action is like super comic-y, like really over-the-top shit. There's a fucking motorbike fight scene where it's like literal motorcycle kung fu. He is using a motorcycle as if it's a pair of nunchucks. It's really cool. But anytime he gets hit by that motorcycle, when Will Smith hits Will Smith with that motorcycle, it's as if he just got hit by a foam bat. It never feels like it does any damage. I mean, at one point, Will Smith V2 gets shot by Will Smith V1, and Will Smith V2 has no injury from it. So even the bullets aren't packing a punch in the movie. But that stuff aside, shit's super entertaining. There was motorcycle kung fu, for God's sakes. They're using Wing Chun with a motorcycle. How is that not enjoyable? That shit is super silly fun, and I love that. There's nothing memorable about the movie. The script itself, it's kind of dog shit. The dialogue, it's not great by any means, but it doesn't fucking need to be when you have cool action scenes for no reason. That being said, there's not like a whole ton of action scenes. This isn't like exploding with just full throttle over the top testosterone, adrenaline pumping action or anything. But when you do get action, it's super satisfying. But again, the physics it's weird. It's like an old tech demo. I saw this movie in HFVR DVD. I don't know. I don't fucking remember. I think it's high frame rate rectums, HFV maybe. I don't remember. Some new thing they're doing with 60 FPS and 3D. I did that. I've never done it before. And I swear to God, I didn't notice a single difference. Not only did it not feel 3D, but it didn't feel like 60 frames per second either. It just felt totally fucking normal. Also, I could take the glasses off sometimes and it looked the same as if I had them on. So I don't know what the fuck's going on with 3D these days. I don't see movies in them, but I guess they just got rid of 3D and just only use it as like a bad marketing tool. I'm not sure, but that's just probably worth noting. But again, yeah, the physics just seemed like an old tech demo for something out of the PS2 era at times, which is fine, because old tech demos for PS2 were pretty fucking cool. So I don't know why everyone's shitting on it so hard. I don't know why they'd go into a movie like Gemini Man expecting something to be like a really profound action movie with some kind of incredible story to tell or something really, memorable or profound about it. There's none of that here. You're not going to find that here. But Will Smith versus Will Smith. Will Smith is a good actor. Will Smith's a fun actor. He's got some good lines in here sometimes in between some shit dialogue. Got some real good action in here sometimes in between a shit story. I enjoyed it. There's some useless characters for sure. There's like this Russian character they bring in who only exists to be in like a bathhouse, almost naked, to just say a couple lines and then waddle away on his sandals with bad posture. He's never touched on again in the rest of the movie. I don't know what purpose he served. Maybe it was just like the director owing a friend a favor, so he tossed him in there. I'm really not sure about that whole entire arc. But that's there. Doesn't need to be, but it's there, and I don't mind it because fuck it, it's still kind of enjoyably goofy. It's a fun movie. I really did enjoy it. I can see why people wouldn't like it if they went in here expecting more than what this movie's even trying to offer. Plugging Gemini Man into the moist meter, I'm giving this bad boy a crisp 40%. I enjoyed it. I think it's worth seeing if you're just looking for a little movie to shove some popcorn in your face to. Just chill, watch some cool action, look at some weird physics and, yeah, I guess high frame rate maybe if you see HFR VR or whatever it is. I didn't notice a difference, but maybe I'm just a fucking idiot. I had fun. That's it. So yeah.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing Shred Sauce for the PC. Let's do this shit. I know arrow keys move, and I think space is jump. Big air. Oh fuck, stay strong. Yeah, successful grinding. That'll take gold at the Winter X Games. Round 2. Approaching it with an ass full of shit. 360 it. Incredible! Damn it. I was just checking behind me, making sure the mountain's still intact after all those explosive tricks. Now, how do I accelerate? Alright, I'm just checking behind me, making sure there's no snowmen sneaking up on me. It's always good to err on the side of caution in these situations. 1 minute you're skiing, the next minute you're getting your titties squeezed by Frosty the Snowman. Oh, there we go, that did something. What was that? Right ass cheek clear, left ass cheek clear. Houston, we are good to go. We have a green light for blast off. How the fuck do I turn around? You know what? Fuck pissing. We're gonna go like this. It's a risky maneuver. His whole shit producer can get torn in half, but we're going for it. Hit it! Yes, yes! He survived. Nice work. Oh, son of a bitch! Fucking shit, damn it. Will somebody call the park ranger to give me a hand here? Or perhaps contact an arborist to get this tree the fuck out of here? I'm stuck here. There's gotta be a way to use these ski poles. Oh fuck! Oh shit, what the fuck? Did I hit something or was that a massive gust of wind? Was it 0? Is that what I hit? Yeah, it is. There we go. Look at me zooming around on this mountain. I don't even need the damn ski poles. I'm a fucking airbender. This is splendid. Oh, massive air. Nice landing. More massive air. He's just getting his wiener sucked by the air. Too bad he's not a human. He's a slab of concrete on skis. We can make it to the mountain. You just gotta keep skiing, you useless statue. Oh, what the fuck? Might as well open up our suitcase of tricks. Oh shit, there's actually text over here. Shred sauce. Well, how do you like the toilet scrubber? The malfunctioning windshield wiper. The food processor. Asshole. I know that many of you have seen skiing before, but have you ever seen some shitting? Ah, completely missed the grind. Oh shit, fuck! It's all part of the trick, folks. Stay in your seats. Don't be alarmed, there we go. A solid landing. That ought to get the spectators watching more. Oh, fucking damn it! Everyone always said, a mannequin just cannot ski. Imagine the look on their faces when one brings home the gold! Give them that shit, the 1080! Land it. Perfect. Excellent landing. Let's keep up the momentum. Hit him with the fucking interdimensional spins! Incredible! Oh, some non-Euclidean grinding. This is absolutely stunning. Oh, an encore for some bitches. Land it. Perfect. Fuck, am I landing on landmines? Why am I jumping so much? Steady the ship! I will prove once and for all that no one can defeat me at limbo. Not even a tree. Oh, fuck, I didn't mean to add that. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Let's go. Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's crunch time. Perfect. Absolutely marvelous. I looked at the controls, and apparently you can do some real tricks. So let's see how these compare to the spins I was doing. Give it to them. Oh, there's that shit. Look at that shit. Fucking incredible shit. Another impressive trick. Now he's going to outer space. In space, no one can hear you shred. What the fuck is going on? This must be how you keep combos going when you ski. This is a skier's manual. Oh shit. Land it. Land it. Damn it. That was a rather gentle landing. We damn near achieved warp speed. Alright, where do I go now? How does nature produce something like this? It's a fucking anomaly. This is a rock-solid, near 90-degree wall. Nature must be full of fingers if they think this is gonna stop me. Turbojets engaged. It's as easy as that. You just need some speed. And you just need a little toe touch. Just a little toe touch. Perfect landing. Alright, well I shredded the shit out of this mountain. Alright, well I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya.
Yeah, Archive sent this to me. So apparently a big thing on Bilibili has been taking YouTube videos and AI generating a Chinese translation for Bilibili. So they've been doing that for me recently.
了一个挺酷的 alpha 男性，我想和你们分享一些他的智慧。万一你们谁恰好是
Now, believe it or not, I did not learn how to speak Chinese. This is not actually me saying those things. That's AI. And based on the one comment I can read without having an account, this guy liked it. So man, I'll start learning Chinese. There's a whole new market out there. This was the alpha video, so even the alpha's dubbed in Chinese.
真正男人的傻瓜呢？
软弱的男人每隔15到20分钟就往厕所跑，他们会有点紧张，他们得去拉屎，他们得去撒尿。当你走进公共厕所，看到一个男的正在拉屎。
But is it accurate? I have no fucking clue if it's accurate or not. I have no idea. Not just a robot voice either, it sounds like you. Yeah, the AI dubs are getting really good. They're getting very good. You're going to sue them. Are you kidding me, man? Do you know nothing about copyright law in China? I would get nowhere. What the fuck? Even if I wanted to. Fight AI with AI. Use ChatGPT to translate to Chinese yourself. What I didn't check is if this whole channel is just my videos in Chinese. Let me see. No, it's a wide array of content, it seems. Is that Jeffrey Epstein? Yeah, these channels are called movers. Is that right? That's the terminology.
就没再用过拉臭臭这种词了。我是拉屎，我就是这么干的。也许这家伙一直在那里用屁股放些没响声的小屁，所以他才管那叫拉臭臭。但一个真正的男人可不是那样的。而且，到底谁他妈会每隔15分钟就去一趟
？Hey man, he's kind of spitting. Chinese Charlie kind of going in right now. Find Chinese Markiplier. I don't even know how I would. I only found this because Archive linked it. I don't even know how I'd search for Markiplier on here, but I bet they have Markiplier dubbed in Chinese. Let's see Markiplier talking about Iron Lung, maybe? Let's try that. No, this is his Iron Lung video in general. Oh no, here's an Iron Lung trailer. They just haven't got his more recent Iron Lung content.
Hello everybody, my name is Markiplier and I'm very tired. I'm gonna go into the ocean.
What the fuck, he doesn't get a cool Chinese AI voice dub? Do they not respect him out there? What the hell?
See that question in your eyes? Alone in the...
Yeah, they don't they don't have any AI clones of him? Yeah, let's just try Markiplier in general. Maybe it's more of a newer thing. Yeah, let's try this one. This one's brand new. Oh, this is his stream.
Hi.
What the fuck?
Welcome back to the stream.
I don't even know what he's saying. It's not in Chinese. There we go. That's the kitten caboodle. Here's the Oreo sweatshirt. Can you believe there's actually a chance? Ew. English.
毫无疑问，男人最普遍的自卑来源就是阴茎的大小。人们非常看重你那活的尺寸。毫无疑问，你也听过有人把小阴茎当作脏话来骂人，但很少有人知道，这其实是一种医学诊断，在某些情况下还是一种令人衰弱的疾病。
That's kind of what I was thinking overall there. That's a pretty fucking solid point, honestly. Can't believe you learned Mandarin. I know, it wasn't easy. God bless the Rosetta Stone. They tried to scramble my shit at the Tower of Babylon. Wasn't good enough. This one seems to have done well. Oh, this is about the world's smallest penis. This one did well. That's just pictures of stone wiener.
当我说起好莱坞时，
Much better.
你最近首先想到的是什么？可能不再是电影了。我有一种直觉，你可能立刻联想到的是邪恶，或者是那些牵扯进许多烂事的非常非常糟糕的人。因为好莱坞现在看起来就像个大粪坑，里面全是些真正的混蛋，你知道的，他们干过一些非常恶心的破事儿。
Imagine you become a national sensation because of the AI dubs. I don't believe that. I think what's more likely is eventually one of these channels AI dubs my shit into being like heinous, truly heinous, to the point where all of China I am viewed as like the ultimate villain, like fucking Lelouch and Code Geass. I think that's far more likely to happen. How do you know that this isn't it? I guess I don't. I can only go by that one comment with the guy smiling, and then the other one where a guy dropped the stone penis picture. To me, that seems positive. This channel actually has 14,000 videos they're uploading like every 10 minutes. Oh, this is the same one I was just on. Oh, holy shit. Yeah, wait, you're right. They actually uploaded 2 more videos since the last time I checked it a couple minutes ago. Oh my god.
你能相信这周末坦帕竟然有可能下雪吗？外面非常冷，这就是为什么我穿着这件奥利奥毛衣。这是我父母送给我的圣诞礼物。我刚看了铁肺，这是来自 Markiplier 的一个心血之作。
It's so true, man. That's what I always say about Mark, to be honest. Who else do they auto-dub into Chinese? Oh, hey, they got the AI one. They stay on top of shit.
哦嚯，他来敲我们的门啦！好莱坞那些来讨糖吃的捣蛋鬼们，带着他们的 AI 作品登场了。现在达伦·阿伦诺夫斯基这位世界知名导演，我敢肯定你至少熟悉他的一些作品。
I wouldn't have gone that far. I think we could have done without the slurs, but whatever. I don't remember saying all that. Man, this channel actually does upload infinite videos, huh? Try XQC, he must sound wild. Oh, do they have XQC on here, you think? You think this channel does XQC?
Hello. The consciousness...
Nope. English. Cringe. Maybe this one?
You have all the...
Come on! Show some respect! Give this man an AI-generated Mandarin dub. This is sad. If I was XQC, I'd be pissed. Oh, this looks like it'll be dubbed.
There it is.
Nope. What the fuck? Is it just me they AI dub?
We already got some dough ready.
Jiminy Christmas! Where are my fellow Mandarin-speaking brothers in here? Let me go to this channel and let me see, because this one seems to be the main one that's doing the AI dub. He's already uploaded 2 new videos in the last 4 minutes. Is this sort by newest here? Okay. Let me see who I see. That Phil Spencer?
游戏行业正处于重大变革之中，主机生命周与 RAM 短向未来的更新软件，惊人特性，你一定会想看到最后的。稍后我们将讨论那个避而不谈的主要问题，也就是
Colt Eastwood? I'm not super familiar. I think if it's not this channel, it's not going to be AI dubbed. That's my guess. Based on our very limited amount of searching here. What's crazy is I think all of these are still uploaded within that last 2 days, yeah. February 3rd, that's crazy. Epstein Files, baby.
从这里开始，情况只会变得越来越糟。我们要继续深入研究目前这300万份文件。我们主要讨论了亿万富翁们如何谎称与爱泼斯坦的关系，或者如何在草案中遭到敲诈，最终导致婚姻破裂。我们谈到了 Howard Lutnick， 他是如何谎称没见过爱泼斯坦的，尽管他现在依然否认这一点。我们也谈到了一些针对特朗普和比尔·克林顿的可怕指控，尽管我们明确表示这些内容尚未经证实。现在有些人对这些文件的公开做出了回应，比如埃隆·马斯克，他说没有人比他更努力地争取全面公开爱泼斯坦文件。
Hey, it's doing well over here on Bilibili. He's keeping China up to date on the Epstein files as well. Ugh, I need to have an account to scroll more. Let him know worldwide. Yeah, no, he's Chinese CoffeeZilla. He's cooking actually. He's cooking. Oh, the AI old people one's here too. They're gonna be dubbed in Chinese, right?
31岁的男人依然用老派的方式朝着云朵挥舞拳头。这儿有一个暖心的故事，跟我一起感叹一下 YouTube 内容目前被 AI 支配的现状吧。
完全都是错误的。
去他妈的爷爷吧！你可
Okay, calm down. Jesus Christ. Charlie in Chinese is a little too aggressive. No Chinese Drew Gooden makes me sad. I think it's just a matter of time. This experiment seems to be going very well for this channel, so I think it's something you're going to see for every YouTuber and streamer pretty soon here. It looks like I was just part of its initial wave. They are literally uploading every couple of minutes. Make a video addressing your new Chinese fans on Bilibili. That's a great idea. Ni hao. Go crazy. iShowSpeed actually has his own Bilibili account that's very popular. Oh, I bet. iShowSpeed makes a lot of sense, though. He literally does unlimited international content. Like, that makes sense. I totally get that. You know, YouTube videos have the auto-translation dubs now, right? I've seen it a couple of times. I don't know if it's a feature that's fully rolled out or not, but I have seen it a couple of times. Oh, can you imagine, though? If for some reason Chinese Charlie takes off over there and there's just the cheeky plugs in there, a bunch of people in China ordering cheeky. Granted, that'd be like $40 on shipping since we make it in America, but god damn it, would they get some great soap. Make a cheeky collab with Tubi Hero X and Link Click. I actually love both of those, so I'd be super open to that. Both of those shows slap. Alright, here we go again. It looks like Charles has a bit of a hot take on a beloved new film that just came out. 31-year-old man still has to go against the grain the old-fashioned way. But I can't help it. I'm a little sea turtle fighting the tide here, going the other direction on it a little bit. Weapons. Debuted at 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. People hyping and glazing it out the wazoo about it being like the best horror movie ever. Which I think is more of a curse than a blessing. It reminds me of Long Legs, how like a core component of its marketing was, hope you brought your diaper, cause you're pissing in it with how scary this one is. You're gonna be sucking on your thumb till you pop that bitch right off your hand. It's too scary. What are we doing? We shouldn't even release movies this scary. And then I saw Longlegs and it was just fine. And with Weapons, the hype is not quite to that level, but, 100% Rotten Tomatoes, people, of course, going ballistic for it with how incredible it is. I've never seen a horror movie like this. I've just seen it. Kind of feel the same way I did about Longlegs. Like, it's fine. Like, I enjoyed it. I had a good time. But, man, oh man, is it not nearly to the level that a lot of people are portraying it as, at least not in my eyes. Not that I let the hype really skew my thoughts on things, I just thought it was worth mentioning that, to me, this film isn't what people are gassing it up as. It's a horror movie, sure, but I would actually argue it's more of a comedy. And I don't think people are aware of that. We're going to get into spoilers, of course. I do spoilers now when reviewing things, so this is your warning there. I would say there's actually more comedic elements to this film than there are horror elements. Like, the actual plot and a lot of the things that happen, very clearly supposed to give you the heebie-jeebies, but all of it is undercut with comedy and humor, even in the most tense situations. It's like the MCU of horror. So, like, you'll have something that is clearly like, wow, this is going to be, like, scary. Oh my god, we have built up to this huge tense moment. And then they play it off as a joke, especially at the end of the movie. I'm going to get to that here in a little bit. And it was fine, like, I don't hate that, but it's not really a horror when it's not taking itself seriously, you know what I mean? Anyway, I really like this director, Zach Kreger. He, of course, I liked his work in The Whitest Kid You Know, but he really surprised me with Barbarian. Barbarian is a film I saw on a whim, and I was blown away by with how interesting it was, and just how much I ended up really enjoying it. So, like, I was very hyped to see this as well, and I do like it. I just didn't love it like I was hoping I would. And I think a lot of people are expecting this to be one thing when it's really not that thing. Like, I think they're going to get something completely different than what they're expecting. And for some people that might be nice, for others it might be a bit of a letdown. In my theater in particular, this isn't just me being like, big tough macho man, no movie scare Charlie, he too strong for a movie to make him scared. I mean, like, this is actually, like, I'm pretty sure by design supposed to make you laugh. Everyone in my theater was laughing a lot in this movie. More so than there were, like, any kind of, like, on-edge frights from people. Nobody, like, gasped or anything. Like, it really felt like most people were there having a hoot and a holler at it. And I think it's not laughing at the film, it's with it. Like I said, it feels like it's supposed to be more of, like, this unserious take on a horror movie, when everyone else seems to be talking about it as just, like, a full-blown horror film. So I want to kind of set the record straight on that. Anyway, the film has a really interesting premise. Everyone's talked about that a lot. It's about this town where, for some reason, mysteriously at 2:17 a.m., an entire classroom of kids all gets up in the middle of the night, goes downstairs, walks out the front door, and disappears into the night. They run away, and they run away with their arms at their side, and it's really weird. They're running like the Titans from Attack on Titan. A month goes by, they still have no leads, can't figure it out. Of course, the parents are distraught. The town's still trying to, recover from this because everyone's on edge about it. And now we follow the core characters, one being the teacher of that classroom, where all the students except for one disappeared. We then follow some other characters, like one of the parents, and it's a really interesting way of telling the story because you go through some scenes multiple times from other characters' perspectives, which fill in a lot of the blanks. And I thought it was really creative. I thought it was very fun. It actually reminded me of something like out of a video game, like almost Until Dawn-esque to a certain extent. Like, I thought that was a really cool idea to visit these things from a different character's eyes, like chapters in this movie. I thought that worked extraordinarily well because you get so many different pieces of this puzzle through so many different lenses that all, of course, meet at the end. Everything comes together. And I just thought that was really smart. I also really like the way the movie's filmed. I've seen a lot of, like, people praising the cinematography going into this film, and I think it definitely deserves that. It is, like, a really well-shot movie. They have some really creative scenes that are shot in a really interesting manner. It's not all just, like, the standard by-the-book formula that horror movies follow, or, I guess, comedies by that extension. I thought they got very creative with their shots. It's clear they were having a lot of fun. The performances across the board I thought were super strong as well, especially with Justine. She's the teacher of that classroom where all the students vanished at 2:17 a.m. where they all ran away. And the whole town hates her. They torment her. She's ostracized. They think she had something to do with it, is withholding information, maybe even just she, masterminded the whole thing. And then you start getting these questions in your head about, well, where is this going to go? And then you'll go to the next chapter and you'll see a character that initially you don't really see how that ties in anywhere. And then all of a sudden, bang, eureka, this is where it's leading. But this is one of my big holdups with the film. The questions that you have, the answers the movie gives you, aren't all that interesting. Like, the questions themselves and the premise of the film are so strong. Like, the mystery of it, the thrill of trying to solve it, trying to see where it all leads, and then when you get to where it leads, it's a little unfulfilling. Like, I feel like it's just a little underwhelming, especially because the final act, as I mentioned earlier, is played off as a joke. That kind of takes a lot of wind out of the sails. You spend the whole movie with this mystery and these questions, only to then meet the big scary entity, which is just an old sick lady with a magic tree. And she has badly put on makeup with this wacky, zany wig. It's like a Ronald McDonald wig. It looks like Chucky Finster if he went to the worst barber on the East Coast. And she, like, jump scares you occasionally throughout the film. And that's, like, the main horror, is they rely on her being, like, the jump scare moment. So, like, Josh Brolin, when he's looking for his kid, he goes into, like, the dream space. Like, he's in a nightmare chasing his son Matthew. And as he's telling his son Matthew, I know I never said I love you enough, but I really do love you, son. Then all of a sudden he looks at his son's face, and it's that old lady. Her name's Gladys, and she's like, ah! And, like, she does that a couple times. She's, like, the thing bringing horror to the movie, because without her doing that, sometimes it's just not really present. Like I said, it really is more of like a dark comedy kind of film as opposed to like a horror film, not to like split hairs. But then, as you have all these questions that you spend like an hour and a half, stewing on, trying to piece it together, and you go through a bunch of different characters' perspectives, then one character meets Gladys, and then all the answers start coming in. Gladys is the big bad, and it's just kind of underwhelming, because from that point forward, a lot of what Gladys does gets played off comedically, unfortunately. But it's not just her. Every time there is like a horror sequence playing out, they undercut it with humor. So, for example, Justine is spying on a house where she believes there might be something fishy afoot. And then she falls asleep in her car, and while she's passed out, the door opens, and a lady comes out, and she's holding scissors, and she's walking weird. She's walking real weird, and she's literally walking like Doodle Bob, actually. And she gets to the car, she's right by the window, and then she just like kind of walks away, like Crab walks away. The theater laughed really hard when that happened. And then the back seat opens, or the back door opens, and you can hear her get into the car, and then it's like tense. It's like, oh, okay, this is like a good tense moment. And then she leans over and cuts some hair, and then the theater laughed again. So, like, they took a horror moment, made it silly, then brought some kind of, like, horror life into it, where it's like, oh, this is about to be, like, kind of intense, like, what's about to happen? And then played a joke again on it. So you know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm trying to say? It's like, it does have horror, and when it's there, it's executed pretty well. Like, I think there's, like, some solid scenes, but they always take the wind out of the sails of the horror aspect in order to play a joke into it. Now, granted, the joke is solid too, like it was clearly landing with the audience, but I feel like a lot of people might find that to be annoying or not what they signed up for. For me, I didn't care that much. I thought it was fine, definitely different for sure, and I was still entertained. Especially because in the last act, they don't even try to make it scary. They literally play it as like almost a slapstick comedy skit. In the end, they piece together the mystery, which, by the way they figured out where the kids were, to me, felt like they kind of wrote themselves into a corner and then couldn't figure out like a good way of getting there. Basically, they were able to connect the dots, like the pose that they were running in, and after another guy goes crazy while doing that pose, Josh Brolin's character tracked the trajectory, and then Justine was like, oh, that's the house of like that one lone survivor kid, like the one kid that didn't run away. Probably something about that house, and it's a house she previously visited, like with the scissors and shit. So they figured it out because of the pose, but the authorities like scrubbed over this footage a lot, and there's even this montage sequence they showed where all the kids were running in a group together in front of houses, literally triggering motion sensor lights and everything. They were running in groups to this house. I feel like the Ring doorbells would have absolutely caught them running in groups, and they probably would have been able to find them far, far sooner. I don't know how they would have missed that. Like, they made a mention like the Ring doorbells only caught them like running into the night, but they passed so many houses in groups Like, I feel like that footage would have absolutely existed. They could have easily tracked that trajectory. Like, I don't think it would just be Josh Brolin that would somehow figure out, like, it's kind of weird that they're all doing the same pose. Maybe they were running somewhere. Especially when you would couple that with these groups of kids that no doubt would have been caught on all these cameras from all of these houses that they're running in front of and triggering all the motion detection. Like, I don't know. But anyway, they find the house, they go to the house. And they're, like, in the house, and she can control people with her magic tree, so she has, like, bodyguards of people that she's controlled. That's how she got the kids, because she mind controlled them to, you know, go hang out in the basement. And while they're there, trying to save these kids, two people that she's controlled, one of them being a junkie, start attacking Justine and Josh Brolin. I don't know why I'm calling Julia Gardner's character by her character name and Josh Brolin instead of his character name, calling him Josh Brolin, but whatever. They're there, and they get, of course, ganked by her bodyguards that she's controlling. And I shit you not, one of the bodyguards, Josh Brolin punches, and he gets knocked out. And then he gets up again, he punches him, and he goes, geez, what the hell? He gets knocked out. The guy gets up again, punches him again, knocks him out. And by this point, the theater is like actually erupting into laughter. And then as Josh Brolin's running away, guy gets up again, charges him, and he picks him up and actually ragdolls him. And then he's like, God, he's so persistent. And then he's walking away, and the guy gets up again, screaming and shouting, running at him, and he ragdolls him again. Literally like WWE, like fucking suplexing him and then throwing him around. And then theater is literally laughing at all this when this is like the entire build-up. That we have built up to this moment. And it's like actually just a slapstick routine. It just feels underwhelming. Like I still think it's fun. Like, I mean, laughing at a movie is great. But if you're going there expecting horror, like a really good horror movie, I don't think that's what you're in store for. And it's not just that scene, it's this entire sequence, the finale of all of this tension, this build-up, all of your questions being answered, but the answer just not really all that amazing. So, like, the Gladys, she's about to have Justine killed, and Alex, the one kid who did not get mind-controlled by Gladys and the magic tree, he was watching Gladys, understands how to, like, control the magic tree and use its branches, so he frees the kids, well, not frees the kids, he uses the reason the movie's called Weapons is because Gladys weaponizes people. She's able to control them and have them do whatever she wants. So Alex then uses the kids as weapons against Gladys, where they then chase her down, hunt her, and kill her. And this is I shit you not, like maybe 8 to 9 minute chase sequence of Gladys going, oh no. She literally says, oh no, when the branch breaks, when he breaks the spell and like directs the kids at her. She literally says, oh no. And then starts doing this, opens the door, running away as all the kids are chasing her, going, and she's going, So she's running away, getting chased by the kids, and then she starts, like, breaking into strangers' houses, and they play it off as a joke. So, like, there's a family, like, watching TV, and then, Gladys comes through, and they're like, oh my goodness. And she's like, and she runs through the kitchen, runs out the front door, and they're like, that was weird. And then all the kids bust through the windows and bust through the door, like, oh, Jesus Christ. And they do that for, like, 3 separate houses. There's one where a guy's mowing his lawn, sees Gladys running away going, He's like, huh. And then a horde of kids starts chasing him, and he's like, huh. Like, they play it as a joke, you know what I mean? Like, I think it's an effective comedy movie, but overall, I just felt like it was a fun movie. It was good. It wasn't, like, amazing. I definitely don't think it's the horror movie of the decade or anything. I don't even think it's the horror movie of the year. I still think Bring Her Back is a significantly better, like, horror film, but I think this was solid with the horror that was here, sprinkled throughout occasionally. And I think the comedy was solid, which is here in a bigger capacity than the horror. Like, it's to me, it's more of like almost a dark comedy, kind of. And I think maybe that was the goal. I didn't know that going into it based on the trailers and what people are saying about it. But after seeing it, I would definitely classify this more as like a dark comedy as opposed to some kind of like horror film. But I do think you will walk away entertained. I know I was. But yeah, I just have to disagree with the hype a little bit on this one here, sports fans. Sorry to tell you. But it's not like I was super disappointed or anything. It was still a fun time. That's really about it. So yeah.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing Beast Boxing Turbo for the PC. Let's do this shit. I'm gonna pick new game, since I've never played this before. Tell that to your chemistry professor. Tutorial. Absolutely preposterous. Do you think me the fuck, sensei? I don't need a tutorial and you know it. You can take this tutorial and asshole it. To block. What the fuck? Cheap shot, he just socked me in the nose when I'm reading the directions. And his damn undercooked hamburger hands are half the size of his entire body. Before there was shit, there was this guy. He is the epitome of nose shoved into beehive. Prepare to fight. I must have finished the tutorial. I'm fighting Pigless, my mentor. Student versus teacher, human versus pig. Who will win in this showdown? Ancient Egyptian pharaohs used to place bets on matches just like these. The only difference? Pigless wasn't in that shit. What the fuck is this abomination? This costume sure works and nobody suspects that I'm a human. That's supposed to be a disguise? You're not fooling anybody with that. It looks like somebody's anus just sneezed and you wrapped yourself in its corporeal form. Good luck getting past security with that, 007. This dude's torso looks like a face with a handlebar mustache. Round 1, I think you mean round, you're done. Lightning fast jabs right off the bat. Shit, the hands are on fire, somebody grab some water right now. Never mind, go ahead and take your seat, Poseidon. The fire was extinguished by repeatedly clobbering Porky Pig's cranium. Roy Jones Jr. is scratching his head at that remarkable speed. That was incredible. Let's get ready to rumble! Your telephone is ringing. It's my fist calling to punch you some more. You can't handle this. No, that was a good strike. But I've got the combos, the uppercuts, the jabs, the haymakers. Alright, I need to reload. Ran out of stamina. There we go. Oh, you can't handle it. When I'm finished punching you in the chin, you won't be able to tell if your titties are spitting liquid or if you're just washing your hands in a sink. I'm just bopping them with these partially filled water balloons. Sneak attack. You didn't even block. It's over. KO. Heebity-deebity, that's all, folks. There it is. There it is. If somebody asked me, where's the KO, I'd say it's right there. You can't handle it. Oh, shit. Alright. Now he's putting those dinosaur nipples he's got on his hands to good use. Your lead is temporary. Yes, fucking ferocious left jabs. You will not be able to sustain much more punishment from these punches. Shit. Almost out of power for the punches. Just walk into the punches, please. Fuck, there is no power left to these punches. It doesn't matter, they can still bring the noise. Fuck it, I'll just let the power recharge. Pigless, it seems you've won the lottery of powerful punches. I've got to wait for the power. And then I punch him? Damn it! This is a much closer match, shit. Hey, Pigless, I saw a commercial on TV last week that you might be interested in. According to that, you can now buy jabs to the chin for $9.99. Victory sold separately, bitch. Are you ready for more punches? You're not ready for more punches. Oh, there we go, KO. 2 rounds. Absolutely destroyed Pigless. Looks like he went to the how many punches can you endure buffet. Just absolutely dominated that match. Coins earned 147. Can buy a fucking blimp with that much money. Time for the next fight. What the fuck is this creature? Looks like a fucking mutant metapod with boxing gloves. Oh, what the fuck? That's the end of the demo? I guess so, the game just closed. Alright, I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya. Backing projects on Kickstarter or Indiegogo is a lot like sticking your penis into a glory hole. You never know what you're gonna get, or in most cases, what you're not going to get. You roll the dice with your wallet by backing something you think looks good, but a lot of times it doesn't deliver, it never had a chance of delivering, or you get something that's super shitty or not at all what you thought it would be. But Indiegogo, I think, is far worse than Kickstarter in this department because a lot of the projects that go up there just seem like they have no vetting whatsoever, where they'll have these products that aim to cure climate change by making you put a butt plug in your asshole or something for $50 on their campaign. It's just outrageous pseudoscience nonsense. And to illustrate this point, I found the latest one that I think is quite the banger. This is the Lucha T8.
Life on our planet exists in balance. Or at least it should. Yet, as we shaped our world, we've tilted the scales. and now the natural balance between us and our planet is lost.
Yeah, that should just be all kinds of red flags. Unless you're like an anti-vax mom, that right there should just tell you this product they're about to sell is super bullshit. They're making it sound like some Star Wars shit, you know? We're just way out of line with the Force. We've lost our connection to it. Like fucking Dragon Ball Z, we can no longer draw energy from the planet into a spirit bomb.
We now live in a world no longer naturally in sync with our bodies. But not all is lost. We may not be able to go back in time, but we can go back to our roots, back to our true selves.
It just sounds like the plot to a Neil Breen or a Tommy Wiseau movie. And I'd like to point out something right here, address the elephant with the condom in the room. The backers and the amount of money they have makes no sense. There's no way they got $12,000 from 48 backers. This is most likely just the creator pumping money from his own asshole into the project to kind of prime the pump to make it appear to people that it's legitimate, like, hey, look, all these people are putting money towards this project. Look how much it's making. People want this. You should be in on this. It's a common technique for a lot of these fraudulent businesses on Kickstarter and Indiegogo. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's what's going on here. But I also wouldn't be surprised if it is real and this product just caught fire in a bunch of those soccer mom, don't trust science Facebook groups.
Lucha T8 is a health improvement device that creates and emits the Earth's natural frequency of 7.83 Hertz. By emitting the Earth's frequency, Lucha T8 utilizes the naturally occurring synchronicity between our body and our planet to support regeneration of the organism.
Sci-fi fanfic from middle schoolers is more scientifically grounded than that explanation for what this piece of shit is and what it does. They make it sound like Earth is constantly emitting a 7.83 Hertz frequency to the cosmos like a distress signal, like a fucking SOS. It is just a mindlessly ridiculous product that is very common on these crowdfunding websites, and some of them do get real funding from real people, which is the saddest part, that people buy into this garbage. But I mean, you have these people going crazy for essential oils, damn near giving a suppository to their children of eucalyptus leaves because they read one article on the internet that said that that would help somewhere, and then you trace it back and it turns out it was just a joke started on 4chan that now people are actually buying into. It's sad how easy it is to exploit this growing movement of distrust science and believe garbage. Because there's definitely people that would look at something like this and go, wow, that makes a lot of sense. If I wear this block of wood on my neck that just has a blinking red light on it, it's going to help. Because the video said, the Earth is constantly making a synchronicity titty at 7.83 Hertz. And if this thing's emitting the same frequency, well then man, the science checks out. You'd be dumb not to buy this thing. It's just pathetic.
Lucha T8 helps eliminate lack of energy, exhaustion, anxiety, insomnia, stress, tension, migraines, and different types of pain.
Yeah, the only pain this would help with is the pain of having too much money. If you're too wealthy, you can throw some money to this thing and it'll help with that problem.
So how does Lucha T8 work? All you have to do is place the device close to a painful or troubled spot for no more than 30 minutes at a time, and it will balance the body's energy, metabolism, and polarity in a way that gives the organism a chance to recover.
It's just a blinking red light. You could get the same effect if you have a wireless mouse. Just put that on some painful spot on your body. You'll get the same effect. And it's also very evil from this creator to say to hold it there for 30 minutes. That's fucked up, man. You know some dumb fucking idiots are actually going to hold that thing there for 30 minutes. I mean, you could have just said 10 seconds, they'll believe it and do that, and that's a lot less time consuming. But maybe this guy hates his customers, and to be fair, you'd have to be pretty goddamn dumb to buy this in the first place. You may as well just laugh about it, like, haha, made this guy actually hold that thing there for 30 minutes. Just wasting their time. Could have said 5 hours and I guarantee someone would have done it.
Lucha T8 is made to be by your side all the time. It celebrates the fact we only thrive when we align ourselves with the forces of the planet to which we owe our existence. Lucha T8 is not an instant cure or miracle medicine. It's a symbol of where we've been and where we're going.
Yeah, but you just said it helps actually cure some of these things and work towards making them better. You're calling it a regenerative device. That means you're saying it is helping to cure those things and improve those things. But now you're just saying it's a symbol of where we've been and where we're going, so it's just a fucking souvenir from a gift shop? It sounds like they're trying to cover their own ass. If someone actually buys this tries to use it on an injury and it doesn't help at all, they can't come after them legally because they said it was going to work and it didn't. I get that they're trying to do some legal talk here, but it doesn't work when everything else in the video contradicts what you're saying.
It paves the way to a harmonious and peaceful existence, leading you towards what you are meant to be. stable, strong, happy. Lucha T8 unlocks our organism's potential to self-regulate and balance itself.
It's a blinking light on a string. But that's Indiegogo in a nutshell, baby. That's what you sign up for when you're looking on Indiegogo for something interesting. You get shit like this. There's also one I saw a while back that was about water, a special kind of water that they hyped up as like this panacea that would cure anything because it was water that they made listen to Mozart for a month before selling. It was as dumb as it sounds. But yeah, that's Indiegogo, just the kind of shit you find on there. That's it, see ya. It's been a little while since I told a story, so I figured it was about time that I sit you all down by the campfire and put some fear in your boners. I'm going to tell you a really recent story, something that I think everyone can take a lesson away from and use it in their everyday lives. So before I really dig into the meat of this, I want to preface this by saying I have not pissed my pants in a very long time. Now that that's off the table, let's get into what the story is about. As you've probably surmised from that intro, it's about pee-peeing in the pants. It's about a time where I flirted with that devil. And this all takes place in the mythical year of 2019 AD on October 4th. It was literally 6 days ago as of recording this video. It was right before going to happy hour, and if you watch my streams at twitch.tv/moistcritical, you know that the streams are fucking bangers, and that I also pee a lot. I drink a lot of water, which means I'm constantly expelling a lot of urine from my body at jet stream-like pace. I really fucking pressure wash my toilet when I get in there to do that business, so if urinating is considered a game of chess, then I'm the goddamn grandmaster. Now, this was right before going to happy hour. I had just gotten all dressed up and spruced up, ready for action, and we needed to pick my friends up before going to the bars we were going to. But before going, I had the little inkling of a pee-pee coming on. It was still brewing, but it hadn't matured yet. So I figured there really wasn't any point to doing that. The bars weren't far, my friends weren't far. I'd just hold it till I got there and then just do my business out there in public. Just kind of to assert my dominance, like, hey, I'm not afraid to mark a urinal with my seal of approval. I'm not afraid to stamp this with my penis juice. So I just wanted to wait. I didn't see the point in going before heading over. That being said, on the journey to my friend's place, it was still very tame, very manageable, barely even noticed it. Got to my friend's place, didn't notice it. The second they got in my car, it's like they unleashed the piss demon. All of a sudden, all at once, it hit me like a fucking brick. Like a train had left the station, a bullet train, and it was hitting my bladder. There was no putting this genie back in the bottle. I was going to tinkle, it was just a matter of where. In my nice trousers, in a dirty bathroom somewhere on the way, or on the side of the road. The last two options weren't exactly options because to get to the bar you had to go over this pretty long bridge and there was no way I was going to be able to hold it through the duration of the bridge, so I'd be just trapped like a prisoner in its cell in the car just urinating all over my friends, or I'd have to hold it and literally cork my cock and I'd probably fucking drown internally with urine pouring out of my mouth like I just swallowed a cyanide capsule of urine. It was just a nightmarish situation because I really had to go. So I informed Tiana, who was now driving, and I told my friends, look, I'm sorry to be an inconvenience, but we got to pull over somewhere to go to the bathroom because I'm going to literally ruin our happy hour and turn it into the not so happy hour by coating this entire car in piss. So they understood, but the problem was there really wasn't anywhere to stop. There was no real gas stations on the way to the bridge, so we'd have to go out of our way to find one for me, and my friends didn't really want to do that, so they're trying to encourage me to just go piss somewhere next to a dumpster around some of the dilapidated buildings, because the area on the way to the bar looks like it's been hit by a nuclear missile, but I didn't want to take that chance, because a friend of mine got put on the sex offenders registry for public urination. He got caught while peeing next to a building, or on the side of a building, and I just didn't want to roll those dice at all. I bet if I had just went down to take a piss by a building, a fucking cop would have popped out of a bush in a ghillie suit and said, gotcha on me. I didn't want to, risk that at all. I'd drop trow for 1 second, just unzip, and all of a sudden a police car fucking drift in sideways, just sirens blaring, and then take me down just for public urination, and then all of a sudden, bang, I'm a sex offender. I just didn't want to risk that at all. I didn't want to take that chance at all, so that was not an option for me. We were going to go out of our way to one of the gas stations that I knew of, and it wasn't that far out of the way, so it wasn't a huge inconvenience, but I still felt bad. Unfortunately, the gas stations were of no help, and also the gas stations look like something straight out of the Fallout universe as well. But the first gas station we go to, everything looks okay. There's a bathroom there, which is a plus. It's one of the bathrooms that's on the outside, so you need a key to get into it. So all confidently, while I'm like basically grabbing my cock, just trying to keep everything where it needs to be before I explode with urine, I go in there waddling in and I say to the guy, hey, look, I've got to use your shitter. Can I get the key to that bad boy? And he's not all there. He sounds like he's one Xanax bar away from just total overdose and collapse. So I couldn't understand most of the words he said, but he kept mumbling about the hot dog man. I didn't know what that meant. I thought he was making like idle conversation. Maybe there was a hot dog vendor outside that he wanted me to go buy from before he gave me the key. I didn't know, so I asked him, what are you talking about? The hot dog man? Who's a hot dog man? I love hot dogs, even though I fucking hate hot dogs. Just anything to get that fucking key. Felt like it was a mission in a video game that I needed to get that key to complete the quest. But so I'm making the small talk, and his answers make no sense to me. He's like, no bathroom, hot dog man. So then I'm starting to connect these dots in my head. Okay, so the hot dog man, no bathroom. Hot dog man must have gone in there and wreaked havoc. He must have just fucking tore that bitch down and lit it on fire with an explosion from his ass or something. So this bathroom is decommissioned is what you're telling me, right? You know, bathroom is not working because of hot dog man. He just shakes his head, no. Hot dog man. I felt like I was in a goddamn horror movie, as if like the hot dog man was terrorizing this area like the fucking Slender Man. I didn't know what he was talking about with the hot dog man. All I knew was I was not getting that key from him. So I walked out all disappointed because I knew I wasn't getting the key, and it's all because of this menace, the hot dog man, who I'd never even fucking heard of in fairy tales. So I had to waddle back to the car disappointedly, and even in more of a rush, the sense of urgency was overwhelming. Felt like the entire universe was collapsing inside on me. Also, as a side, there was no hot dog vendor outside. There wasn't even the remnants of what could have been a hot dog vendor at any point in time. So I don't know who the fuck this hot dog man is. But anyway, we go up another maybe mile up the road where I know another gas station is, and it's just as decrepit as this one. And this one was like a goddamn orgy of weirdos. There was one guy who I am 100% sure was on spice, because he was just fucking fumbling around. Luckily, he had hit just enough spice so he wasn't totally nude and dragging his dick on the floor, but he was at that level of spice where he can't really stand up properly, and he has a football that he's throwing against a wall and hitting himself with in the face off the rebound. So that's the kind of place we were at looking for this bathroom, and I knew it was going to be gross, and I'm a bit of a germaphobe, but I was throwing that aside because I needed to be strong, because I didn't want to piss myself, because I hadn't pissed myself in at least a long time. I don't know, I was trying to think of like an exact time I pissed myself, but it's been a long fucking time. I have a pretty clean streak there, and I wasn't about to have that collapse on this night. So we get to this disgusting gas station, and it's another one where the bathroom's on the outside, so I need to go in to get the keys. There's a guy in there playing the lottery, and he's taking a long time scratching it off. That's fine, that's not his fault. He doesn't know that I'm about to explode behind him like an IED of urine. So I'm not mad at him at all. He was none the wiser, not his fault or anything. When he's finally done, I go up to the counter, I say, hey man, can I get the keys to that turbo shitter? I gotta go do some business over there. He's super cool about it, gives me the keys, and I'm on my way. The guy who's throwing the football now fixates his eyes on me, and he wants to get me involved in his game. I can tell because while he couldn't really get the words out properly, he was making motions like, I'm gonna hit you with this spiral real quick, Tom Brady style, and I just, I'm putting my hands up like, please, no, thank you, politely, I've got to use the restroom. Finally get around the corner to where the bathrooms are on the side of the place. There's a man asleep on the curb in front of the bathrooms. I don't know if he was passed out or just really tired. Maybe at one point he was the gate guardian of the bathrooms, but now that he found bath salts, now he just sleeps there. I really don't know. But, I go not over him because I was already on the side. I go around him, and then I finally put that key into the bathroom, and a sense of elation and jubilation just fills my whole body as I finally turn it, and I open it, and I'm greeted with the most unholy smell this world has ever concocted. It smelled like a fucking hate crime. It was the most repulsive, revolting smell I've ever smelled in my life, and I've smelled some shit. I've smelled some serious shit, but this was something else. This smelled like the hot dog man had gone there, killed somebody, and then took a shit all over the corpse. And it's really weird because the toilet itself was pristine. The toilet was clean enough to drink out of, eat off of. It was a fantastic looking toilet, not a speck of dirt or poopy in sight. But the bathroom itself was tainted with the remnants of 1,000 angry spirits that were all shitting in unison. It's no doubt the work of the hot dog man. There's not a single doubt in my mind. He must just be like a serial bathroom shitter. Just goes around shitting in all the bathrooms, fucking terrorizing them, ruining them for people that gotta pee like me. But I really don't know. Anyway, the smell was so overwhelming. For just a brief moment, I relaxed my penis sphincter, and a little bit of urine dripped onto my boxers. I don't count that as pissing my pants because it was just enough where it only dribbled out, and I was able to once again voluntarily collapse the muscle so it didn't squeak out anymore as I finally approached the toilet, and I finally released the sweet relief into the toilet, and I finally peed. I couldn't breathe. It was fucking hazardous to my health, no doubt, with all the shit particles floating around in the air, but god damn it, I finally peed. So the lesson to take away from here, just when you feel like even like the smallest amount of pee building inside of you, just piss. It's gonna get worse. You're gonna just need to pee. Don't try and hold it. Don't be a hero like I was, because you might find yourself in a similar situation where you dribble on yourself and you visit a really disgusting smelling bathroom that really just ruins your sense of smell for like a good 2 hours. But anyway, that's the story. The lesson to learn: pee when you feel like you have to, even a little bit. Don't try and hold it, because that is just absolutely devastating and leads to this domino effect of unfortunate circumstances and a lot of stress. That's it. So yeah. EA is a name that strikes fear into the wallet of gamers everywhere. I still remember all those years ago when they were voted I think it was the most hated company in America, or it might have just been point blank worst company in America. Which, there are no saints over there at the EA office, but I definitely think there are worse companies. But it just goes to show you the pure disdain people have for EA and their practices. They have not been well liked for a very long time. But you know who does like them? The Saudi Arabian government. They like them so much that they are buying EA for $55 billion. Now, it's not just the Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund that's buying them all on their own outright. They've actually got a whole Royal Rumble going halvesies with them, so they've got fucking superstars like Silver Lake and Jared Kushner's affinity partners doing this deal with them. So they've got like the superstars of slime here that are forking up 55 billion clams to own EA. EA was a publicly traded company, but obviously with this will no longer be. They're taking it private. Now there is one other name here that's very important to this deal. JP Morgan. Because you see, Darman fam, $20 billion of debt is being committed by JP Morgan for this deal, $18 billion of which is expected to be funded at close. Now, what does this mean for you, someone who might just be excited for Battlefield coming out? Well, 20 billion is a big number. If you converted that to pounds, it's nearly as heavy as your mother, bitch. Point is, $20 billion is what EA is now responsible to pay back. It's debt. And what are the ways that you can look to try and squeeze some more juice from the lemons here? More microtransactions, something EA is very famous for. Another strategy EA might employ is layoffs. Again, something they're not a stranger to. And I predict, as well as I've seen other people also make this prediction, you know, I'm not fucking Baba Vanga over here with some kind of galaxy brain speculative theory. I would imagine they're going to start closing studios like BioWare. I think BioWare is going to be their big one. Their games have not been performing well financially for EA for a while. Anthem, into Dragon Age, the Veilguard, they're not crushing it in their sales numbers, and they're a very expensive component of EA. Maybe not in like the grand scheme of like billions of dollars, but that still is a sizable chunk of change, and I think they're going to be checking under every single cushion on the sofa, looking for any way of finding more money to pay back this debt. I would imagine there's going to be even more excessive microtransactions, just desperately trying to claw into your wallet to get you to spend money in their games, and I think there's going to be layoffs and studio closures. Again, EA is very famous for gutting studios, so I think that now with this 20 billion debt on the plate, they're going to be even more aggressive. That's what I expect, and I've seen a lot of other people also have that same idea in their head. It just feels like that's probably the direction EA will go. And I also saw it being reported by a lot of outlets that apparently the new EA owners are hopeful that AI will be their saving grace here for cutting costs and boosting profits. Which, again, AI, the entire purpose right now is just for the sake of saving money on the bottom line by replacing workers. So you don't have to pay salary to people. You can just have AI spit shit out. According to a report that is paywalled, so again, I'm getting this secondhand from all the other reports reporting on that one. But apparently it was stated that AI would be used to boost EA's profits in the coming years and to manage a large debt load on a company that historically carried limited net debt. Now, I've yapped about this strategy endlessly, and it's clearly not exclusive to EA. Every company on the planet right now is scrambling to try and get the fucking AI and a titty twister so they can utilize it to save money. And there's going to be plenty of other gaming companies that will follow suit. Even with EA, even if EA wasn't being purchased for $55 billion with $20 billion in debt, they would still 100% be trying to use AI to save money. I'm sure it's already happening across the entire industry right now. In fact, I've got a little tinfoil hat conspiracy theory that Ubisoft CEO is actually just AI. I don't think there's a single human being left in that food chain there at the upper echelon, because there is no way a sentient, living, breathing organism could have come up with ideas as stupid as Ubisoft has. But in this case, again, it's not exclusive to EA. They're just being a little more open about it, I guess, about how they're going to utilize AI to cut these costs. Now let's talk about the new owners of EA. One of them being the Saudi Arabian government. Now, if you've been paying attention to the state of tech, or even the state of sports, or esports, you probably know the Saudi Arabian government's been getting its fingers in a lot of different pies here. They've been exploring tons and tons of different companies and brands to own. And it's been going on for a few years now, a handful of years now. And I don't think it's going to slow down or stop anytime soon. In fact, quite the opposite. I'm confident Saudi Arabian government will continue to snatch up tons of major brands and companies across the globe. And if you don't mind, I'd like to go on a bit of a side tangent here. I'd like to blabber a bit. Esports. Many of you know I've been in the esports space for 5 years now. Started with Moist Esports, now Shopify Rebellion. So, as an owner of an esports team, I can tell you firsthand, Saudi Arabian government wants to basically own the entire fucking industry there. And they're already getting very close with things like the Esports World Cup. Most recently, EVO, where they're the majority owner of EVO. They have infinite money. So in a scene like esports, which money is a myth, there is, as I've said numerous times, there is no money to be made in esports. It is just an absolute endless pit of agony when it comes to financials. Me, it's fine bleeding money there because I'm doing it under the idea that I'm going to lose this money, but I'm investing in it because what I get out of it is fun. I love the spirit of competition. I love esports. It's why I had Moist Esports, and it's why I now have Shopify Rebellion, so I could expand the esports space and have more things to watch and support more players. I love it. But any business that wants to get into esports hates it because you just lose money. And the Saudi Arabian government obviously noticed that, so what they did is they put the chemical X into the sector, money. They've given tons and tons of teams tons and tons of money to support things like the EWC and to own things in the esports space because, well, without them they're not making money, so they feel they absolutely have to play ball. I, of course, have seen this firsthand, but have declined all of that mumbo-jumbo. I haven't been shy about it. I've told you straight up numerous times, I don't watch the EWC. I don't support it at all. I don't watch it in private. Nothing. I think that shit sucks. I'm sure I don't need to tell you, but the Saudi Arabian government's got a whole host of issues, human rights violations out the wazoo. I'm sure I don't need to go into a ton of detail into the nitty-gritty. And honestly, just the whole idea of a government deciding that it wants to get its grubby paws around an entire industry and own the entire sector outright, that's fucking terrible no matter what. So yeah, I don't like this at all. I hate what's happening in the esports space where every organization, every game, every brand basically has to suckle the teat of Saudi Arabia in some way, shape, or form. I don't like the direction. Now, of course, I understand why it's got to that point because there is just no money there, but it doesn't change the fact that I don't like it. Now, we have had players on our teams participate in like the EWC because, as I've always said, we don't take player winnings, so them winning doesn't bring money back to us or anything, and I'm not going to get in the way of any of our players going and making their own decisions on how they want to like make a bag or something. That is entirely up to them, all power to them, and there's no ill will there at all. But they've not represented Moist Esports at the EWC or anything like that. I know this is a long-winded tangent, but the point is, the Saudi Arabian government is doing this not only in just like EA or esports, but all across the whole spectrum of technology and entertainment. In fact, just look up things that the Saudi Arabian government, like the PIF, has like percentages of. It's A lot. It's a ton of things, and many other video game companies, by the way. This is just their biggest buyout. This is huge. $55 billion for EA is big. And I do think there will be some noticeable changes to a lot of EA games and property. I think we're going to be in an era of even greedier EA garbage, if such a thing is even fathomable. So yeah, overall, I don't think this is going to be like an improvement to EA games or anything like that. I don't think consumers are going to walk away from this kind of deal with a big W for the quality of games we're going to start receiving here. I guess I'm willing to be proven wrong, but I highly fucking doubt that. I think it's going to be net negative changes across the board for EA games going forward. But one other thing I want to briefly mention, I've seen some people talking about EA in this story as if they're like some kind of defenseless victim or something, like, oh no, the Saudi Arabian government, they got EA in its clutches and there was nothing EA could do. Motherfucker, they could have just said no. They didn't have to make the deal. Like, it's not like EA is the good guy of the story or anything here. Like, this is across the board just greed. Like, it's just absurd. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yep. Yesterday I talked about a streamer who passed away while on stream. His name was Raphael Gravin, known online as Jean Parmenov. He was a French streamer who was once a gamer, then started doing more IRL content and teamed up with some real degenerates that mistreated him and abused him for a very long time. And then they did a 10-day marathon with Jean Parmenov, where they strangled him, beat him, humiliated him, some truly evil shit, and he unfortunately passed away while sleeping on that stream. You can see all of this. It's very, very hard to watch. I looked into this super deeply. Jean Parmenov was an individual who went through a lot of struggle, and he was a vulnerable person, and from what I can tell, this group with Naruto and Safane, these are big French streamers, they exploited his desire to be accepted by pretending to be his friend. And what they wanted for Jean as their friend was to let them beat the fuck out of him and treat him like garbage, dehumanize him, abuse him physically and mentally, and put him through torture on stream for their content, because it was very popular content. It was all broadcast on Kick, and I speculated yesterday that Kick probably knew about it. Turns out they 100% knew about it, and Kick France would even make tweets about Jean Parmenov and the torture he was enduring. They were fully aware of what was happening. They even used him to push their merch. So Kick France, it's not like they can just try and make the claim, this flew under our radar. If only we had known, we would have swooped in like fucking Batman and saved Gotham City from this degeneracy. They knew. They even were an active participant in encouraging it, clearly. So they can't just play like the blissful ignorance card on it. Now, from what I read, that Kick Twitter account that was posting about it was run by a French agency, so maybe like Kick's staff didn't particularly know, but I find that kind of hard to believe that you would just let this agency have free reign and that never ever reports back to Kick itself. So I'm very confident they were aware of what was happening, but since these streams were so popular, they were big. Like, I knew they were very successful, but I didn't know how big they were. These were huge streams. And since they were so huge, I think they were hesitant to shut it down, and given Kick's history of just letting illegal activity go unpunished for a really long time, I think it's pretty safe to say that they saw the amount of eyeballs this was bringing, and they just let it ride. They didn't care that Jean Parmenov was literally being fucking abused on their platform because it was getting some big-time peepers on the platform. And I think that needs to change ASAP for Kick. This is a platform that's growing a lot, and as I've said this a lot, I think it's a good thing if Kick continues to be successful. Competition in the streaming space is crucial, but the way that they handle their own rules is laughable. It's just as bad as the way Twitch handles their rules. Kick is not shutting down illegal activity on their platform, and they need to. Again, I'm not saying had they shut down this marathon of abuse stream, it would have saved Jean Parmenov's life. There's no way of knowing that. But at the very least, you would have set the tone that abusing and fundamentally torturing a human being on your platform is not welcome, which I think is a good stance to take. And it seems like it's something that a lot of the streamers on Kick would also like Kick to step up and do. Again, I mentioned this yesterday as another example. There is a streamer who is still actively streaming on Kick. As of me making this right now, is literally live, who has fucked multiple prostitutes on stream, and includes one time where he fucked a prostitute on stream with a child in the room while he did it on stream. And that guy is still not banned. Kick needs to start actually taking crimes seriously, which I can't believe is something that even needs to be said. But anyway, I'm not going to rant about that any longer. The big update to today's story is a French investigation has concluded that Jean Parmenov's death was not the result of any foul play. According to a public prosecutor, there was a post-mortem conducted and he was found to have not been killed by trauma or a third party. The probable causes of death appear to be medical and or toxicological. This is from Damien Martinelli, saying that further tests had been ordered, but ultimately they're concluding that this was not the result of all of the abuse and mistreatment that he endured for so long from these streamers that were beating him and strangling him and torturing him. 2 forensic doctors found no internal or external traumatic injuries or burns, only a few bruises and healed lesions. Medical experts considered that Mr. Graven's death was not traumatic in origin and was not related to the intervention of a third party. Graven may have suffered from heart problems and was undergoing medical treatment for his thyroid gland, the prosecutor added. There's a lot to unpack with this. Now, while his actual cause of death might not be directly related to all of the beatings and shit that he took from these fucking demons, I think it's inarguable that all of the stress and all of the torture that he endured probably was pretty bad for his already present medical conditions. I would make an argument, now of course I'm not a medical expert, that subjecting a human being with medical problems as well as a couple of other things going on in the medical history to the amount of beatings, strangulation, stress, consumption of dangerous chemicals, the sleep deprivation, and doing your absolute best to ensure perpetual misery of that individual probably exacerbates a lot of problems that could lead to their death. I would say that is something that most sensible people would agree with. I think if someone has underlying medical conditions, fundamentally torturing them is probably just going to make it worse. Even if the torture doesn't directly kill them, I would be shocked if anyone thinks that this means that those streamers' hands are clean. Like, oh, case closed. He didn't die from any of the trauma he experienced. Yeah, he had some bruises and all that, and yes, he was abused for so long, mistreated, and fundamentally tortured by these individuals, but his actual death, well, it looks like that was just of natural causes and had nothing to do with any of this innumerable amount of torture that we've bore witness to. Surely that was all just circumstantial, had nothing to do with any of that. They're blameless. These are just some saints here. These are angels, actually. These are just good friends of Raphael Graven who are clearly going to be mourning his loss just as much as everyone else. They did nothing wrong. It was just medical problems that they in no way was impacted by the abuse that he was subjected to for such an extended period of time from these individuals. I think all of the evidence that you can freely watch of all of the numerous, like, unfathomable mountain of clips of them just beating the shit out of him and literally like abusing him constantly, fundamentally torturing this man, would indicate that they definitely played a role in making his overall health worse. And we have the text messages from Raphael Graven to his mother that indicate how much stress he was under and how he felt like he was being held hostage by them, that he couldn't leave, and that he desperately wanted out. It was so bad with their abuse of this man that they actually had him on stream confirm that if he dies, it's not their fault. I had to translate this, but in a clip that's out there, they are saying, well, what happens if Jean Parmenov dies? They said, well, we're going to have to get him to say that it's not our fault if he dies. It's a result of his lifelong bad health, his bad decisions, his terrible way of living that led to his death if he dies. And he initially said no. He didn't want to say that. But they made him say that. They forced him to say that if he dies, it is not because of all of the abuse that they subject him to. Does that sound like the actions of an innocent party here? They knew that he was vulnerable. They knew that what they were doing could very well, end up with him dead, it seems. And then to try and cover their ass, they had him agree that if he dies, it's because of his own health problems, which he initially declined to do, but they kept insisting that he clears them. Like, it's fucking absurd to try and make the claim that all of these streams, the months worth of abuse, more than months, a long time of abuse they subjected John Parmenov to, had no role to play in his passing. It's craziness to try and make it seem like just because they didn't, like, fucking kill him on the spot on stream, that they had nothing to do with his death. Now, something I've seen popping up from some real fucking brain-dead morons here huffing stupid juice is that, well, he agreed to all of it, so it's his fault, can't be mad at the streamers. If that isn't the biggest load of fucking barnacles I've ever heard. First of all, we know from the text messages he didn't want to do it. He wanted to leave, but felt he couldn't leave, that he was being held hostage there. They weren't letting him leave, was the impression he was giving to a text message sent to his mother. Also, from what I was reading, they would actually force him to do this, sometimes monetarily. Like, they would financially pressure him to participate in their abuse and mistreatment. And from the very get-go, it feels like they manipulated a mentally vulnerable man who was looking for friends into being their guinea pig to just beat on stream for content to make money off of it. They treated this guy like a human piñata, where they would hit him until money fell out from, like, the deranged viewers that were watching and donating and all of that. There is nothing here that indicates that he was a willing participant for everything. Yes, he agreed to a certain level of, like, extreme challenges, but clearly not all of it. Again, we have the text messages that he sent to his mother. It's clear he didn't want to do all of it. And it's clear on stream the amount of times he would say no to things, but they would still force him to eventually just succumb to it and agree. Also, from what I was reading, I'm not super familiar with the law in the region, but from what I read, you can't even legally consent to being tortured or anything like that in the first place. So even if he, like, fully agreed to everything, it doesn't seem like you can legally even do that. Like, you can't legally consent to fucking torture on yourself. It's just, this whole thing is indefensible in my eyes. Also, Naruto's a bitch. This loser brings shame to the entire Hidden Leaf village. He has ruined the Uzumaki name with this. He has filed a cyberbullying complaint amid the backlash to all of this. He has the gall to file a cyberbullying complaint about his feelings being hurt with people insulting him for all of the abuse that he subjected Jean Parmenov to. So he filed the complaint to the Paris prosecutor's office cyber hate division, targeting those who have harassed Naruto since JP's death. As he goes through a period of mourning, Naruto is the subject of a cyberbullying campaign. These behaviors, in addition to being immoral, constitute criminal offenses. A complaint will be filed in the coming days with the Paris prosecutor's office cyber hate division so that the perpetrators can be identified and prosecuted. You fucking vile worms. Imagine torturing a man for so long, so much mistreatment and abuse broadcast on stream so you could make money off of this man's misery. And now, when that man passes away, you are now trying to play the victim yourself, like, oh, you guys are hurting our feelings. How can you guys be mean to us? We've done nothing wrong. That was our best friend. Did you not read our heartfelt post where we called him, well, where Naruto called him his sidekick? Did you also not read the part in Naruto's apology that was so heartfelt where he said, please stop sharing the final moments? Oh man, what, did you miss all of that? Because the final moments make them look so bad, because in the final moments he throws a fucking water bottle at JP's lifeless body on the floor and then goes and slaps it to see if he'll be responsive, only to find out he's dead? Because for the entirety of that marathon stream they were just abusing this poor guy? What? Oh my god, did you miss all of that? It's so clear how much they loved their best friend, and you guys are being mean to them? That's crazy. Oh my god, what does the world come to? We need to identify and prosecute everyone who's left a nasty comment about Naruto and Safune. It's so fucking cringe. It's crazy. It is just craziness. This story has been so fucking gross, and I can only pray that they actually do face punishment here, because now I'm starting to worry that they won't. It looks like they might get away with it. I also learned that they'd actually been taken in by French authorities earlier this year about everything they were putting Jean Parmenov through on stream, but they were released the same day. And then it ultimately leads to what happened here, where they continue to do it because it looks like they're completely in the right legally over there in France, I guess, to continue mistreating this guy. So they continue to do it on stream, and it leads to a fucking tragedy with the passing of Jean Parmenov at 46 years old. This shit is so evil. Now, again, all of this is happening in France, so a lot of the information that I get access to is through translations, so it is a little hard to keep up with everything, like, fully accurately, but I'm doing the best I can. It is just so sad. Like, this whole story of Raphael Gravin is just so sad, man. Like, it breaks my heart to see this kind of shit. Anyway, I just wanted to give you the update here. That's really about it. So, yeah. Since I was a child, I always said two things. I want to be tall, and if I could choose any superpower for myself, I would choose teleportation, be blessed with. I failed on both fronts. But teleportation, I believe, is probably like the most useful superpower. The possibilities are endless. And can you imagine my surprise today when I found out that it's not just fiction and make-believe where you gotta play pretend and it only exists in comic books and anime? There is a real, living, breathing, sentient, flesh and blood human being in this country with the ability to teleport. His name is Greg Phillips, and he is a top official at FEMA.
The very first time you were teleported,
it was scary in a way. I mean, you don't really know. Okay, is this evil? Is this good? What is this?
Let me stop you right there. Teleportation could never be evil. That is a divine gift right there. So this is Greg Phillips. He is a very high-level, powerful figure at FEMA, who is on a podcast talking about his experience with teleportation. It's happened to him on more than one occasion. I'm unsure who the host is, but she looks like a reptilian doing her best to pretend like she's interested in the conversation. Now, Greg Phillips, though, has got some really strong claims here that give me a lot of hope for the future of our species. If he can teleport, why not me?
What do I do with this? How do I deal with it? I was on the phone. Oh my God, what's happening? And I was landed, and landed about 40 miles away in a ditch outside of a Baptist church in a little tiny town just where you cross over the border. And it was an incredibly frightening moment.
So this is his origin story. To me, this sounds like when the superhero first starts to awaken their abilities and they're unsure how to utilize it. Kind of like Invincible, when he throws the bag of trash into fucking orbit by accident. This is Greg Phillips starting to master his gifts here of teleportation. So he's talking about how he was driving, then his car got lifted and teleported into a ditch 40 miles away, and it was frightening him. As it would for anyone. The way he's describing it makes it sound like he's lagging in fucking Grand Theft Auto Online. He didn't know what was happening, but he knew he was teleporting around. However, he says that it's no fun. That's crazy to me, Greg. You're fucking teleporting, bro. That's like the most fun thing that can happen.
To experience yourself in your car, flying through the air. Teleporting is no fun. It's so fun because you don't really know what you're doing. You don't really understand it. I was with my boys one time and I was telling I was going to go to Waffle House and get Waffle House. And I ended up at a Waffle House. This was in Georgia. And I ended up at a Waffle House like 50 miles away from where I was. They said, "Where are you?" I said, "A Waffle House." They said, "Waffle House where?" I said, "That's not possible. You just left here like a moment ago." But it was possible. It was real.
He's teleporting to Waffle Houses now. This man is unstoppable. Now, far be it from me to try and poke holes in the experience here of Greg Phillips. His story is exhilarating. His evidence is watertight, about as good as it gets. But if I may toss out a little bit of a game theory here, what are the odds that he was with his boys and he was blackout drunk and was driven to a Waffle House and then couldn't remember how he got there and just ended up with the conclusion he must have teleported? Or I guess he said that he was in his car going to a Waffle House and then teleported there. I guess maybe it's possible he was blackout drunk and then fucking drunk drove himself to a Waffle House and was like, "Oh my God, I've done it! Teleportation!" which would be extremely degenerate behavior. I just feel like the fast travel he unlocked to Waffle House is just a little suspicious because Waffle House is the spot drunk people go to. Like, it's moths to a flame. So the fact that he's teleporting to a Waffle House, feel like there was a lot of alcohol involved and he's just forgetting how the journey went. But I'm not the fun police, and I don't know for sure. Maybe Buddy really has been teleporting all over the map. Going to a Waffle House, ending up in a ditch, in your mother's bedroom for a little reverse cowgirl action. Perhaps he truly has achieved the gift of teleportation. And I think him being a director at FEMA now, with these kind of abilities in his back pocket, is a grand slam for America. Because imagine him being able to weave his teleportation into the FEMA protocol like he's fucking Nightcrawler going around saving all of us. You know, as natural disasters striking somewhere in this country, he can just say, all right, let's teleport them out. I'm going in. And then he'll go in, teleport us to a fucking Waffle House to safety. Or maybe it goes a little differently and he's like, okay, we don't need to send a lot of resources there. I'll just instruct everyone to teleport to a safer location. Because maybe he believes that this is something everyone else can do, not realizing that only he is the chosen one. Now, unsurprisingly, FEMA officials are trying to throw us all off the trail of the world's first X-Man, trying to put the toothpaste back in the tube. This is so silly, it's barely worth acknowledging. DHS, FEMA, and Mr. Phillips are focused on the critical mission of emergency management and ensuring the safety of the American people. Many of the comments cited are taken out of context or represent personal, informal, jovial, or somewhat spiritual discussions made in the context of barely surviving cancer in a private capacity prior to his current role. I'm a little confused on this statement here as it pertains to his teleportation conversation. Now, there were other things that he's been facing hot water for like other claims and stuff that they're probably referring to for like context and all that. But some of them are directly about teleportation, which he was just, from what I can tell, talking about on its own as like an experience that he's had on multiple occasions of teleporting. From what I've seen from the podcast, it wasn't even like a spiritual discussion when it came to that topic. It's not that he was saying, you know, like the Lord was teleporting me to a Waffle House because he knew I needed some dense nutrients from those burnt hash browns or anything like that. And also, I don't think it was about like his cancer battle or anything either, which I think is a terrible thing. So happy to hear that he's cancer free these days, but I don't think it played any role in this conversation about teleportation. So I think that that's them just trying to rely on people not watching the segment for themselves. I also agree that it is very silly, but I think it should be worth discussing because this guy has a very powerful role at FEMA, which is an organization whose work is life or death for a lot of people in this country, and now you have this guy going on about teleporting. Like, who's to say, you know, as disaster strikes, he doesn't just get whisked away to a fucking Waffle House again, and he starts stomping his feet. Oh, dagnabbit, not again! Back at Waffle House. I keep getting fucking spirited away over here. I think it's a very important conversation to have because he has admitted to not mastering these abilities. He can't control them. So when we need him most, he might just teleport again. And who's to say he stops at only 50 miles away? Maybe next time he teleports 100 miles away. Or even 200 miles away. Maybe he goes off-world, interstellar teleportation. I think it is something that we need to really start considering. And honestly, I think studying as well. I wish he wouldn't just keep the secrets of teleportation to himself. He's teased us about how it's happened to him and how frightening it is, but I want to fucking teleport, Greg. Why don't you just let the government study your abilities so that way we can all learn to teleport and be better for it? Think about how many lives can be positively impacted through the ability to teleport. Even if it is restricted to just being able to teleport to a Waffle House, that can do a lot of good. There are so many Waffle Houses in this country. If we can teleport to them willy-nilly, that'd be like fucking Mass Effect relays for us. That'd be so huge for travel and just so many good, positive things that could come from that. So Greg, please, stop being selfish. Please, divulge the secrets of teleportation to the rest of us. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Do Digimon cards hold any value? I don't know. I'm not in the Digimon TCG space. You still have the Digimon binder you stole? Yep. I do still have it. I don't think they're worth anything, though. See if there's any old ones up. There is a $1 million listing on eBay for the Digimon Digibattle First Edition Series Gold Stamp Uncut Sheet. I have a hunch that will never sell. Man, some of these eBay sellers are actually fucking... They're on like a different planet. For $408,000, a Metal Greymon PSA 10. It's the PlayStation promo. It says that it's Pop 2. Don't know if that's true or not. But I feel like I have this card in that binder. You know, let me just go get that binder, actually, while I'm looking at Digimon cards. It's just right over here. 1 second. Alright. Here it is. I stole this in the 4th grade. Well, I didn't steal the binder. I stole the cards in the binder in 4th grade. And I thought I was going to hell for it for the longest time. His name was Bryce. God rest his soul. Let's see if I have that 408,000 Metal Greymon. But look, here's the original shit. There's a Greymon. Not foil, though. Maybe I just have a bunch of garbage, actually. Looking at it now, maybe I was just trash. Maybe I stole trash from him. This is all garbage. Holy shit. Wait, here, this might be something. No, this is nothing. That's a power-up. A power option card. That's the only, like, foil outside. Oh, wait! We got a Babamon. Foil Babamon. Hold on, we might have something big here. Wow, you can't see that at all, can you? We got any Babamon fans? Let's see. Should I get this shit graded? Am I sitting on $1 million? A foil Babamon from the 2001 first set here, gold stamp. Babamon. Okay, Babamon. ST1, yep. Is that mine? Yep. ST115, which tells me that's a starter deck card. Actual trash. This whole binder is nothing but actual trash. There's no way a starter deck card is going to be worth anything. But, you know what? I can't find any data on anyone grading this. So this will be legitimately a Pop 1 card. Actually. This will genuinely be the only one. I'm gonna set that aside. Shit's going right to Beckett. Oh, wait, we got another foil. This one is a, Oh, wait, I'm just now noticing I have multiple cards. It's making me cough. There must be a bunch of dust flying up from this. I just noticed I jammed a bunch of cards in the same pockets. I wonder if I've missed anything. What? Oh my god! I don't know what's making me cough so much. Holy! And it looks like there's only a few places where I put a few in the same pocket. We got the, Skullmeramon. Skullmeramon? Is this a big hit? This is another starter deck card. Good lord. Good lord. Not a single one of these has ever been graded, though. Pop one. Pop one on my hands. Pop one. You know, looking through this, I'm starting to think maybe I didn't have that Metal Greymon. I really thought I did. I'm losing hope. I'm thinking I didn't. I do have a Garudamon, though. Non-foil. And I got Greymon out the ass. Oh, Gatomon! Oh, not foil. I thought it was foil. Oh, I got excited. That probably would have been something. Oh, you know what I do have, though? I have, the Digimon movie cards. Oh, or at least I think this is from the movie. Yeah, it even has, MO on it. Says it's definitely a movie card. Terriermon! There is... Wow. What is going on? There is a Terriermon for $200, but it's not that one. Oh, I got a Platinum Sukamon! Oh, this isn't from the first set, though. That's unlucky. Yeah, it's unlucky. Platinum Sukamon probably would have been a big one. Probably nothing. Graded anyway. Pop 1. Pop 1. Naturally, it's a PSA 10. It's been festering in this dust-ridden binder for 20 years. It's only been getting stronger. Metal Greymon! I did have one! I knew it! I knew it! Is this the $400,000 one, you think? What are the odds, huh? This is... Well, actually, this is from the first set, I think. Man, maybe there's a chance it's a little something. Maybe there's a chance. Wow, this sold for $1,200, this version. I'm in the right set, but the wrong rarity. Unlucky, man. No. The one I have isn't 1,200. Sorry. I was just looking at another Metal Greymon, a PSA 9 of the $400,000 one. The one I have, I don't even see listed. Don't nobody want this fucking thing? That's such a shame. I'm right there. I'm on the cusp. I'm tickling it. No, I think we're cooked. That's probably my only Metal Greymon. I was a trash collector back in the day. Holy, it's all garbage. Actually, all garbage. Genuinely. Nothing but poop as far as the eye can see. Maybe this is something. Metal Garurumon. That might be something. It's a foil. Maybe this is something. This is not from the first set, though. This is the second set. Ah, it's a starter deck card. Fuck! Well, what a load of trash. But I got just about every single common card from the first set. The first booster and the starter decks. You hate to see it, man. You really do. I've also got a ton of these absolutely worthless cards that they used to print all the time back in the day for Pokemon and Digimon. Where it's these things. These god-awful, ugly things like the Topps cards. I have 1,000 of these awful things. I doubt these are worth anything. Those look awesome. Don't try and make me feel better. This shit looks like trash. Here's a cool Gabumon, though. Yeah, this is the 2000 Upper Deck line. Let's see, I'm curious. Non-foil, $10. Prism foil, $5. Somehow it's even cheaper. Wait a minute! There's some stupid asshole on eBay that's doing my strategy I was just kidding about unironically. He's fucking shameless loser. Look at this. This guy's doing exactly what I was saying. Pop 1! Gabumon Silver Prism exclusive! And it's Pop 1 because literally no one bothers to do this. Actually, no one bothers to send this trash in. It's working for him. He's got over 8K sales. Not from this, though. I highly doubt it's from this. Also, it's clearly not even Pop 1, by the way. Here's another one. Oh, this is CGC. So it's Pop 1 for PSA. You know what? Genuinely, I might just do that. Well, actually, no. Then I'm just going to spend a ton of money on this awful, stupid idea for no reason. Because it's all a scam. You pay like hundreds of dollars to get your cards graded. But maybe I'll send in this entire binder of Digimon and just collect Pop 1s of common shit like Fridgemon. This snowman Digimon. You send those to PSA and they send you a video of them using it as toilet paper. Yeah, probably. I really thought I had a foil Metal Greymon. Like, I distinctly remember it. But I'm just having a false memory, I think. Maybe whatever poison was abundant in this binder that's causing me to cough so much is affecting my memory. Damn, I really, really thought I did. What do you mean you had? Bryce had? Well, not everything in this binder I stole from Bryce. I just stole some cards I liked, and I guess I liked trash. It's not all Bryce's. Man, did I just not like shiny things? Because I still have a lot of my old Yu-Gi-Oh cards I found not long ago. All commons. Basically all commons. Unless I got robbed at some point in my life. Maybe I just hated shiny shit. Should have predicted the gross TCG market we have now. I know, I wish I did. I should have seen it coming. More so than most kids. Because I remember going on toywiz.com. Still exists, by the way. And I used to beg my parents to buy me singles. And when they would inevitably say no, I would print them off on the printer and make a little card out of them. I should have known where things were going. The vast majority of numbers you see on the internet aren't real. The accounts that you interact with, the posts that you see, oftentimes aren't even made by a human being on the other side of the keyboard. The cyberspace is dominated by bots. And unless you've just woken up from a coma, this isn't news to you. Everybody knows that now. It's an accepted part of cruising the World Wide Web, that the shit you see is artificially inflated. And it's become a huge yapping point, a massive topic, specifically dead internet theory, and diving even deeper into the minutia of bots, cannonballing into the deep end of the pool, you will find viewbots, a topic that often gets very aggressive and accusatory because it is so prevalent across streams in particular, on Twitch, on YouTube, on Kick. Streamers of all shapes and sizes are often using viewbots to boost their numbers. It's not some big conspiracy, it's not deep state propaganda or anything like that. It is a provable, real thing that platforms just don't seem to be taking any real action on at all. I could right now go live on Twitch openly stating I'm viewbotting it out the wazoo to fucking 20k viewers, and maybe the worst that would happen is I get like a 24-hour suspension from Twitch. They don't care. They made that push like a year ago about getting bots off the platform, but that lasted for what, 2 fucking days? And then they took like a catastrophic hit to their overall viewer metrics, and I guess they pumped the brakes because at the end of the day, and this is something people say a lot, and it is true, those huge numbers are good for Twitch as well to advertisers, even if the numbers are fake, even if they know it's botted, phony baloney, fraudulent viewer metrics. It doesn't matter. It makes them more appealing to brands. So it seems like they are very hands-off when it comes to doling out big punishment for view bots. It's not exactly a well-kept secret. It's pretty out there in the open that tons of streamers view bot. Now, the reason why I'm yapping about it again is because just yesterday, or maybe it was even earlier today, I don't know, time moves in a weird fucking fashion once you hit your 30s. Everything blends together, your bones fucking creak anytime you walk up or down stairs. Anyway, though, I'll stop bitching and whining about that. I know you're not here to listen to me play a sad song on the world's smallest violin about my deteriorating cartilage. The CEO of Night Media, Reed, came forward with a post out of nowhere saying that it's time to start viewbotting. That's the title of the post, which is a eye-catching title, no doubt. Very seldom will you hear someone in that kind of position just say the quiet part out loud here about success in the streaming space. And make no mistake, Night Media is fucking huge. They are one of the top dogs in the YouTuber streamer agency space. They are huge in the industry. They represented Mr. Beast for a while. I don't know if they still do, but they have represented and still actively represent massive creators. Though it was certainly interesting to see him with a post like this that makes it seem like he's out there saying, everyone's got a viewbot, we gotta open Pandora's box. If you're not pooping, you're farting. If you're not using viewbots, you're at a disadvantage. Wake the fuck up, samurai. Time to get viewbots on the horn. But reading the post, it's a little bit different, though ultimately his tone around viewbots does seem to be somewhat positive. What does it take to cut through all the noise on the internet? If everyone else is botting, why shouldn't you? We used to live in a world where if you made great content, algorithms would find an audience for your videos. Now, creators have to clip farm, pay clippers, and sometimes even viewbot to have a better chance of capturing more attention and breaking through the noise. This is especially true on platforms like Twitch, where viewbotting can surface you on the front page of popular streaming categories. Off rip, this is some turbo doomer shit because it kind of positions it as like your only option if you're just getting started. Oh, there used to be a time where if you made great content, you could get found, but Those times are way behind us in the shitter now. It's gone. That's a era long forgotten, like the saber-toothed tiger. Now, if you want to cut through the noise, you gotta clip farm, pay clippers, or Lord help us, even Viewbot. You gotta get down and dirty in the pig pen. It's the only way. When that's not true. You can still make great content and get found. It does happen. I think the best example of that is Queso. I would be shocked to learn Queso Viewbotted at any point in his life. I don't even think the guy could find a Viewbot website or provider. I genuinely don't think he would even know where to begin with something like that. And he has blown up solely because he makes good content. He cut through the noise. And this is something I've always said, luck is a huge part of it. It is. It just is. But what he is right about is that in the current day and age, there is an alternative that doesn't rely as much on RNG. And that is pay to win. You can stand a better chance of standing out in the oversaturation of content creation by paying for Viewbots to float your stream to the top of categories, or pay for Viewbots on other socials where you're spamming clips from your streams so you could boost up numbers on, you know, a wacky moment or something and have it like explode elsewhere because you inflated the numbers through Viewbots, so then people could find your stream and maybe organically grow it that way, but you still Viewbotted in order to boost a clip that led people to the stream. Like, there are paths that don't rely as much on luck, because if you just have money to start and just start buying views, it does help put you in front of more eyes. It's something that's very common, especially on Twitter. But at the end of the day, I just don't like this mentality that Reed kind of encapsulates here of, well, everyone else is cheating, so I should too. And he's trying to make like a strong argument that everyone else is doing it. Content alone, it could be the most slapping, banging content ever. It's not good enough. It's all about the distribution method now, which is dominated through bots and shit like that. So really, you gotta think about this strategy of using bots. I just don't like how he's positioning bots as a strategy instead of calling it what it really is, which is cheating. Like, yes, you can gamify the distribution and shit through bots. Everyone fucking knows that. But I just don't think it's something that should be outwardly encouraged. And it's really weird that the CEO of Night Media, one of the biggest agencies in the space, especially for streamers, is having this kind of viewpoint. Like, his title isn't exactly indicative of his thoughts, because he does say, like, this is a problem, this is an exploit, but he speaks about it like, this exploit exists, so you have to use this now. It's like, you really should, like, almost that it's a necessity. And I just don't like that perspective nor that mentality. I just think there's a reason why this topic on Viewbots is always so passionate from so many people, because Viewbots fucking suck. Nobody likes that. It is just a completely dog shit norm right now. And I don't think it needs to be even more normalized. But it's not some requirement or anything like that. Reed then goes on to make a mention of advertisers and Viewbots. Do advertisers have any way of tracking botted engagement, and why isn't Twitch cracking down on this at all? Those are two really good questions. The answer to do advertisers have a way of tracking botted engagement is a big, nobody fucking knows. My gut tells me there's no way advertisers would have any clue, because how would they? How would they distinguish between authentic and real viewers through just a number plastered on a stream? It'd be entirely on Twitch to take care of the bots and get that number to be where it's like the authentic viewers and not just like, you know, fraudulent ones. I don't see how they could ever possibly know what's real and what's fake based on just the publicly available information. And I doubt Twitch is behind the scenes saying, okay, so your advertisement was played in front of 1 million concurrent viewers over the course of this campaign. Of that, about 15K were real human beings. We really appreciate your business. Like, I highly doubt that fucking happens, right? Like, it doesn't happen on a streamer basis with sponsors either. So, like, if a streamer is botting his stream up to, like, 5K, but really he only has, like, 1,000 real viewers there, and he works with a brand, and he sells to this brand at the 5K concurrent viewers, he's making a lot of extra money versus if he sold at his real 1K, and now the brand gets put in front of what they believe is 5,000 people, but is actually 4,000 bots with only 1,000 real people there. So maybe the campaign only sees them make like 3 fucking sales. Like, man, Perry Poutine Gotcha Game only got 3 clicks through this guy's stream, even though he has 5K concurrent viewers. What's going on here? And then you can maybe speculate and surmise that, okay, he's botting. But then you'd also never really know for sure because you could also say like, okay, maybe his community is just not interested in this gotcha game. These brands, I don't think have any idea, is the point I'm making. I don't see how they would. It's entirely on Twitch to combat the bots, and I don't think there's a way or a tool that these brands have access to that normal people don't that lets them see real versus fake viewers. And then to Reed's second question about why does Twitch not crack down on it, I think everyone knows because Twitch also benefits from these hugely inflated numbers. They see a lot of upside to these massive numbers being housed on Twitch. I think that's pretty clear. Probably don't need to dive any deeper on that. And it is something that he starts to tackle in his next section here about platforms needing to take action. He goes on to talk about, how prevalent the botting problem is, as well as the reluctance from platforms to act on it, believing that the more views there are, the better things look for advertisers, which many people agree with. And again, that probably is the simple truth of it. If these numbers are huge, the platforms are probably very happy because then it's more appealing to advertisers. It could end up with more money to the platform itself. I think it really is that simple. Now, it's this section that ties directly into the eye-catching title that he used here for this piece. If everyone else is doing it, should you? I would never explicitly say you should bot your views on Twitch other than in the title of this article. But the reality is, if you're not view botting and everyone else is, you're at a disadvantage. When you're competing in a category where you're buried if you don't have 500 plus viewers, maybe shifting your strategy to paying clippers and buying bots helps a streamer break through. I wanted to see what it would cost to bot a stream, and for $180 a week on ViewBotter, I can get 1,500 followers, 225 chatters, and 750 concurrent viewers. Not bad for less than $800 a month, and these companies accept crypto payments. So, he's saying that he's not actively advocating for view botting your channel, but if you're not, well, you got your own dick in your butt. Like, everyone around you is doing it. Maybe you should shift your strategy. I don't know. To me, that feels like he is advocating for it. Maybe I'm on the crack pipe. He's pointing out a real problem, that these platforms don't enforce it, so the precedent has been set that there's no actual consequences. But it does seem like he's saying, you really should view bot your streams if you want to succeed. And he does prop it up as a legitimate strategy and even insinuates that it's not like super expensive, saying, not bad for less than $800 a month. Look at this huge head start you can get. Really should be something to consider. And I get it. It is something that people obviously consider and pull the trigger on, no doubt. But it's not exactly something that I think should be encouraged either. It sucks. It is a bad practice. And there's a reason why this is such a big topic, because people don't like view botters. It's not something that I think should be talked about in a manner that feels like it's positive and encouraging, and even setting it up as maybe even your only option if you want to stand out, because as Reed said multiple times, good content isn't good enough. You got to really consider distribution, and distribution, view bots can really do wonders for. I don't know. To me, it just rubs me the wrong way. He then closes by talking about view bot detection and how Twitch CEO mentioned it's a game of cat and mouse, and that really there's not a whole lot of great information that he could find on how brands can detect view bots or anything like that. And then he finishes the big takeaway. We've entered an era where good content alone isn't enough, distribution tactics are. When clipping, paid amplification, and even bots can artificially push you up the rankings, the playing field starts to tilt toward whoever is willing to game it. Twitch's detection tools feel reactive at best, and advertisers don't seem to have a reliable way to verify what's real. If botting becomes normalized, creators face a brutal question. Compete clean and risk invisibility, or bend the rules to survive. Long term, though, this erodes trust in the entire ecosystem. Again, he drives that point home about good content alone isn't enough. It's all about distribution tactics, and I just firmly disagree. Good content alone is sometimes enough. But again, it does take luck. It does. It always has, and it always will. Distribution tactics, though, he's right, can be gamified and boost your shit and immediately give you a better chance, so you're not overly reliant on luck. If you'd rather focus instead on pay-to-win mechanics through clippers and view bots and stuff like that, then you would be entering the Thunderdome competing head-to-head, toe-to-toe with countless others who are doing that daily. That is very, very common. And in many, many cases, it's hard to tell if it's real or fake. So it is a legitimate problem, and it sucks that platforms don't do anything about it. He's not wrong about the core, that there is a huge problem because these platforms don't crack down on viewbots. Now everyone fucking does it seems. And it fucking blows. And I imagine he's right that it is a very real consideration for tons of streamers. Like, well, why would I even bother trying to do this legitimately when everyone else is fucking cheating? Everyone else is viewbotting, so why wouldn't I? And it's hard to argue, like, because it's morally correct to, play fair. It would be hard to make someone be like, okay, then I'll do that and go nowhere unless I get fucking crazy lucky. When the alternative is apparently like cheap view bots that give them a better chance. It's something that he's not wrong about in his assessment here. Again, I just find it weird that it feels like he's speaking on it like almost positively, like you're at a huge disadvantage, you really need to think about this strategy that actually isn't all that expensive if you want to compete on an even playing field. Because at the end of the day, I don't think viewbots are something that should be encouraged. I don't think it should be twisted to the point where people consider viewbots like a strategy as opposed to just cheating. Because viewbots are bad for everyone. There's a reason why it's such a passionate topic for so many people. Because it sucks. It sucks for the people that aren't doing it, and it sucks for viewers too. Like, viewbots are just shitty overall, like genuinely. So like, it's not something that I'd like to see more people start being like, yeah, let's start really thinking about doing more viewbotting, as if there's not already enough. So anyway, this was a very interesting post, to say the least, and I just wanted to yap about it. That's really about it. See ya.
What's up everybody, it's Critical. I'm playing Soda Drinker Pro for the PC. Let's do this shit. Alright, pretty basic controls. Let's begin. The beach, a lovely place to drink a soda. Lovely is an understatement. This is beautiful. Is that like a pink cyclops spying on me? Just adds to the atmosphere, I suppose. Ooh, nice little swig of soda here. This is just gorgeous. It's like I'm on the beach right now. This is disturbingly realistic. Oh, look at this rock. This is a good-looking rock. Are you thirsty? Would you like a sip of my soda? Where's your mouth? Is this your mouth? Get your thirst quenched, asshole. Now it's my turn. Now it's your turn. Now it's my turn. Now you can go fuck yourself. It's my soda. You're taking huge gulps of it, you son of a bitch. What else do we have on this beach? Some sperm trails in the sky. The sun. Barney's dildo. What is this? Some forsaken soda? I'm here to rescue you. Bonus soda. That is music to my ears. Some bonus soda. Just look at this. Perfectly serene. I cannot think of another place I'd rather be drinking soda. This right here is why the world exists. This right here is why we exist. This is why existing can exist. This is just a marvelous beach. My goodness. Just so full of life. So full of soda. Oh shit, what happened? Oh, I guess when you finish your soda, you go to the next level. I guess I've entered the chalk zone. Who's got the chalk? Chalk zone. Oh, this soda is dancing for me. Don't worry, darling. Daddy's got you. These are some really nice trees. These are the trees nature wanted. But now we have these fucked up trees in our world. But these are the right trees. This witch's house is the only thing out of place in this calm forest. Seems to have like a volcanic eruption going on up there on the roof. Can I go in here? I guess not. Oh, a little more bonus soda up here. I'll hike up a mountain, no problem. Alright, I can't climb the mountain. That is not so delicious. Oh no, here we go. I just took a bad angle because I'm fucking stupid. Bonus soda, here we come. I'm on top of the world. I'll tell you, all this soda drinking has really worked up a thirst. You have now entered the world of soda. You must always sip on soda, otherwise it will be treated as high treason. Drinking soda in a weird room. Awesome. Alright. I'm on a paintball course. Drinking soda in space. Now this sounds exciting. Oh shit, I'm falling. Am I still No, alright, I landed on the ground. This is stunning. Oh shit, look at that one just zooming by. That planet thinks he's faster than all the rest. What a douchebag. It's like I'm actually in space right now with my soda. It's everything I've ever wanted. What is this, like a cue ball in billiards? Oh, what the fuck? I don't have to hold down the mouse to get the straw to my mouth. I can just click the mouse and the straw goes right to the correct position. This blasts open the doors to all kinds of future soda drinking possibilities. Oh my goodness, this is a game changer. What the fuck is this over here? Is this bonus soda? How am I supposed to reach that bonus soda? That's really high up there. Is there like a staircase here or something? Am I falling? Oh fuck, I am falling. Oh shit. Better take a sip. I'm just falling into the void of space, drifting through the emptiness. This is a nice view of our solar system, though. This is still a good time for some nice soda drinking here. This opportunity only comes once in a lifetime. You know what? As long as I have my soda with me, everything's gonna be honky-dory. The planets may be getting further and further away, but I'm getting closer and closer to enlightenment through soda. I'm going to get an erection, and then I'm gonna pour soda on my wiener, so that way my dick can have a taste of this soda as well. The planets are almost completely out of the picture here. The planets are completely out of the picture now. I'm just gonna fucking finish this soda. Now it's just space. Drinking soda in a castle. That is a mushroom. Alright. What am I standing on, like a giant dartboard here? This is a fucking shitty castle. Who lives in this castle? King Ass Cheek II of the Ass Cheeks dynasty? Drinking soda in a mouth. A little behind the scenes action here, alright, some insider access. This person, what the fuck? Person should really see a dentist. These teeth are extraordinary. A mouth nipple. Seen it a million times. This is undoubtedly a human mouth we're in. Alright, there's also some vagina lips inside of this mouth. That is a long fall from the tongue to the teeth. I would definitely get a boo-boo if I fell down there. Maybe even drop my soda. That would be an absolute jar of fuck. Drinking a refreshing soda before a convention. Alright. Look at this convention. Oh shit, whoa, what the fuck? Allow me to explain these graphs. The green line represents the number of titties suitable for milking over the last 10 years. The other two lines represent shit holes that currently exist on the planet. This pie chart, it doesn't show us anything here. The arrow is pointing to blue. So there you go. Now this one here is probably the most important. This is the blueprint for the roller coaster I'm planning on opening on the moon. So it's a little sneak preview here for everyone at the convention. These fucking chairs are huge. Who is attending this convention? Godzilla and friends? Drinking a soda by an empty pool. Now we're talking. This pool is empty. Drinking a soda in the creepy woods at night. This sounds scary. Oh shit, look at this. Heads of broccoli everywhere. Oh wait, what the fuck? Why is the bonus soda way up there? How the fuck am I supposed to get to that? What is this? Like a fucking magic wand? What is it trying to stir here? There's nothing here. At the county fair. I know we're fucking drinking soda there. How am I supposed to get that bonus soda? Do they expect me to just, like, shoot the soda at the ground and use it as a jetpack? That'd just be a giant waste of soda. Is this piece of cabbage selling the food here? You did it. You drank all 10 sodas. You are no longer thirsty. Thank you for playing. No, thank you for making Soda Drinker Pro. I've always wanted to drink soda everywhere imaginable. Alright, well, I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya. Why do we cry when we are born? Is it because we have to take a shit? Or is it because we just don't know anything? Or is it because we already know too much? I will share with you the true reason we weep after birth. When we enter this world, we know we are entering into a world that has something fierce, something vicious, something terrible lurking in its oceans. We cry because we know Sharktopus is out there.
Like a jar of peanut butter in the top shelf cabinet in my kitchen, I just can't get it. I truly don't understand what is going on with Twitch that just leads them to making the worst decisions so brazenly. Like, they have to have the orb of confusion somewhere in the office up there, and it is just wreaking havoc on their brains. It is incomprehensible. There is a streamer, her name is Nina. She has on stream, on Twitch, twice now, sexually assaulted people. I'll show you the clips because it is textbook sexual assault. And she was banned for 1 day, initially. She got a 24-hour slap on the wrist, and then she was unbanned. Which you can kind of write off maybe as a mistake on Twitch's end, like they didn't mean to unban her. Maybe someone was pulling some levers in the HQ, not knowing what they did. You had someone fucking blasting away at the buttons and accidentally unbanned her, because she was banned shortly thereafter again. And I think every sensible person with a functioning frontal lobe expected that to be a permanent ban, because she I'm Porky Pigging right now. She sexually assaulted 2 people on stream, on their platform. If you don't take that seriously, what the fuck are you going to take seriously? It's a crime. It's sexual assault. So everyone expected that one to be an indefinite ban. But it was only a week. She is now unbanned, and she's already done a return stream. So it seems like Twitch truly only gave her a week vacation here. That's crazy. A week-long timeout. Pretty close to that scene in SpongeBob where they steal a balloon on Free Balloon Day and the cops put them behind bars for 3 seconds saying, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime, and then, oh, you're free to go. That, for sexual assault, is unbelievable.
Oh my God! Saeed! Hey, come here. I got you. Saeed, come here.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
23.
No.
Consensual.
No, he's not consenting.
Yes, he is.
He's not even saying nothing.
No. He likes it. Yeah, give.
Oh, no. I don't think he wants to.
Yeah, stay right there. Stay right there. Hold on.
That was the clip that started it. Saeed is his name. He was not consenting to any of this, and Nina is the one that's like holding him while her friend twerks on him. And his friends are even saying he's not consenting to this, and they do not care. They are forcing it upon him. And this is just a piece of a longer clip, and in the longer clip, they throw him on the bed and start, like, trying to rip at his clothes. They also take his bag and start going through his bag. And this whole time, he is making it very clear he does not want this, and he is uncomfortable with it.
No! Now they got it.
Take all this off. Take it off. Hey, yo, cut the cameras. Yo, cut the cameras, bro. Zo, do your shit. Let me get my Louis Vuitton scarf. Hold on, bitch. No outside clothes on the bed. Hold on. What's going on?
You can't just forcibly take it out. It ain't like it's
Let me get that bag. This is a nice bag. Hold on, this is a nice bag.
Yo!
How much this cost? Turn around. Start with the sock. Yo. Oh, I need this. I needed this. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Zoe, he's not consenting.
Pretty clear-cut sexual assault here. You don't need to be Phoenix Wright here in order to argue why this is sexual assault. It's obvious. Yet, and this is something we've talked about in the past, a lot of people, when it comes to a man being sexually assaulted, take it very differently. So I saw when this clip was blowing up, and a lot of people I know, I've already talked about this because I'm tardy to the party, but I'm just so shocked that Twitch is not taking this seriously. A lot of people were talking about how it's actually not sexual assault. It's clear he's laughing. He's going along with it. It's for content. No, it's not sexual assault. He's having a good time. In fact, he wanted it. And that's something that you see a lot when it comes to sexual assault against men, where people say, like, it's not serious. Don't be a bitch. A woman can't sexually assault a man because a man always wants sex. So this is a nothing burger. You guys are making a mountain out of a molehill. This isn't sexual assault at all. It's just good old-fashioned Twitch content, baby. And Nina herself even says how embarrassing it would be for a man like Saeed to say that this was sexual assault.
So what if he says, I feel like you did some shit wrong?
No, so the whole Saeed thing, no one essay Saeed. That's why today I was actually looking for Saeed. I was going to talk to him, like, he definitely felt disrespected as a person. Me, I take accountability what I do. If you dead ass felt disrespected, I didn't know. So you gotta let me know. If you did, I will always apologize. I mean, that's just normal people. But for him to walk around and say all that crazy shit, you never think about what Saeed's thinking too, though. Like, who wants to walk around being called that? That's embarrassing for him as a guy.
You didn't see Saeed today?
No, I was looking for him. I was looking everywhere for him.
Wow, what an angel. Pretty watertight defense right there. Checkmate. The fucking last few neurons remaining in her brain really scrambling there to come up with the perfect cope, and damn did she hit a home run with that one. So she is saying, oh, he didn't get sexually assaulted. Oh, okay, well, if you say so, all right. You would know, of course, yeah, no. It doesn't matter what he thinks happened. You're saying he didn't get sexually assaulted, so then it must not have happened. You're right. And then she goes on to say, like, you have to think about it, like, it'd be very embarrassing for him as a man. Wow. Is that so, Nina? Interesting. Do you keep that same energy when it comes to women that get sexually assaulted? Do you say the same thing? Like, oh, it'd be very embarrassing. She treats it like it's no big deal. She did nothing wrong. Rub some dirt in it, dweeb. Get over it. That's how she handles it. But I imagine if it was two guys who did this exact same thing to a girl on stream, if it played out exactly the same, there would be universal condemnation across the board, including from Nina herself, I imagine, and rightfully so, because stand back, brave take coming in. Plug your ears if you're not ready for the spicy take. Sexual assault is bad. I know. If you were standing up, you're gonna need to sit down. Holy. It doesn't matter if it's a female or male victim, sexual assault in all of its forms is horrible. And everyone should be outraged and against it. So why do we treat it differently because it was two girls that did it to a guy? It is still sexual assault, and I can't believe we are still having this conversation about, like, sexual assault against men not being taken seriously. It's not a unicorn. It's not make-believe. This isn't the fucking tooth fairy we're talking about. It is a real thing, and there are male victims of sexual assault. Like, I can't believe that even needs to be said. But I guess Twitch needs a reminder that it is a crime. Like, anyone who is a victim of sexual assault is the victim of a crime.
I didn't want it to, like, that being banned is not really anything to me, because at the end of the day, like, sexual assault is a crime. And people that say that it's not sexual assault, I don't know what you think sexual assault is, or anything like that. But I don't know what to tell you. Like, as a person that's literally dealt with sexual assault previously, it has taken a lot, like a large total on my head. I've dealt with something like this before, and I didn't want to. When I dealt with it originally, I was working at a job, and it was a gym, and I told my boss about it, and all he did was make jokes about it. And I tried to talk about it a lot more, and I didn't want to tell my parents. And it did affect me a lot. And this situation did bring back those memories.
This is Saeed being very open here, talking about what's unfolded, even mentioning that he's gone through a previous sexual assault situation in his past where it wasn't taken seriously then. His boss was making jokes about it, and it took a toll on him. And now, in this case, it seems like Twitch itself is not taking it seriously and treating it like it's a joke, considering Nina was only banned for a week. They slapped her in detention for a week, and now it's all sunshine and rainbows for her. She's back streaming again. And let me tell you, in her return stream, it's very clear she's learned her lesson. I think the week-long, benching here from Twitch has really helped put it all into perspective for her. You can see how apologetic she is and how remorseful she is for her actions.
Let me tie, right? Oh, what the fuck? Yo, why you always hitting me? Stop with those punches. Oh, shit, I can't touch you no more because I have to make a sign of NDA. Sorry, I forgot. Yeah, that's going to be tough, bro. It's going to come up 3 months later. I won't come up. Me? Punch you? You want me to punch you? Are you okay?
Did you send the NDA or no?
You sure? So I am not sexually assaulting you. No. I am not. You consent to this.
Yes.
You fully am okay with this.
Yes.
You will not use this clip against me later in 3 months later.
Never.
Or 9 months later.
No.
Or 6 months later.
No.
No? Hey, chat sees this, bro. Ready? Alright.
Okay.
Ready? 1. You asked for this. Nod your head. 2 times. Did you get it? Okay.
Wait, can I say something?
Damn.
Wait, can I say something?
Damn.
Listen, can I say something?
This seems like a real hoot and a holler. Man, she seems like a lot of fun to be around. So, I don't even know why she even threw out the word NDA. She has no idea what that is. I bet if you ask Nina what a non-disclosure agreement is or what it's for, she would just fucking blue screen. But the reason she's saying that is because she's just trying to insult everyone that made a big deal out of her sexually assaulting Saeed. And I haven't even shown you the other victim yet. I'm saving that till the end. But she's just treating it like it's no big deal. Like, oh, I guess I just can't touch people anymore. Not without like an NDA, I guess. And then this dude over here, this goober, I don't know if he's hiding his face out of embarrassment or shame, but if that is the case, I'd see why. Because that's pretty pathetic to be begging to be punched by this lady just for a crumb of attention. But yeah, that was her return stream, a real highlight moment from it. Some other really great tiddlywinks are when she's being mad at her friends for switching up on her after the sexual assault clip surfacing, where she was mad that they didn't fight tooth and nail for her honor, even though her actions are indefensible to a normal, sane person. So obviously her friends aren't going to go to bat for her, I imagine, or at least they shouldn't. Like, I don't care if you're her best friend, you should be able to come out and say, like, yep, that's fucked up, that is sexual assault. I don't support what's happened there. And she's getting mad that people did exactly that. Like, her friends were like, nope, that's unacceptable. She expected them to just be like, no, you guys are misunderstanding. And then she goes in to be, like, upset that they weren't texting her to get her side of the story, even though there's no sides. It is sexual assault, no matter how you spin it. You can try and feign ignorance until the cows come home. It doesn't change the fact that what you did is still textbook sexual assault. Just because you are a woman who did it to a man doesn't mean that it doesn't count.
You ready?
Yeah, go ahead, Nina.
All right.
Okay, Brad.
Actually not that bad.
I know. Concentrating on the bug.
Okay, girl.
No, Nina. Oh my. Wow, you have the best masseuse, Toast.
Good.
That was good.
Wow, she is so bold.
My spine.
You love to see it.
All right.
So bold, so bold. Yep, keep it up.
Push.
Yep. Good job, Nina.
So Toast shared his experience with Nina, where he went there expecting a professional masseuse, only to be met by a stranger named Nina, the fucking boogeyman here, coming up and giving him this massage where she was very clearly making a joke of it by just, like, groping him, like just grabbing on his ass cheeks there. Like she was grabbing those things like fucking motorcycle handles. It's not an accident. It's not unintentional. She didn't just like wander down there while trying to give a legitimate massage. She is literally honking on his butt cheeks. And people are laughing about it, making light of the whole thing. Like, Nina, oh my goodness, ha 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 ha. It's sexual assault. If that was a man that did that to a woman that was lying on that table, how many people would be laughing? Probably not very many. I imagine it'd be crickets for the most part. It'd be more silent than a James Corden stand-up routine. There wouldn't be a lot of laughter. It wouldn't really be viewed as a holly jolly good time. I imagine most people would immediately try and say like stop or step in, put the kibosh on it, but not here. Here, it's just treated as a joke. But why? Just because it is Nina doing this to a man, Toast, it doesn't make it not sexual assault. And in Toast's statement, he even says he has no idea who she was at the time. She just stepped in, did this. He was extremely uncomfortable, but didn't say anything in the moment because there's a bunch of cameras in his face, and it's hard to try and speak up in front of that because then it creates a tense situation. So it's an extra level of fear where it's hard to speak out and express, negative feelings in a case like this because, well, maybe now the streamers there view you as the bad guy or the chat starts attacking you or something. So it makes it very difficult. And it's something Toast briefly mentioned. And it's something that I've seen expressed numerous times in the past about it was hard to say anything in the moment because of all these cameras and all these people watching. And it's very true. Again, if this was a man that was doing this to a woman lying on that table, a complete stranger, just starts, honking on her butt cheeks there, how many people would be laughing? Probably none. It shouldn't be treated differently in this case. This was still a non-consensual sexual act that was performed on Toast and Saeed that is not being taken seriously. She received a week-long ban, and that's it. And it's not like she herself has digivolved into a better person or anything, learned her lesson, expressed any real level of remorse or anything like that. She is still treating it as content. Just the idea of her sexual assault is now a joke on her stream. I just can't touch people anymore. I'll have to NDA you, tee-hee-hee. That's crazy to me. That is just crazy. I know she issued an apology statement not long ago, which I think is pretty blatantly obvious, not her words. I think that was farted out through an actual PR firm, because I don't think she is capable of something like that. I'll stop blabbering here in just a moment, but it is so wild to me how little Twitch did here, and how little they seem to care about what's happened on their platform here. In the past, they've made plenty of questionable bans and unbans. Having full-blown sex, penetrative sex on stream was a 3-day ban. And many other such cases of similar things, like that lady who full-blown spread her butthole goatsy style on stream only being 24 hours, stuff like that. But this is something so different from that, where that sexual content is something that shouldn't be allowed on Twitch and isn't by their own rules, and they don't seem to really enforce them all that well. This is literally not even just against their rules, it is against the law. Sexual assault, again, is illegal, and it has been broadcast on Twitch twice with this woman, Nina Lynn, being the sexual assaulter. And they only give her a week ban for it. This is unlike anything I've seen from Twitch in the past. It is truly shocking. And I'll leave you with one more clip from Saint Nina here. You remember how I called this week ban basically a vacation? Well, it's not just my words. She also views it that way as well.
W chat. I want to say W chat. So all the haters out there, y'all can suck my dick. Word 2, I don't give a fuck. Fuck you bitches, bro. You bitches not me. Y'all never been through nothing that I've been through. Fuck you. This ain't the worst it's ever been. I'm not gonna lie. It's bad to say, but this is not the worst it's ever been. I've been through worse. I've actually been through worse. So this jail was kind of like vacay jail a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
Nice work, Twitch. Vacay jail for sexual assault. Unbelievable. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. Every day we inch closer and closer to the bleak future where nobody owns anything. Even the idea of ownership is looking like a foreign concept of a long-forgotten age, as every corporate vampire zombie husk worm person is scrambling to try and shove this idea down your throat that you will be happier owning nothing. You will own nothing and be happy. I know I've yapped about this a lot over the last 2 or 3 years, but that's because it's been accelerating at such an alarming pace. Look at this newest development here. You can now lease a PlayStation 5. Zoinks! Certified turbo zoinks moment if I've ever seen one. This is all fart, no poop. This shit is fucking foul. You have a plethora of really enticing options here to choose from €10 a month up to 17 depending on the model and I guess the duration of the lease. This is fucking outlandish. This is some hogwash. I cannot believe that we are just seeing this now just out in the open, out in the wild, unashamedly. Now, I was reading through things, and it seems like 36-month contract is what you would sign for this agreement here. and you don't ever own it. It doesn't seem like you pay for X amount of time, X amount of dollars, in this case like 10 clams, until eventually you pay it off and it's yours. That doesn't seem to happen. I don't know this company, but I was looking into them and it seems like they do this for a lot of tech. And what happens is when you're done with the contract, you send it back. So you end up just paying significantly more over time. It also doesn't even make a mention of PS Plus being included. So presumably if you want to have the PS Plus service, which I imagine most people would want if they're buying a console in the first place, you're then paying even more on top of that over a long period of time and never actually even own the motherfucker in the first place. And then they just ask you to like send it back politely. What an incredible deal. If you've been hit in the head with a sledgehammer, I suppose. But I think a lot of people might just see, oh, as low as 10 a month. Jiminy Christmas, that's a great deal. That's very cheap. That's better than just, saving up and buying it. And I haven't seen too many people defending it, but I have seen a few brainless goob-soomers that are always latching on to terrible fucking business practices and defending them as if it's their fucking job to do so, fighting PR battles for these billion-dollar megacorps for no reason, no gain, aside from just being treated like a fleshlight by these companies. So there definitely has been some chirping here from these addicts that must consume the goob at all times, no matter what, so they're defending this to a certain extent, but most people are rightfully pushing back on this, calling out how outrageous it is. It's a bunch of horseradish. This is not good. And it's a symptom of the direction most of the world is going, where the weasels at the top of the food chain are trying to get you comfy with the idea that you don't own shit. You will own nothing and be happy. You don't question it. Just endlessly subscribe. Rent, lease, subscribe. You have nothing. Just suckling on their teat forever. And the beauty in the case of the PS5 here, once you're done suckling, you've had your fill of milk, you have to spit it all back up. You no longer even get to keep the console you've been paying for 36 fucking months. You have to send it back. And imagine that you're late on sending it back, by the way, and fucking Raylo sicks the Pinkertons on you to repo your PS5 from the lease. It's so ridiculous, man. And the fact that there's anyone that thinks that this is a good idea really shocks me. I understand that renting consoles, renting TVs, renting from all kinds of different places has been a thing for a while, and a variety of different things. It's just that now every company is up in your face and just blatantly obvious about their new push to get everyone comfortable switching to the lease everything model, you will own nothing and be happy model. And in the case of Raylo, with the very limited research I've done on them, it seems like they primarily target low-income households. And in the case of the PlayStation 5, it seems like the goal is to get these families spending money that they ordinarily wouldn't be on a PlayStation 5. A low-income household probably isn't super gung-ho and comfortable dropping hundreds of dollars on a PlayStation 5. But Raylo having an offering as low as 10 doubloons a month, well, now all of a sudden, maybe that family does start spending, and they're spending it on something that they ordinarily wouldn't be purchasing, and Raylo's getting a piece of that pie now. So Raylo's getting paid $10 a month from this family, and at the end of the 36-month contract, that family is paid pretty close to what the normal retail cost is for the device, except now they have nothing to show for it because they have to send the device back to Raylo, who then gets to repeat this process, rinse and repeat. Meanwhile, the family that is now paid $10 a month over the course of this contract gets fucking squat. It's a terrible deal. And it's a smart business move from Raylo because what they are doing is they are incentivizing the low-income households that they're, what I believe, targeting on purpose to start spending on things that ordinarily they wouldn't be purchasing, and Raylo gets to facilitate that and make money off of that. And then that family gets nothing. They end up with nothing. They're just out a bunch of money over the course of those months. And now another thing I saw a lot of people bringing up, I guess is part of a strategy, is you rent the PlayStation 5 right before GTA 6 drops, and you only rent it for a month at $10 and then cancel the lease there and send it back. So you get to play through the game that you're interested in on a PlayStation 5 for $10. I don't know if that's permissible by the Raylo contract. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. It seems like you can cancel it at any time, so I'm guessing it is. So I guess if you're someone that wants to just play a PlayStation 5 for a day, a month, 2 months, 3 months, and then instantly cancel it, so I guess in that case you do end up saving a lot of money if you're someone who only wants to play the PlayStation 5 for a very brief period of time you could do that strategy if it's allowed in their contract. I don't know if it is or not. Maybe they'll get the Pinkertons back on the horn for you or something. Couldn't tell you. But I feel like the norm with consoles is you get a console under the idea that you will own it long term because presumably there's more games coming out over time that you might have an interest in. Thus, you would need the console to play them. So it'd be pretty silly to keep renting the PlayStation 5 every time a new game comes out. Then it would end up costing you money in the long term. But if you're someone that just wants to play a PlayStation for like a month or two, then I guess that strategy would make sense. I just don't think that's the typical procedure. Most people, when they move to get a console, they're probably looking to have it very long term and actually own it, which this does not allow you to do. I'm not just going to regurgitate everything I've said across countless videos now about this whole subscription-based economy and this whole you will own nothing and be happy territory we've entered across the board. I think as it's beaten time and time again by these corporations, people will just come to accept it, and something like leasing a PlayStation 5 will no longer be like a weird, wacky, wild thing that's outrageous. People will just accept it as totally standard business practice. Like, just think, not too long ago, Klarna was advertising how you can put fucking burritos on Klarna. You can lease burritos, and now you can lease your goddamn PlayStation 5, soon to be everything else in your life. The idea of ownership dying. Not just dying, being murdered, executed in cold blood, defiled, the corpse being dragged through the streets, paraded, mutilated, and taking the place of ownership becomes the idea, imagination of having something that's yours when it's not and never will be. And I shudder to picture that future where you're the weirdo for not wanting to lease your fucking Five Guys burger. People will look at you like some kind of circus freak because you want to actually, like, own something. Get a load of this guy. This geriatric fossil tried to buy a PlayStation 7 instead of just putting it on fucking Klarna. And this push that the whole world has made to everything going subscription-based and, like, lease instead of own, rent instead of buy, it's trash. Which is why I've become such like a big advocate for the consumer rights wiki. This is something that I've only recently become aware of, but this seems like a truly valuable service, which is just a platform that solely aims to educate consumers on anti-consumer practices that are being integrated into products. Seems like a very simple mission to just give you as much information as possible about what a lot of these shady companies are doing with their services and their products. So I really do appreciate what's been going on over there. I'll put a link to it in the description if anyone's curious about it or want to check anything out there. This is not like a sponsored segment or anything. I want to make that clear. I have just talked about this a lot and only recently had this put on my radar as something that's aiming to help in the fight against this you will own nothing and be happy future. So I've been all for it and just something I wanted to mention here. It is not sponsored or anything like that. Anyway, just another video yapping about this topic. I hope people continue to reject the notion of you will own nothing and be happy. It should not be something that people are just okay with. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Alright, you've been asking for it. I've been hearing it. You said Charles is afraid of dirty soda. But did I prove you wrong or what? I'm gonna try a bunch of these concoctions, these potions.
Yep, happy Good Friday. We're trying all the Mormon soda for Good Friday.
Oh, is it?
Can you explain what this is to people who might not know?
For you non-enjoyers of Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, Mormons cannot drink coffee. I think it was meant to be caffeine and they loopholed it into just coffee. So they can drink soda. And so this company, I believe, was started in Utah, called Swig, and they do dirty soda, which is like Dr. Pepper with cream and lemon juice and vanilla syrup. This shit's like 600 calories a cup. Well, some of it. It's nuts, and they call it dirty soda. So we're gonna try it all.
That sounds cool. I feel like dirty soda just has a negative connotation
I
right
agree.
away.
What about
should be like tasty
I think
soda.
it's supposed to sound like a like a cocktail. Like you get it,
I could see that.
You get it dirty or get it
But
neat.
I think
like
in
that
the
kind of
show, have you seen the show, Chelsea? You've seen it, haven't you? Don't they like drink massive ones of these like all the time?
48 ounces or something. I don't know.
Like multiple times a day
They're
and
all
shit.
like they're on Ozempic or doing blow because they're all skinny as hell still too.
All of these have fun little names, going from Raspberry Dream, the Ring King.
Wow, the Ring Dinger.
The old Ring Dinger, Beach Babe. So I think we work our way down the line.
This one, these look the best to me. That looks like sludge.
These feel more like, I think some of these are called like refreshers,
Okay.
which that's like what you get at Starbucks, that kind of thing. These are, so Raspberry Dream. Does somebody want to pull up the menu? Oh.
It's Dr. Pepper, raspberry puree, and coconut cream.
Okay.
Coconut cream.
That doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah, if that, it
doesn't
sounded
sound-
fine until coconut cream though. I can't imagine that's any good.
Coconut is extremely common in all of the dirty sodas.
Really?
Yeah.
I like coconut.
It's not bad.
It's probably the way to sweeten it without adding too much like.
You don't like it?
Stuff.
It's kind of.
It's not like it's not the worst thing in the world. It just tastes like you melted a bunch of candy and then
It's
put ice in it.
Very sweet.
Yeah.
Like super sweet.
Like, I don't get a lot
it
of-
tastes like a Slurpee.
I could see it.
It's like a melted Slurpee to me.
It's just like I don't get like a lot of flavor. I just get a lot of like sugar. Is the thing. It's a lot.
It
of sugar.
is sweet. But I'm sure this one, oh, we're supposed to rate these.
Yeah, I would say I wouldn't order that, but if you gave it to me and I was like dying of thirst, I'd be like, man, thanks. You really helped
Now,
me
if
out.
you took that, though,
Now quantify
how would you
that.
quantify that
Yeah.
as a single letter?
Like a C.
See, I was thinking,
Yeah, like a C.
I'm thinking, as always, the first one's our baseline, and we'll ignore that immediately.
Probably, yeah.
This, C. Easy C. It's not bad.
You know what it feels like? A root beer float almost.
I do agree. But like, to your point, with the root beer float, you get like that flavor of the ice cream
Yeah.
and stuff. This is kind of like root beer with sweet.
Yeah, just a lot more sweet.
Yeah. All right. What's in the Founder, Drew?
The
Founder. Hold on. The actual website cuts off the recipes for some reason.
What do you think the Founder's in reference to?
Oh, I actually know this. The Founder is the first dirty soda, I think the original recipe.
Oh.
It's a Diet Coke, sugar-free coconut, fresh lime, and coconut cream.
Okay.
Let's see.
Huh.
Oh, we got a big mouth straw. Got a lot on that one. I get a little bit of the lemon or lime or whatever you said it was. Citrus.
Yeah, there's a whole lime in there, so that does make sense. It's floating in there, so yeah.
Oh, that does make a lot of sense. Yeah, it's refreshing.
That's definitely that's a lot better than that.
I would go personally one step up into B category.
I was thinking I'd almost go like a very high B. I was teetering with A because I mean it's pretty refreshing. Like
You
it's
could go A if you want. I know a lot of people here say you just copy my answers.
People do say that.
But they're always saying it.
I don't know. I just feel like it's a little aggressive to go A for that because it's not like amazing. It's just a lot
Right.
better than the other one.
Yeah,
But I'll go A because I don't know what these are going to be like, so I'll go A for
I'm
that.
hoping we find somewhere where we're like, damn, that's good.
Yeah.
This one, big news on the sign. Swig is having their Sweet 16, which I'm assuming means they're in their 16th year, which is crazy because I've never heard of it until it opened here 2 months ago.
And that's what that is, Sweet 16.
This is the birthday girl.
Ah. It's okay.
They do dirty sodas, cookies, and I think pretzels was
Oh, that's
what
cool.
it looked like. It's a weird combo.
That's good though.
What's in the birthday girl?
It's Dr. Pepper Blackberry, Raspberry, Mango Puree, and Coconut Cream.
Okay. And you
Has
said
nothing to do with like birthdays or anything at all, huh?
No.
I expected like some birthday cake
Oh,
flavoring or something in
unless
there.
That's the birthday girl's favorite.
Yep.
Here, I'll let you get the first sip on this one. You're welcome.
Oh. Oh wow, yuck. That's not very good. That you know what that reminds do you like that?
No, that's a lot. That is a lot.
That reminds me of what is the flavored rum that everyone used to get in college because it was cheap. Anyone remember what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
The wacky Malibu flavors from back in the day.
I'm going back in for a second.
I didn't like that one. That's the worst so far.
Does it tell you calories in it?
Oh yeah, I don't know.
my
have this one. I didn't see it.
Yeah,
my tongue
probably
calculated it.
Figured it out. Oh, for a small, 140 calories.
Oh, that's not bad.
Most of them are like around 140 for the smalls.
How many grams of sugar?
That I can't.
Oh, you
see.
said it's Diet Coke, right?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Okay.
So even more sugar.
Oh no. This one is Dr. Pepper Blackberry, full sugar, baby.
Oh, full sugar. Because this is, we were saying this one's sweet. This is just sugar.
Yeah.
Like sugar overload.
How much aspartame is in each one, do you think?
Not enough.
Nobody got
Not enough.
I'd give that a D.
Yeah, easily worse than this one.
Yeah.
All right, get it out. So are these all coconut cream? Because I know some on the website said half and half.
I know that not all of them are going to be, but so far, yes.
All right, well, this is the one I was most excited about based on name only. The Ring King.
Ring King.
This is, oh wow, what the fuck?
What is this one in reference to?
This is Dr. Pepper.
Tom Brady for his numerous Super Bowl rings.
All of the restaurants are picking up football guys.
Yeah.
Dr. Pepper, cupcake, strawberry puree, and vanilla cream.
That's the birthday girl.
Yeah, that's definitely birthday girl.
Wait, cupcake and then I blacked out?
Strawberry puree and vanilla cream.
He says strawberry puree like a robot.
Yep.
All right, no spoil it for me. I saw your face.
Yeah, I'll let you get your own thoughts cooking on that one, because that's a 1-to-1 with a specific cake. I'll spoil it. It's literally 1-to-1 like a melted Publix vanilla cake.
Yeah, they really liquefied a cake.
Yeah, that is... I don't hate it, because I like Publix vanilla cake.
But it is unsettling.
Yeah, I'd rather eat it than drink it.
Yeah, that was... My facial reaction was, wow, that does taste like cake.
Yeah, I don't know why that wouldn't be the birthday girl. Why is that the Ring King?
Does it tell you anything about
Like the story?
names? Like, did they mislabel them?
They should be...
Click on it, it brings me to a store.
I will tell you, they should be using vanilla cream more so than the coconut so far, because this is better.
That cream is better. It also, we were talking about this in the car, it's better consistency too.
It's a lot. you drink one of those and you're off the fucking wall.
I'm feeling it already. That is so...
That's a lot of
Danny,
sugar.
I just want you to taste the sugar in this.
That's all. It's helping.
Hey, you're trying to send me to the bathroom.
Oh yeah, Danny's got the runs today. This will help. Some dairy soda is what fixes you up.
Yeah, it's just too sweet.
Right, it's just
I don't think I could
sugar.
ever drink more than a couple sips of that.
That is
specific
kind of my
one.
thought is people, like this is a small. People are getting bigger than this and drinking the whole thing.
With a meal.
How?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, not a meal, cookies and pretzels.
I bet you it's the kind of
With
thing
some
because
snacks.
like I'm not a big soda drinker anymore, but I used to be. And like once you've gotten off of it, you really feel the sugar a lot more than when you drink it a lot. I feel like since if they drink it so much, it's probably like water to them. They just don't feel the negative effects.
Yeah, you know what? To be fair, like even outside of these, I couldn't fathom just eating a meal with a soda anymore.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it.
Also, are they all diabetic? Perhaps.
Potentially. If they weren't, they probably
Yeah.
are now. Well, they've got diet and sugar-free options.
Okay.
So that's good. Sorry, lots of sugar.
I'd give that. I think that's at least as good as the other one
This
that
one?
I put an A. No.
Oh, that one.
So I'd put it up there.
I'm more in a B. I'd say a low B in this one. I don't love the cake flavor is uncanny valley to me.
Yeah, but I like cake. That's
that's
fine.
fair.
I just don't like it's in an A tier for me. I would literally never drink it.
That's
like actually I wouldn't
remember
drink
we
it.
have our scientific reasoning here.
Yeah.
This was our test case in our C, and we always follow our numbers. We know what we're doing here.
Like
Trust the process.
It tastes enjoyable. If I only needed one sip of it, I'd be like, "Oh, thanks. I'm done now."
It is straight up just dessert.
It reminds me of the Ice Spice Munchkin donut
Yes,
thing. Yeah.
exactly. Except somehow they packed like 2,000 calories in that puppy.
Yeah, that thing did have.
Well, somehow they ground up donuts in it.
Have you heard of the 999 challenge at baseball games? It's the 9. It's a beer and a hot dog in inning essentially. That's the challenge. Someone should make like a swing challenge because I bet you it's infinitely harder to do.
It's gotta be.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gotta be.
Also want to point out, there's no delivery or anything, so we had to go in person. They were all so nice about us being really annoying. So, hey, if you're watching this swig, thank you. All right, this has to be illegal. Butterbeer.
Butterbeer.
Yep. Unless it's a collab.
That's literally Harry Potter.
Mm-hmm.
Buttery beer or something.
Yeah.
Oh.
Buttery beer. Yep, buttery beer.
Also, these three were in the truck holding the trays as I'm fucking going 70 on the highway, hitting little potholes, and I just hear all the ice go the whole time.
You missed the part where she asked if you were new in the area,
And I said-
think that she was trying to figure out if you were playing by the same rules.
She was like, "Oh, are you guys new in the area?" And I was like, "Yes,
we are.
Yes, we are."
Into question to ask in the past.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and she was like, so just trying out all the new stuff, and I was like, you're exactly right on why I'm doing this stupid thing. My favorite one of all time was
The buttery beer is root beer, butterscotch, vanilla cream.
oh, that's dessert on dessert.
Yeah.
Calories, are they all roughly the same?
They're all about the same. This one, again, 140 grams or 140 calories.
Does it say how much sugar?
No.
No.
I fucking wish I did. They're
It
trying
looks
to
like
keep
coffee.
that stat as far away from themselves as possible.
It really does look like a cold brew coffee. Oh, you like this one?
Nope, that's genuinely revolting, actually. That's cough medicine.
I think you don't like root beer.
That might be it. I don't hate, but the thing is, I don't hate root beer and other things like a root beer float.
Yeah, that's fair. I just get more root beer than the other flavors in this.
I just got literal cough medicine.
It's
Kinda-
buttery root beer.
Just that kind of shit you take when you're a kid and it makes you feel yucky.
I think you and I are gonna have opposite opinions on Mormon soda.
Yeah, that to me is the worst one so far. That'd be an F.
I'm going B.
Wow, that's quite a
That might be
discrepancy.
this might end our relationship.
Yeah, that's a big discrepancy. I did not like that one at all.
And not just our friendship, our romantic relationship too.
Pretty much everything collapses.
Oh, I can already tell by the time we get there I have a tummy ache.
I got the sugar for buttery beer. Oh, it is 45 to 115.
That's probably 45.
Yeah,
but this is a
45
small.
for the kitty size.
40?
Yeah, kitty size is smaller than that.
Oh, those are real.
What?
So then probably my
I could have gotten kitty sizes?
Yeah.
Probably my calorie count instead of being small has been kitty size, so probably like 280 calories.
That makes more sense for that amount of sugar.
Yeah.
That
Because
checks out.
honestly, if they're stuffing that amount of sugar into that amount of calories, that's impressive, and they need to work on protein drinks.
Holy fuck.
45 in a kitty?
Wait, these are probably about 16 ounces, would you say?
I would say 16.
Okay, those are smalls, and most of the stuff is around like 150, 200. Which I think is still insane that they're...
Calories?
Yeah. Oh, wow.
So,
It'd still be like 50
do you know about sugar count in a small?
The
'Cause-
sugar count would be... How much bigger is it? Doing math. The minimum is 40 grams in a 12 ounce.
Okay.
So those are 16 ounces, so it's like 60.
Yeah.
60.
That's
60 grams of sugar.
insane.
That's a lot.
That's insane.
How much is in just like a Coke? Like
It's a
normal?
lot.
It's
like-
32.
Okay.
Is it 32?
I'm almost positive. For
'Cause
like
I
a
know-
normal Coke, it's 32.
There was,
Those are like 40.
I was gonna
Is
say,
it?
the full calorie root beer, like not a diet root beer that was in the fridge, was like 44.
Oh, I'm surprised. I thought it
12
was...
ounces of Coke, it's 39 grams.
Oh.
Jesus.
I thought it was 32.
So that's where a lot of the sugar's coming from, is the soda.
Yeah.
Dude, we just figured something out. Soda is not good for you.
That's so weird.
Yeah.
Give it aspartame.
Yep. When are people gonna figure that out?
Is there something you could
work
maybe have that's like a replacement for soda that might be, a little bit healthier for you, maybe?
I read a story the other day of a guy on Reddit. Who
He
had-
was setting you up for gamer
You're missing an ad spot, Matt. Come on.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying water.
So wait, I can move over to Matt. Like, Matt, what did you say?
All right, so yeah, edit this better. Oh shit, he's gonna edit this.
No, we could have.
I
we
can
could have
do
someone
it.
whip it up real quick.
Gamer subs. Get Goof Juice. Get it down in the description. You got sugar free. You got the hydration formula. You got all the good stuff there, and it's all in that description. Just click the link.
Now, what'd that guy on Reddit say?
Okay, so he was saying he went like 7 years with migraines, and he went to doctor after doctor and nobody could figure it out. Scans, tests, everything. He moved, went to a new doctor, and they were like, well, how much water are you consuming in a day? And he was like,
What's that?
4 to 6 drinks. And they were like, drinks of water? And he was like, well, Diet Coke, but yeah. And the doctor was like, that's not water.
Does this sound familiar I forget which one of you?
Oh my God, you're right.
I think I brought this up.
You were in college, right?
Yeah, that's me. Yeah.
But no, I read the story, and the guy was like, literally the next day was my first day ever without a migraine because I drank water. And I was like, why, Zach, are people not drinking water? Caffeine is a diuretic. All right, drink. What's that?
This is the Texas Tab.
This is Dr. Pepper, vanilla, and coconut cream.
I bet you this one's decent. I like vanilla Coke and I like coconut.
Yeah, you're right. That one's good.
Keep it simple.
Yeah, that one's very simple, very dirty.
That's a dirty soda.
Yeah, very dirty.
Yeah, it tastes like vanilla Coke with some coconut.
Yeah, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird because it's Dr. Pepper, yeah.
Tastes like some vanilla Dr. Pepper with some coconut.
That's a high B.
I'm gonna go A.
Whoa!
And that's
the halfway
end
point
of our caramel colored sugar drinks.
Now we get to the real colorful ones.
All right, this one. Take your straw.
Is the
Beach Babe? Peach Babe?
Beach Babe.
Beach Babe.
The Beach Babe is Mountain Dew, raspberry, peach, and vanilla cream.
Bang.
They even did this with Mountain Dew. That's crazy.
Oh, that's like shockingly solid.
I didn't think there would be a single positive noise in this video.
Yeah, that's like
Wow.
like genuinely tasty. I like that one. That's probably the best one now.
Oh, very fruity.
Yeah.
Yeah, still very sugary, but much better.
Yeah, that one doesn't attack you though. Like
No.
the sugar wasn't aggressive. It was,
And the Mountain Dew comes through a little bit. Big Mountain Dew enjoyer.
yeah, it was more subtle. That's the best one. That's
Did
an
I
A.
say we're not going to S? Oh, sorry,
Oh.
I have my own opinions.
It's fair. I personally wouldn't go to S because I would literally never drink these. I
That
would
is the
feel
very
sick
hard
to my
part in
stomach.
this video. I will never go back. I'll give it an S compared to the rest, though.
Yeah,
I'm going S.
I think it's the best of all of them we've had so far, but I can't, in good conscience, give it an S.
So this, I think, is what Drew was talking about. Of sometimes the coconut cream curdles.
Separates.
Well, maybe not.
What if you
There's-
just like kind of swirl it?
Yeah, there's also boba on there.
Oh, there is boba.
So that's nifty.
What did you say?
Nifty.
Oh, I thought you missed the T.
Oh yeah, that's
nifty.
Nifty. Doctor.
All right, the watermelon sugar. It's just called watermelon sugar.
Yep. It's the song.
Oh, did they work with Harry Styles?
Yeah. This is a Mountain Dew, mango, watermelon, coconut cream.
Hey, that was the Daily Dozen question last night. Watermelon sugar.
Right. Harry Styles.
I've never heard of the song. That's good though.
That's crazy to me.
I'm not a big Harry Styles guy, I guess.
He's a big metalhead.
Man, they're crushing it on these so far.
Oh, it's the popping boba too.
Oh, I actually didn't get a boba. That's a good thing. That's a good thing to target.
Much better. Also,
How did you suck the boba out? Holy shit.
I had to real hard, like.
I'm just getting a lot of soda and now it's gonna make me sick.
Wait, I see all the bobas on this side.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah,
Let me get you.
put me on a boba.
I think right around, like, hold the straw on that location. Sorry. Did you get one?
No, it's just I'm getting a lot of sugar.
I think it was mango popping boba. They were good. What was in this one?
Mountain Dew, mango, watermelon, coconut cream, and boba.
I might have
The
to
boba
get
is
on the
passion
boba.
fruit popping pearls.
Yeah.
Passion fruit popping pearls. Wow, that's good. That I actually like that one better than Peach Babe or Beach Babe.
It slipped out for me. I'm not going back.
It was a good try.
I'm going
It
to
was
get
a
sick.
good try. I like this one more than this, so I'd actually like to retroactively put Beach Babe in A and this in S.
Yeah, I mean, I also like this one more than that.
Yeah.
They're both extremely good, though.
It's good. I think I'll go back and get one of those.
It's very bold. boba in there too, I think.
Or there's
just
bits
chunks.
of something. The top looks like vomit. If you like, look at that.
Oh, that does look very
Or
vomity.
like stomach acid.
Yeah, come take
vomit.
a come
It
take.
looks a little bit like when you put some
in
olive
here.
oil in water and it just kind of has like bubbles that sits on top.
Get on that angle so you can really see the vomit.
Oh, they gave us boba straws for the ones with boba.
That'll do it. That will do it.
That's why it was so difficult. There you go. You really got to
That one looks like it could use a little bit of a stir as well.
rip off a little bit more there.
All right. Unsheath it.
Oh yeah, this one's gonna be good. I can tell.
What's this one? Maybe I missed it.
Oh, this is Mango Breeze.
They really have. I think they have two teams that name these. Because you get Mango Breeze, which are like, oh, mango, refreshing, and then you've got the Ring King. And I feel like those are very different from each other. Are you getting any of your vomit? Oh, added some of your own.
The Mango Breeze sparkling water, sugar-free coconut, sugar-free vanilla, mango puree, and then an ingredient that falls off my computer screen. So I think.
Oh, that wasn't boba?
Frozen mango. Frozen mango.
Oh, it was mango.
Okay. I really worked for that, and it's very mid. Oh, you effortlessly got a piece.
I did. I think I'm better at these. I don't like that.
It's mid. I'd put that in C tier comfortably.
Yeah, I don't love that one. I'm gonna even go down to a D. It's just not doing it for me.
That's fair.
What is this? There's no cream of any sort in this.
Yeah, this one is pink Bahama.
Pink Bahama is Fresca, peach, strawberry, raspberry, and fresh lemon.
Oh, that one doesn't sound too bad.
I was gonna. This doesn't even sound dirty.
This just sounds like a drink.
Whoa.
That is just
5
a drink.
grams of sugar.
Whoa,
This has 5 grams of sugar.
That's basically healthy.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's good. The energy to do activity. No, yeah.
Does this one have energy in it, like
No
caffeine?
sugar, no sugar.
Oh.
Where are you gonna get the glucose? Yeah.
Well, that's just a side you get with one of the other ones.
Oh, yeah.
This is. It's the chaser for your birthday girl.
Yeah.
I don't want to. I'm just comparing these real quick. Drastically different.
Yeah, it was good. B tier.
I think if they did things like that, you know what? Dunkin' Donuts is starting to do things like that, where they just put some juice with some sparkling water.
That's definitely strawberry puree.
Strawberry Breeze.
Yeah, they pureed a strawberry in there.
They sure do. I think you're onto something, and that looks like coconut milk.
Yeah, probably coconut milk.
Are they right, Drew?
The strawberry breeze is water, sparkling water, sugar-free coconut, sugar-free vanilla, strawberry, and then my fucking ingredients fall off.
Strawberry puree and frozen strawberry.
There you go.
Good.
Thank you for having a competent phone.
I just have a desktop website.
Oh.
So, these big straws, man.
Yeah, no, they're tough. Yeah, that sucks, right?
That might be one of the worst. I really don't enjoy that.
Yeah, that's second to last for me.
Yep. That one is an F for me.
That one's just above root beer in the D tier, but they're fighting down there.
I really don't like that.
Yeah, that doesn't blend well.
And then the last one is the most exciting.
This one
because
comes with a little
comes
fun
with
on top.
a gummy shark.
Yeah,
because if you didn't have enough sugar,
Did you
Shark attack.
ask them to not put it in ahead of time, or did they just do it?
no,
like that?
this was just they were
That
just
seems precarious.
They just did. Well, is it like stuck on?
It comes with it. It's like part of the drink.
I know, but
You would kind of expect it to just be in there.
Yeah.
it's like kind of sticky.
Well, eat it. Eat it.
I gotta eat it.
Yep.
Wait, no, didn't you put it? Didn't you have to put it in and like let it soak up and then eat it?
It's gotta swim around. It comes to life when you put it in there. Like a sea monkey.
It tastes like soap.
The gummy shark?
You want some?
That's because you didn't let it absorb the other stuff.
Yeah, they gave you the flavorless variant.
This is the Shark Attack. It has Sprite, lemonade, blue raspberry, and a gummy shark on top.
Not anymore.
Nope.
It's fine.
This one's not fun. I mean, I guess I ate the fun part, but like, they're trying something here. This is just drink.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
It's kind of very Sprite forward.
Yeah, it's okay. It's a C, I would say. The two best that they did were these two.
Yeah. In fact, I'll take another sip of this one and regret it a little bit.
Yeah, that'll do it.
I just got more of the boba.
Did you?
Mm-hmm. How did you not get any boba?
I don't know. It's hard. They're fighting in there. I don't know. They're hard to absorb.
Yeah, this was. If I was naming these instead of Shark Attack, I'd call it Blue Sprite.
Yeah, that is very Blue Sprite.
It's just Blue Sprite. I'll go C as well. I think if you're going to go try it, stick in this realm.
Yeah.
Well, maybe this realm. Just these two.
Yeah, those two were their best.
Wait, didn't you guys really like this one?
No, the strawberry one fucking blew.
No, this is the.
This one was good too.
Yeah,
that one was good.
I'd put it in a similar category to that. It's better, but where it's just like, you don't need to go to Swig to get that. It's just a drink.
It feels like this is something that Dunkin' would have on their menu. Like it just feels like something that's already in other places.
You know, let me rant about Dunkin' for a second there, because I tried one because they named them. What was it, like the Dunkin' Zero Sugar Energy? And the flavor names are like Blush Pop, which is really weird. So when you go and you want one, you're like, hey, I'll take a small Dunkin' Zero Sugar Energy. And it's just a terrible name. You got to name it something you can order. It pisses me off.
Okay, could you not
Could you
just
say
call
a
it
Blush Pop? Yeah.
Well, no, I guess I could, because I say the first part and they say which flavor. Yeah, that's a good point. I could say but I don't want to say I'll take a small Blush Pop.
Why? It's better than saying I'll take a small birthday girl.
I think it is better than that, yeah.
Yeah.
Thankfully today I did not have to order the birthday girl, which, to your point, none of that has helped when all the signs say Sweet 16.
Yeah, I mean, as far as
I'll have one of your Sweet 16 birthday girls.
Yeah, as far as naming goes, I feel like Blush Pop's probably better than
No, that's a great point. Keep it up, drinking. I don't know. What are your closing remarks?
Like if you're a real soda lover, like this is probably super cool for your taste buds, but like I truly would never drink them. Like it would ruin my meal.
I will never have one again.
What I could see though is I could see like if we were floating around in a communal pool together, and they and they start serving these, I'd be like, oh, that's cool.
It's like a non-alcoholic pina colada.
Exactly.
You think I could toss a shot of something in these and it would be a good like mixed drink?
Oh, I bet it would go crazy.
I do have a question. Mormons can't have alcohol, can they?
I think that's correct.
Okay. So these, you're probably right. These are like mocktails and coffee replacement. This is just daily stuff. You just need these for every scenario.
Yeah.
Replacement for your water for the day.
I don't think we're the target audience.
No, I don't think so either. But like I said, I could definitely see in like a festive or casual setting where this is like just the thing you're drinking. It's fine. With a meal, I can't fathom. I shan't even imagine.
There was a long line.
It was a cool experiment with the old dirty sodas.
Yep.
Thanks for making them.
Bye.
Take it easy.
Initiating moisture.
There's a very popular trend in modern horror movies where you make them suck as much shit as possible and they're just entirely forgettable. Luckily, that's not the case with it. I really enjoyed the first one from start to finish. I thought it did a great job in its horror elements as well as its comedy. The comedy really stood out to me because when you go to a Stephen King movie adaptation, the only comedy you're usually getting is unintentional because they suck some fat fucking asshole. That wasn't the case with it, and it really stood out to me. I really enjoyed it. I think it was a very solid horror movie and just a really purely enjoyable movie start to finish. It Chapter 2 had its work cut out for it to really follow that up. and it did a great job, and a lot of it boils down to just incredible casting. Bill Hader as Richie absolutely fucking annihilates the role. He is a really, really talented actor, as well as James Ranson, the one who plays the adult Eddie. And he's basically as if the kid actor grew to a 40-year-old man in the 2 years it took in between this movie and the last one. It's like the same goddamn guy. It's as if you actually are watching the kid in an adult's body. They act the same, they basically sound the same, and they even fucking look the same. It's wild. I don't know if James Ranson's the young child actor's father or something, but it's fucking wild how similar they are. But there's no bad characters or anything like that. I just thought those two really shined, in my opinion, because once again, in an area I didn't expect it to be great in, comedy, it fucking nailed. I didn't think they could make it happen twice. I didn't think you could take Stephen King's work and make it intentionally humorous twice and have it land, but they fucking did it. And I respect that because it made me laugh a couple times. I thought it was just really well written there. As far as the horror elements go, I actually think they're weaker in this movie than the first one, and I didn't even think the first one nailed horror to a certain degree. It did it decently enough, and it was kind of a double-edged sword because you have them going on this mission of finding themselves and what they want to be, what they're hiding, what they've forgotten. And you don't really put a whole lot of horror into it. Yes, in all of their situations, Pennywise is there kind of fucking it up and making them face it head on, trying to bring out the fear. I get that, but it's just not very effective. It's far more emotional, I'd say. And also in some of these arcs, the CGI hurts it. Like there's some downright goofy looking CGI moments where, you're sitting on a bench and all of a sudden you got like a fucking CGI kaiju lumberjack wielding like some type of World of Warcraft item as a fucking weapon coming at you. And it looks kind of like a video game cutscene. It's not believable. It's just really silly. And that's a little disappointing, but if it was going for silly, it nailed it. And it's hard to tell because the movie is self-aware in certain places, but then you have this whole thing that's kind of like, this is supposed to be scary, but it's not. And that comes out pretty hard at the end, which I'll talk about in a minute. I'll get into spoilers just to kind of make my point, and I'll let you know well before I get into there, but I'd really like to get that out. Another thing I really appreciated about the movie is that it wasn't afraid to shy away from being brutal again, like the first one. I always appreciate that, because in a lot of modern horror movies, even if they are R-rated, their idea of being brutal is, here's some severed arms and here's some severed legs. They don't really show how it gets to that point or what goes on. It shows you all of that shit, and I guess I can appreciate that to a certain degree just because most modern horror movies are so pussified, just very pussied. They're just not, they don't have any bite to them. At least I think in its deaths and brutal shit, it goes kind of hard in that department. And I really just don't have a whole lot of negative things to say about this. The comedy landed when there was elements to try and make you creeped out. It sometimes worked, though it never really felt earned with enough tension built up for it. But it was always fun to see. I think the It franchise has a unique advantage where it can show you all types of fun stuff. It's not locked into just like paranormal shit where a chair is moving weirdly or somebody's possessed and they're walking around like fucking Frankenstein's monster, hands out. It shows you a lot of cool shit. You have a clown just fucking with you and showing you some really cool shit, and I really enjoyed that, even if it wasn't all that scary. Now, at the end of the movie, now I am going to get into spoilers, just a few spoilers, forewarning if you want to avoid that. The end of the movie gets downright very silly to me. I think the CGI with Pennywise the spider doesn't really work all that well. It looks like some low-budget Dead Space shit to me. I didn't think that was very intimidating, and I really don't like that trope of, he's been omniscient this whole time, and now all of a sudden characters can kind of sneak around to the side of him while he's distracted slapping at a wall. Yeah, this entire movie, he knows everything going on everywhere about every single one of these characters. Now, when they infiltrate his lair at the very end, he has no idea where they're going or what's going on. That makes no sense. That's when he should be strongest, right? And even if he can't, read their minds like he has been able to, all he had to do was, out of his fucking peripherals, he would have seen people sneaking around to his right and maybe acted sooner and stopped them in their tracks. It's just a horror movie trope, I suppose. And I also thought when they defeat him, it looked extremely easy, and it's something he should have expected, because it's kind of what they fucking did in the first one already. They basically just defeat him by insulting him. Hey, your dick's small. You're just a clown. You're just a small clown. You're a clown. You're a clown. You're a clown. He starts shrinking and shrinking. Oh no, you're hurting my feelings. I'm big. I'm big. I'm big. No. And then they crush his heart, and that's the end of it. It's underwhelming. And I know that's how, I understand it follows the book a bit. I didn't read the book, but I understand that this shit happens in the book as well. So I get it, but, as when they were younger, you can excuse it because it's kids doing it. It's very different when you have 40-year-old men and women doing it. Like, you're a clown, you're small, fuck your stupid dumb stuff, and he's shrinking. It's just a little goofier, and it really wasn't that threatening at the end, in my opinion, especially after, you have 2 movies to build up a final showdown, and you get it like that, where it just ends up a roast, really shitty roast. Just kind of underwhelming. That's my only, actual huge complaint, just because I felt that was just not very good. But putting that aside, let's plug It Chapter 2 into the moist meter. I'm giving It Chapter 2 a nice 80%. I think it is a very enjoyable movie with a lot to offer anyone. It has a very long runtime, but I think it's warranted. I think there's enough substance in the movie. I think nothing really feels overly rushed, and I just really enjoyed it start to finish. A very solid horror flick that's surprisingly humorous. That's about it. See ya. The Stranger Things series finale just aired. 10 years, 5 seasons. The journey is now concluded. I didn't make a review after Volume 2 dropped. I made one after Volume 1. I had a hot take people didn't quite like, perhaps a little too spicy. I thought it was a pretty underwhelming start. Volume 2 rolls around and people are singing a little bit of a different tune there. I thought it was even weaker than Volume 1. Since the finale aired, I'm going to give you my all-encompassing review of the Stranger Things Season 5. So with Volume 2, I thought it introduced even more ass pulls. So now all of a sudden, Mama Wheeler is a superhero. She instantly overcomes her injuries, and as they're being chased by the Demogorgon dogs, the Demo dogs, Robin, Lucas, and Max are in a laundry room in the hospital after the Demo dogs have annihilated some soldiers. And while there, he is still playing Kate Bush to try and help Max back to the corporeal realm. And as they're taking cover by a washing machine, the Demo dogs are scouring the area. It's 3 of them. And they're looking around as slow as possible. They're moving slower than I would if you fed me fucking 15 shots of absinthe. It is unbelievable how slow they're moving. Robin even makes a mention to Lucas, hey, turn off that fucking Kate Bush. We gotta pipe down here real quick or we're gonna die. And he's like, nope. So he doesn't. The Kate Bush is still playing. Somehow this doesn't alert the dogs in any way, shape, or form to their location. Maybe they're huge Kate Bush fans and didn't want to interrupt the track, or maybe they're completely deaf. But as the dogs get closer, that's when Mama Wheeler pops in, because she had actually booby-trapped one of the washing machines. She put an explosive in there, and as the washing machine starts, all 3 dogs all of a sudden get alerted to it, I'm guessing by sound, so they're not fully deaf. And then they're just watching the washing machine complete its cycle with the explosive in there, blows up, kills all 3. Mama Wheeler saves the day. And literally 2 episodes ago, we just saw that she can't really move and she literally can't speak. But in this episode, not only can she move and speak, but she is the fucking Terminator and even has a full conversation about how she needs to get her daughter back. So I guess she has Wolverine's healing factor now, I suppose. But that's just indicative of my main complaint of this season, where everything just happens with no real explanation for how that's even possible for it to be happening in that way. Everything is just so fucking convenient, and there is such a complete disregard for stakes anymore because everyone is basically immortal. We're going to be getting into spoilers here for the finale now, so big spoiler warning. I thought for sure in the finale this is where it was going to get dark, like they had hinted at so many times about there's going to be dark Christmas for Stranger Things, that kind of thing. And still, even in the finale, nobody dies, except for one character they brought back, which was Elle's sister, who we hadn't seen since Season 2 in the most hated episode in the entire fucking history of the series, basically. Well, second only to the conclusion of Volume 2, I suppose. So a character we don't know, can't really care about, who had very little screen time in the season, is the one they decided to kill as the emotional moment. But there was just a complete reluctance here from the writers to actually kill off characters that would have made sense to kill off in that moment for a whole completed character arc, and to remind the audience that this is an intense situation. This is, life or death scenarios. It's not Weenie Hut Jr. Previous seasons, they had no problem doing that. Killing off Eddie in last season, for example. I thought they executed that very well. It was emotional. But in this season, they almost kind of make his death a joke. It really feels worthless because the Upside Down is no longer a scary enemy in and of itself. The Upside Down is basically just going to the park, except it's dark and cloudy. That's it. Those bats that annihilated Eddie, that he sacrificed himself trying to save everyone with those bats, they're not even here. They don't exist anymore. I guess the bats were so impressed with his courage that they all killed themselves. I mean, you could make a leap saying like the military went in and wiped them all out. Maybe, I guess. That's not something they showed. Or you could talk about like Vecna's pseudo defeat, maybe having all the bats go extinct. I guess maybe. But even still, that choice to no longer have like actual enemies or terror in the Upside Down takes so much wind out of its sails. You could literally just fucking spring break there. And they spend most of the season doing that in the Upside Down. I just don't like how afraid they were to kill off characters or even really put them in scenarios of peril where you thought they might die. There was only like one or two moments where I thought, oh, this character's going to die here, and then they didn't. And I don't want this to get twisted because you don't have to have characters dying left and right in order to make it a compelling emotional story. But Stranger Things, across 4 seasons, did use that as a very effective tool in this universe. So to have it all of a sudden no longer be present in any way, shape, or form, it feels underwhelming, especially for what's supposed to be the gloves coming off final season finale that we've been building to for a fucking decade. And it just felt so easy for them to do exactly what they wanted, everything falling exactly how they needed it to according to plan. And if things were a little cattywampus out of whack, it was like that to fix it. It just felt so simple for them. So I just leave feeling underwhelmed. Now, of course, everyone was talking about and making fun of Volume 2's final episode with Will, taking control of Vecna and turning his head saying, run, that kind of thing. And also the Will coming out scene. A lot of people were clowning on that for being not very great, especially compared to how they handled similar subject matter in the previous season, where they turned it into like a basically Avengers in-game moment or like Lord of the Rings and My Axe, that kind of thing. It does just feel like season 5 felt very rushed in its writing, where they knew what points they wanted to hit and they kind of just threw caution to the wind to getting to those points in the plot. Like the Mind Flayer being brought back into the fold. I actually like that explanation for how the Mind Flayer played into Vecna and how they were basically, in this symbiotic relationship with one another. Mind Flayer maybe controlling Vecna, but actually not really. Vecna, Henry, he agreed with everything he was shown there, and they are one entity. Very cool, considering we were all led to believe that it was Henry controlling the Mind Flayer. I thought that was cool. We get a little bit of Henry's backstory, which was alright. I didn't love his backstory all that much, but it was decent. What I did really like was the explanation for what the Upside Down is, being a wormhole. I thought that was great. I thought that was a very cool explanation, and it did add a lot to the finale where it's like, his plan is to merge the Abyss, which is where, Henry was blasted, banished to the fucking Shadow Realm in the back rooms, sent him there, and then that wormhole ties into L's origins. And now that connects Abyss and Hawkins, and the plan is to bring the Abyss and merge it with our dimension, our world, and they have to stop that. I thought that was all very cool. I really liked that. I don't think it was all bad or anything like that. There are some things I liked. I thought there were even some great moments in the season, but on the whole, it just feels like a lot of it was super rushed, and overall I find it to be the weakest season in the franchise, and being the series finale, the final season, that just leaves me feeling a little underwhelmed. All I'm saying, just a little disappointing, because some characters that we had watched for 4 seasons prior barely had anything to do in this season. For example, Joyce and Jonathan, it feels like they're not even related anymore. I don't think there is a single moment in this season where Joyce and Jonathan even spoke to each other in anything that resembles love or family. Whereas before, that was a very fleshed out relationship, and now all of a sudden they're fucking strangers to one another. They just brought in so many characters into the fold that some of them that we had followed for a decade just didn't have a whole lot to do and just didn't do fucking anything, really. And one of the main characters in season 5, Holly, is a character that had nothing to do for the previous 4 seasons, but now has more screen time than I think any other individual character from the main cast. So that's just kind of like a weird decision to make, where now all of a sudden you're bringing in yet another character in an already jam-packed series of characters that now we're spending most of the time with and kind of sidelining the others, putting them on the bench. Just, it felt like an odd direction to take it. I don't think Holly was like a bad character, and the arc she goes on with being kidnapped by Henry and everything, I thought was a pretty compelling piece to this season. But I also don't think it necessitated that much screen time and that much focus, which was taken away from the rest of the crew who then, when we see them, they basically solved all the problems and are in position now to execute their plan, and you're left wondering, well, how the fuck did we even get to this point? You know what I mean? Those are kind of like my broad strokes impressions of season 5 as a whole, but I want to talk specifically now about the finale, because I liked the finale much more than most of the episodes of this season. But that's not to say it's perfect, and I want to get the complaints on the finale out of the way right now. The biggest complaint I have is just how easy it was to defeat Vecna and the Mind Flayer. They look like actual chumps. You build this up, these two big bad entities, for so long, and we've seen them be somewhat defeated in the past, but now we see them in, like, prime shape. This is them at their most powerful. And they are easily disposed of, especially the Mind Flayer. Very cool looking enemy in the Abyss. They make the Mind Flayer look hype as fuck. But the Mind Flayer is defeated by the team deciding we need one person to be bait, which is Nancy, who has become basically like a G.I. Joe super soldier. She's killed like a bunch of people now. She's an elite marksman killing everyone, so she's going to be the bait to shoot the Mind Flayer and have it chase her to a cliffside where the rest of the team is going to ambush it. And they come up with this plan while they are being cornered and chased by the Mind Flayer, meaning that they only have like maybe a minute at most, but more than likely like 45 seconds to somehow have Nancy be bait for the Mind Flayer without getting caught, this giant creature, and the rest of the crew is going to scale an entire mountainside, get to the top in like a minute, and then start like peppering it from up there. Break. And then they do it. Instantly they do it. Nancy outruns it, gets to the entrance to the cliffside. Everyone's already on top. I guess they fucking teleported it up there, or maybe they had really great climbing gear or free climbed it extremely fast. But they're all up at the very tippy top. They're all Molotov cocktails and flamethrowers at the Mind Flayer. Mind Flayer just eats it, just fucking tanking it like, ow, ow, ow. It doesn't like fight back. It doesn't have any special moves or anything that it uses. Dustin and Steve go under and start fucking jabbing it with their spears. And that's how they're able to stop the Mind Flayer. While inside, 11 is in a psychic battle with Henry, Vecna, and it's very easy for her to beat him. Because, of course, there's a hive mind, so as they're hurting the Mind Flayer, Henry's getting hurt too, but I don't know, it just felt like extremely easy. Like, very easy. She just kind of, like, ragdolls him a couple times, and then, like, he fights back a little bit, kinda, and then he pushes him onto a spike with the help of Will, who's, like, impeding his ability to fight back super well. But I don't know, man. You build up for all this, and then it's that easy to defeat them. It just, I don't know, it just, like I said, feels just a little underwhelming is all. And my other big complaint is the military here. They're just like the evil presence that wants to just make more psychic soldiers, so they want to kidnap Elle. And that's all they really care about. So after they save the day, prevent the Abyss from crashing through, as they're escaping, the military was aware of their plan because they were able to, intercept the others, put it all together. They ambushed them. Big burp, huge belch. And while ambushing them, that's where Elle makes like the heroic sacrifice. And then fast forward 18 months, the military's completely left Hawkins, and all of the characters are back to life as normal. Excuse me? Nancy herself mowed down like 6 soldiers we saw, like from the top of a truck. She just kills like 6 dudes. Hopper killed probably like fucking 40 of them. Like a lot of soldiers died as a result of our team here that we follow. And I mean like directly killed by them. Shot. Murdered. Like not an accident where like a piece of debris fell on them. I mean like deliberately they were killed by them. And yet the military just lets them go. I was shocked to see that. I thought there'd be like an explanation where like in order to prevent the secrets from getting out, they felt obligated to let them go, sworn to secrecy or something. No, nothing like that. Even after losing so many soldiers, even after a multi-billion-dollar plan here with the psychic program and all of this military personnel that is now dead, all of the destroyed equipment, everything ruined, the military still just lets them go. What the fuck? I was so confused. But again, that's what I'm saying. It just feels like a lot of it's just for the sake of convenience with no real explanation. And it just feels rushed. Like, that's crazy to me that after all of that, they just immediately, like, release them. There's not even a mention of them, like, spending time in jail or something and reaching some kind of deal. They're just instantly free to go. Like, after Elle sacrificed herself, I guess Dr. K was like, well, time's up. And then just said, all right, hey, scram. We're going to go ahead and leave now. Nothing more to be done here. Unless I missed something, but I don't think I did. And even if I did, I really can't think of any explanation where they'd be like, oh yeah, all those soldiers you killed and everything that you've done here that was highly illegal, that led to so much death and so much destruction, we're okay with that. We're just gonna leave and, let bygones be bygones. That was weird. That was just weird is all. And I don't want to harp too much on the negatives because, like I said, there were a lot of things I liked about it. But man, come on, for the final fight, it is over in less than 10 minutes and not a single Demogorgon? Like, you're fighting on their home turf. Not a single bat, not a single Demogorgon. It's just Vecna, just Mind Flayer, and they just get fucking slammed. They get their hams steamed instantly by the team here. Like, come on. It just felt like such a weak final fight. Like, it wasn't climactic. Like, the actual death of Vecna, I thought they did great. Like, after he's defeated, everything that happened after he died, I thought was solid. Basically, everything once Vecna died, and, well, excluding the stuff with the military, I thought was handled well. Like, I love Joyce being the one to deliver the final blow to Vecna. I love seeing how awful Vecna was to the cast. Every traumatic experience they went through, having a flashback to it, having seen all of these horrible, irredeemable things that Henry was responsible for before Joyce delivering the final blow, I thought they nailed. But not having, like, a real, like, intense final fight just weakens that experience. And to have the Abyss, this new area, this new planet that we are told is the home turf where all the Demogorgon, bats, all the nasty evil shit lives. This is their home turf. You're expecting it to be Salty Spittoon, crazy, scary. But then you get there, all of our heroes get there, it is completely empty. A barren wasteland, more empty than a fucking blockbuster. Not a single iota of life to be found outside of them instantly going to Vecna and the Mind Flayer. There is nothing else there that impedes them on their journey. It just feels super rushed. Now, I want to get to some of the things I liked here about the final episode. As I said, post-Vecna death, I really liked how they handled the characters and where they went from there. The epilogue I actually thought was solid, though I do think it dragged quite a bit. I feel like they killed Vecna pretty early on, and then it was like an hour worth of epilogue, so maybe that was a bit much. But I think overall, they did a good job handling the end of these characters in Hawkins and what that looks like. So seeing, Dustin being valedictorian and giving a really inspirational speech to everyone about, the chaotic good, tying it into Dungeons and Dragons, which, is part of the show's DNA. I thought they handled that great. I thought it was a really good speech. Dustin then moving on to become big bookworm, but still, making time to see his best buddy Steve and Lucas and Max, them just, falling deeper in love over time, having their happily ever after. Will moving to a new area, finding more friends, finding a partner, being accepted. Mike wanting to use his talent for storytelling in order to share, the heroic journey of his friends and his party and what that means in the context of like D&D storytelling. Ending with him watching Holly and her friends now playing D&D in that basement because now he and his friends have grown up. Now it's the next generation's turn. Like, I do think they did a good job with the epilogue. Steve, Robin, Jonathan, Nancy, where all they ended up at, 18 months after everything, where they have their own jobs, their own lives, but they want to make times to still see each other because they're never going to find friends like what they have. But they also don't want to be in Hawkins anymore. You have Joyce and Hopper looking to start fresh, move. He gets a new job. Proposes, they're getting married. Like, it's all very touching. I think they did a good job with the emotional beats to wrap up the characters. Now it's time to yap about the big twist with Elle. So, as the military is ambushing them, trying to take Elle after they've saved the world, so that way they can get their psychic program off the ground, seems like, that's checkmate. And then Elle somehow was able to escape their clutches, and she sacrifices herself right in front of everyone. That moment was then undercut with a big twist when Mike revealed that he actually had a theory that that wasn't Elle. That was an illusion from Elle's sister, with Elle's sister's dying breath, she made the illusion of Elle getting swallowed by the wormhole's collapse. That way everyone, including her friends, including her father, Hopper, believed she was dead, so that way she could go live a peaceful life off the grid, away from any threats of the military. So Elle is still alive. That's his theory. And it's an interesting idea as a twist. However, in Mike's own theory, he even says, how was she able to, cast that final spell while being suppressed? Because when they're being captured by the military, they had the psychic suppression system activated, meaning she can't use her powers. The entire season has showed she cannot use her powers, and even in the big reveal moment, she is struggling to escape, not using her powers or anything at all as she leaves. However, there's a huge fucking plot hole here where Elle was somehow able to drag Mike into the void to have their final goodbye and their final kiss. How was Elle able to do that while being suppressed by this military equipment? I guess you could say while she was escaping, she got far enough away that it stopped being effective on her. But I don't think she had enough time to do that. So there's a glaring plot hole that they even point out, how did she cast a spell while being suppressed? That doesn't make sense. And then, when giving the explanation for how that was possible, they still had her use her powers through the suppression, with Mike being pulled into Elle's mind with her. That's still her using her ability, right? Through the suppression system. So, there's still question marks for how that would be possible. Mike's theory, it does sound plausible if you forget about the suppression system being active at the time. I'm sure Hop would have told him about Callie's death, so this would be something that he could start to rationalize as maybe they had this secret plan together. The twist as an idea, I think, is cool, and it does make sense with, Hopper's speech being so emotional, and having Callie hear that, her wanting to maybe do something to save Elle's life so that way she can go live the life that, she's always wanted and always deserved, being able to live peaceful, happy, that kind of thing. But I don't think they were able to really pull it off in a way that makes sense, because you just have to forget how things have already been established in order for this to work. Also, the lab blew up way before Elle was taken away, and that's where Callie was in Mike's theory, projecting this illusion of Elle. So when it blew up, that should have also fucking evaporated the illusion too, because Callie would have died there way before Elle did, yet the illusion was still there. It persisted. So there's just multiple things about it, this theory, that don't really work when you stop to think about it. Now, there is an explanation I've seen people say that I think kind of makes sense here, that it's a coping mechanism for Mike. This is how he's going to accept what happened and move on, by making up this happily ever after for Elle, even though it's not the reality of it. I think that makes a little more sense, where that didn't happen. That is just, a story that he's telling that brings him and the rest of the party comfort, believing Elle is out there, having her happily ever after as well. But the reality is, she did sacrifice herself there in that moment. I think that makes more sense, that this is just his story. This is what he chooses to believe, as opposed to being what actually happened. Just my overall impressions of the season are that it felt rushed, and a lot of things about it I just don't think worked, and kind of betrayed what they had set up for 4 seasons worth of build-up and emotional stakes and weight. And their reluctance to kill any characters, I do think, was to the detriment of the season. And I really just don't understand why they kept pretending that this was going to be the darkest season ever. I hope you're ready to have a fucking sad Christmas with volume 2 coming around and all that. I don't get that. Maybe just the big bait and switch or something, because it really is the truest happily ever after I've ever seen to a show, to a degree where in some cases it literally just doesn't even make sense how they were able to pull it out of their ass that the characters survive. So, I won't yap about it too much. It's already been fucking 20 minutes. It wasn't a bad finale by any means. I do think there were quite a few things to like about it. But the season as a whole, I think, is definitely the weakest. I think they really wanted to wrap this up and so they kind of speed ran a lot of things with it, which just is a little disappointing. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yeah.